Kia ora whanau, that guy's NJ here, and I'm back with Let's Play Live as our friends at Bandai Namco contacted us and said, hey, Zeno, do you want to review our latest game, Elden Ring, and see how you go? And, well, let's see how I go. What is Elden Ring? Well, Elden Ring is the latest title from Software in collaboration with George R.R. Martin to create a new open-world epic story of a character who is tarnished and beyond the veil. In that world, they're going to have to fight for their life to try to beat the holders of the Elden Ring, where you will die a lot of times. You have to build up and level up your character. Like I said, it's open world, which means it's very, very epic, and there's so much to explore. And once you have your trusty steed, Torrent, you're going to enjoy so much more of the world that is out there waiting for you in Elden Ring. Now let's check this out. I did some reading online, guys, and what I saw, what was the thing, was to pick the astrologer class. If you want it to feel a little bit easier, and you also pick the golden seed as the buff you take in. What I really like so far is, like, in terms of graphics, the sheer fidelity's so beautiful. But yeah, these graphics just run so smoothly. I know that the way we're playing at the moment is to prioritize the frame rate. So, you gotta stick with the crispy frames. It's all about the frames, especially in a Soulsborne game. You want the frames because you need to be able to see what you're doing, see how you're reacting. This man is trying to one-shot me. Oh, he had me. I did like a piercing strike. So as you guys can see, there's a ton of different enemy types. And so you have to respond accordingly to how each of them play. And so make sure, folks, when you're playing Elden Ring, you jump down into this tutorial area so you can do cool eliminating things like that. So let's head out the door. I'm hoping into the world of Elden Ring this time. As you guys could see, that was a tutorial. So if you guys can see that character over there, everybody knows who that is by now. That is the Tree Sentinel. I wonder if they're friendly. They're not friendly. They're not friendly. It's like I've played Souls-like games before. Sir, stop. Please. Oh my god. So, there you have it, folks. A one-shot from the Tree Sentinel, which makes me think I definitely should avoid them. Let's see what the steed can do. Yo, during mounted. What do you mean during mounted jump? So there you guys have it. That's some of the early game. But what we've also done here at Let's Play Live is we've also prepared, it's something we cooked up a little earlier. So let's take you a little bit further than what we had shown you before. So what you guys will experience in Elden Ring is just, there's so many different landscapes that you can actually travel through. So whether it's the weird insecty-like vibes of Caelid or Liurnia's lakes, even things like Storm Hill's devastated area from all the wind, but things like the mountainous greeny range of Weeping Hill, which has this giant freaking walking building just going across it, which supports that Hidetaka Miyazaki. He said he was heavily influenced by the likes of Ico and Shadow of the Colossus. And you see it right here, because this is a giant colossus walking across this landscape, and it's just so beautiful. The way they've captured all these different fantastical elements that they've been responsible for over the years is just a sight to see, and I really feel like this game encapsulates. It's just everything From Software has done so far. This game is the culmination of everything they've learned. And maybe that's why they felt they could approach an open world game now. So it's really cool to see just how much more expansive their games have become because of it. Because you're typically really used to those kind of claustrophobic corridors and castles that they normally build. Well, what do I think of Elden Ring? Well, I think it's the best game we've had from Software so far, which is saying a lot considering how critically well all of their games have done. If you have wanted to check it out because of the hype, then I suggest you do so, but it's not going to be easy. And for all the fans of From Software games, you know exactly what I'm talking about, and Elden Ring still lives up to that. It's going to be a magical time, and you can pick up Elden Ring right now on your PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, Xbox consoles, and PC.
ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warning. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
Afternoon everyone and welcome to the LPL Pro Dota 2 Season 1 of 2022. I'll be your host for this evening, Poglet, and honestly, we've got a fantastic guest today. Wandering Bardman, how are you doing?
I'm doing incredible, Poglet. I mean, of course, how else could I be when I'm back in the LPL studios, virtual though they are, for such a high-caliber weekend of Dota. Just in time to catch the finals of this season, I am absolutely thrilled to be a part of it.
Perfect. Obviously, you came in the right time. We will go through the tournament explainer so everyone can see how we got here. As you can see, it was a single round robin group stage, best of 2, each game being so valuable. 8 teams, and all in all, it came to this top 4 single elimination best of 3 bracket with a best of 5 grand final tomorrow. And what they're playing for, the prize pool here, you can see first prize is that 2,100. Second prize, 1,400, then 900 and 650 respectively for third and fourth. We've already got the 4 teams ready to go here, Wandering Bard. Is there any team especially you're looking out for in this playoff bracket?
Well, you have your sentimental favorites you pick up here and there over, years of LPL, watching just Dota and SEA generally. But I think M11, they've earned the right. I have to give them their props. They are the favorites going into this weekend. I think for me and for you as well, just based on the incredible form they've had all season.
Of course, Team M11, they may be the favourites. We're going to start with them because they have the first series of today. You can see here Rusman, Rams, Isagi, Hayden, and Havinci. Like you said, that addition of Rusman has made this team look so powerful. There's a reason they came into the tournament being this strong contender. Is there any way that you could see this team faltering here?
I feel like this is a team whose consistency has been their strength for seasons, but we have seen them take a fall, from time to time. And I think it's when a team sort of plays outside the book or outside of what they're expecting, right? It's a little early in the meta to really disrupt the meta like that, but, teams can pull a fast one on M11. They aren't always the best at sort of playing reactive.
Yeah, and a team that's going to look to do exactly that. It's Atomic Esports, as you can see here. Eris, Lewis, Fiend, Grims, and Asta. A team that was newly formed coming into this tournament, but they've shown ridiculously good signs of life. Great improvement. What are your thoughts around Atomic Esports right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's a prodigious kind of story for a team coming up so quickly, right? Normally we see teams develop over a few seasons of LPL, right? You are against some pretty stiff opposition for a team who've just formed, right? You're playing against teams like M11 all season, but it seems like that crucible has kind of like hardened the sword of Atomic Esports, and now they are ready, I think, to actually give M11 a run for their money here in the finals.
Yeah, and of course, a focal point for this will obviously be this head-to-head matchup. We're looking at Havinci and we're looking at Eris, the 2 big playmakers, the call shots. They're huge momentum makers for this team. How do you think Eris is going to try to get the one-up on Havinci here?
Yeah, I think that what you have to do is be willing to play aggressively against Havinci and kind of like attack the lane that he's in. It's not that Havinci is a weak laner at all, but I do feel like when I watch M11 supports really go off, they seem to have just unlimited freedom to roam from lane to lane. They coordinate their movements very well. They're very efficient at that. But at the same time, you can't be in 2 places at once. So if you do detect that Havinci's trying to, tick off some other priorities on the map, maybe that's a chance for you just get a big lane W, and Eris can make that happen.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's such an important thing right now. It feels like the lanes are the be-all and end-all of the Dota 2 games, basically. This first 15 minutes, if you fall behind, it feels like there's no way to come back in. So for Atomic and M11, that is a huge point. And as you can see down below, we'll talk about it later, but we've got UDV, we've got Gargoyle later on today.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Like I said, it wasn't just these 2 teams that I was excited about casting. I'm absolutely thrilled to see how Gargoyle will do later on in the day, whether UDV can, maintain some form. They've probably deserved the favoritism in that match. But again, that match to me is more of an enigma, right? I feel like M11 I can trust to play as we've seen them play all season. And it's not to say that they're are guaranteed a win here, but I think that they can be confident going in. Whereas, man, if I had to play for either team later today, I would be butterflies in the stomach right now. I'd be sweating.
Oh, we will jump into the playoff bracket now before I get your mind about the heroes you can play. So we've got first series, Team M11 Atomic Esports. We talked about it. Second, UDB Gargoyle. As you can see tomorrow, we've got that best of 5 grand final for the winner. And we've also got the bronze medallion for the losers of the first 2 series. So we'll be seeing all 4 of these teams today as well as tomorrow here.
Yeah, it's nice to say, even though this isn't a double elim bracket, technically you only have one chance to make it to first place prize. We aren't going to be deprived of either of these teams, general DOTA play tomorrow. We will get to see them all compete again. Obviously, though, for the teams, all about that grand finals, all about getting that first place prize.
Yeah, and it's a different animal, right? With that best of 5 rather than the best of 2. It feels like you're just trying to collect points, but in the best of 5, you can do your research, you can relax, you can make that strategy work for your team. I have to ask though, whenever I get a new caster in, someone new, what thoughts, what heroes are you looking for in this meta that could be fun, could be exciting, that we haven't seen too often?
Well, if it's all about the lanes, there are some heroes I particularly enjoy. I think Dawnbreaker is a hero we saw more last season, and obviously is a hero that it's a bit of a sometimes pick. There are definite counters to it, could really shut it down. But if you find a way to pick it, I think it was Vinci even, who was one of the foremost exponents of it in the previous season. So that hero can just wreck a lane starting at level 1, even now. I also, it's not necessarily because of the changes to its laning, but Underlord, has been a hero I've really been enjoying on the current patch. Just messing around with the new Aghanim Scepter, getting to cast Pit of Malice effectively with global range. I think the Gale Force shard on Wind Ranger proved that almost any spell you can cast globally can be pretty devastating for people to play around, right? Especially when you're in a place just getting rooted anywhere on the map at any time, and then potentially getting double rooted if the Pit Lord shows up and casts the actual pit. That can ruin a team fight depending on, how stationary your team's heroes are. So that could be a hero. Obviously holds down a lot of lane matchups as well, depending on where you can fit it in the draft. If you ban the counters or pick it later, maybe that's going to be, one of the spicy picks that can be thrown in the mix.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought up both of them. Wind Ranger obviously had that huge nerf. I haven't seen it played in pubs once. And for those that don't know, the nerf was they've removed the global range on it. They removed the Gale Force being global. I think it's like a 2,000 range, so it's quite a long distance. But Underlord as well, a hero we haven't seen too often. And I'm with you on this one. I loved the change. I loved the flip. And it's one of those things you're like, it's a global presence. There's a reason why IO is so popular. There's a reason why Boots of Travel is so popular, and Underlord hasn't been seen yet.
I think it's an adjustment period thing, right? And Underlord is not a very exciting hero by its nature, right? It's the kind of hero where if Underlord was to be broken, teams would have to really figure out a hard margin for it, because I guess you'd say the expression of skill on that hero is different to how it is on a Storm Spirit or a Templar, right? You're not just going to play a pro-level carry player out of his boots as offlane Underlord. You have to really have a strategic idea for the hero. But like you said, you mentioned those other heroes that have devastating global presences. The Underlord doesn't even give you any warning, really. You don't even get to see the portal. You're just rooted down, and I think it's worth investing in. But obviously, that's a hero that we probably won't, honestly, based on past drafts, probably won't even see picked on the weekend. So I won't get too carried away about my favorites. And we'll see what goes on in the actual draft here. Looks like fairly normal banzo for these teams.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a Kunkka, a Shadow Demon ban on the Atomic side. That's a lot of respect. We've seen Sand King become the menace of the offlane for when it gets let through the pool. And obviously for Team M11, I'm seeing Death Prophet, Sand King, Kunkka, all these bans, they're pretty understandable. They're pretty well respected. There's nothing too flashy being let through here.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's all about the laning, right? You look at all these heroes, and with the very possible exception of Death Prophet, though she's no slouch, and obviously the post laning is immense, right? But it's all these abilities are just so annoying to play against, just super safe, hold down your lane type picks. Shadow Demon, a very flexible support, but another very flexible laning support, who's capable of holding down almost any matchup is that Bane and Atomic. They snapped that up. Surprised to see their OD still in the pool, let through the first pick of SWAT's team. A hero M11 almost always contest. Usually they ban it though, so I wonder if they have plans for it here.
Yeah, I mean, it works twofold as they go with the Ember Spirit instead. We've been seeing a slightly faster meta. The Grimstroke is going to be the second pickup for M11, and it almost feels like OD doesn't keep up with the pace, right? Like we're seeing, like you look at Ember, look at Grimstroke, they're low cooldown, they're fast. And OD with the Meteor Hammer, I want to see it. I want to see if it's still viable. But a lot of teams are favoring those fast, low cooldown style spells rather than the OD.
Well, there was a time when OD did, can you imagine maybe a world where OD doesn't build Meteor Hammer at least every game, or maybe a pickup where you delay it slightly if you feel you need a more stat-based item build or something? Because in theory, the hero itself, right, it's mostly about the auto attacks. There's obviously the Sanity's Eclipse, but it's not as though the hero can't fight often. But you're right, it's definitely anything that forces a change in how a hero is going to be played. Teams aren't going to be maybe reevaluating their ideas of heroes in the middle of finals weekend. So Ember seems like a much more comfortable pick for all these teams. I mean, it's always one of the most picked heroes throughout every season of LPL, so no surprise there.
Yeah, and of course I want to ask you about the OD, as we saw Atomic just pick up the Monkey King. But for OD, I'm not sure how much you've played around with the new Revenant's Brooch item, the upgrade to the Witchblade.
I haven't.
Is there any play style there?
I mean, I haven't played around with it on OD, I will specify, but I think the item is potentially crazy, right? It's a little far outside what we've seen in pro level Dota before, so it's one of those things where I almost don't want to say, oh, well, of course, it ruins my pubs, so clearly it's going to be great in high levels. But I mean, we have seen teams over the last couple of seasons, occasionally, if the draft calls for it, you flex to an OD carry, or even like a silencer carry or something like that. Any sort of heavy int building hero, I think it's a pretty viable upgrade.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, you pinged on it, ruining your pubs, and I want to pinpoint two heroes. Marcy obviously not in the captain's mode just yet, but Techies completely reworked, available in captain's mode. Do you expect to see Techies getting picked up at some point this grand finals weekend?
I won't rule it out, but only because I don't really know how to evaluate the hero. Now, as you said, it's been so completely reworked. Part of me wonders why they didn't just make a new hero. But I suppose they just finally wanted to put all the talk of Techies, good and bad, to bed. I honestly, I'm not a Techies picker. I mourned it a little bit. I think it was a part of the character of Dota, It'd be like if they removed Invoker or something. But the new Techies, it's a bit of an enigma to me. It just seems like a pretty ordinary support hero now. It can damage buildings still with the landmine, so maybe that's a reason to pick it. Maybe if it counts as like a fast push hero, we see Death Prophet banned out here, right? As a hero whose ultimate can kind of siege towers very effectively. Techies obviously doesn't have the same teamfight presence, but maybe there's some room there to help you, convert an early lead into early buildings.
Yeah, I mean, we can always hope. I know there's one player, Thompson, who is retired currently, spamming it in Southeast Asian pubs, and let me tell you, it is hard to verse. When you run into him, it is one of those things that you really just can't deal with. So I want to see someone maybe adapted towards a mid lane. You've mentioned it as a support, Techies is more natural, but mid lane Techies with the early E-Blade could be something to look towards. But back to the draft, we've got the bans, but we've got the bans. Beastmaster, Lycan, Pango. And on the other side, M11, they've gone with the Invoker, the Morphling, Mirana. What are your thoughts so far on these bans?
The bans, they're pretty interesting parts. Those first four seem very standard to me, but now it looks like teams are sort of more just taking out heroes that they are, maybe respecting, I won't say afraid of, but certainly you talk about laning, right? And I feel like that's something that favors M11. That's part of why we've seen them be so dominant. It's like outlaning your opponent is there's an amount of experience involved, but it's a real mechanical kind of player skill type thing. It tends to be where, a lot of teams, if they have a clear skill gap on their opponents, they're going to show that in the first 5 minutes just by out CSing, out playing, out rotating. And heroes like Lycan and Beastmaster are the kind of heroes I think can really oppress you if you are at that kind of disadvantage in the lane. So Atomic Esports, maybe they're taking out those dangerous heroes that can make lanes unplayable, but M11 bounce right back with the Enchantress. So to me, that kind of feels like you're right back in the danger zone.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about fast pace, right? We mentioned that they want to play this really quick tempo, and Enchantress up against the Bane and the Monkey King, both really hard to deal with the Enchantress creeps. And I'm curious now, because Atomic Esports, they've used a lot of their drafting penalty reserve time here, and they still haven't come back with a support here. They're wondering, is this Monkey King pos 4? Is it a carry? And I guess they're starting to panic themselves as we're watching them very slowly pick this third hero.
Yeah, I mean, look, maybe they'd say they're just thinking it through, right? It's sort of like if you're improvising, even if you're not panicked, even if you have a pick in mind, if you're going away from whatever strat you have prepared, you really want to think it through. You don't want to super confidently slam a pick and then realize that you've left an easy counter in the pool, or you've made your opponent's draft too obvious. They go with the Mars though, so not a support, but definitely a hero that's going to shape their team fighting capabilities. Now with the Monkey Pit and the Arena of Blood, they're definitely showing an ability to contest space, to split up a fight, right? And the Mars Spear pretty good at dealing with Ember Spirit.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, Mars works both ways, right? It's the high skill, can you get the spear before they get the sleight of fist going? And what I like about this, it gives a way for Wukong's command to come through. And a hero we don't see often, Crystal Maiden. I believe this will be the first time CM has been picked in the tournament, maybe second, but it's really not a common pick right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm glad that you filled me in there, because I saw it. I'm like, well, I haven't seen the hero, but glad. Okay, it's definitely not being picked in this tournament.
Been picked once.
Picked once, yeah, okay, but not as a part, not what you call a tier support or something we commonly see. What makes you pick a CM then, right? Because whenever I see a pick like this, I sort of think, well, what does that imply? What are they building around the CM that makes them want her specifically?
Truthfully, this is where it's going to get confusing. I don't know why they picked it. I'm not certain where it fits in the draft. It does give a lot of mana to Mars. It does help Monkey King win the lane if you play it like that. The issue is you now have two defensive supports. You've got Bane and CM that will probably be doing the same thing. Neither of them want to blink in the front line, and I'm a bit nervous it's going to become cannon fodder for the Ember and now the carry TA on top.
Yeah, it's one thing to say, oh, well, we'll be able to control your positioning, right? We've got Mars and Monkey who are going to lay down some ultimates, and then we've got, if you've got a hero like an Ember that can maybe slip through them, well, we'll catch him with the Fiend's Grip and you won't be able to bail him out because your supports will be cut off from the fight. But now you've added a second super mobile, super bursty, kind of independently operating core. It starts to feel like maybe the control and the teamfight that Atomic Esports has isn't lining up so much against the most important heroes from M11.
Yeah, that is true. And it's something to look towards. Maybe get M11. What do they need for offlane? Maybe something like a Centaur, etc. could be something they look towards.
Yeah, you reckon? I mean, that's the thing. That's another hero I haven't seen picked in a while. It seems kind of matchup dependent. But if they're looking for that kind of like disengage button, right?
Yeah, just that panic, right? Because they've got the Mars Arena. They're going to have the BKBs, but you still need the mobility. You still need something to get on top, and honestly, they've got everything they need right now. They've got really great lane clear. They've got tower push. They've got the team fight. Team 11, they're playing on house money. They've got a free pick here. This offlane can do whatever they want. Even something like a Brewmaster could be playable.
Yeah, Brewmaster I'd be so excited to see, right? I've heard a lot of people speculating on that hero in various positions. Obviously got a lot of buffs over, or a lot of changes in the last patch, and seems like it could really be a dynamic hero, if you want a hero like a Mars, but maybe not exactly the Mars, right? Who can just get in first and force plays either with a whole team or just a smaller fight if you are playing that kind of fast tempo Dota. But that's not what I think of when I think of fast tempo Dota. Atomic Esports, they go for the last pick, Medusa. I mean, does this explain the Crystal Maiden? Does this just seem like a comfort/desperation pick to you? What do you think of this? It sounds like you don't like it.
It shouts desperation to me. They had 1 second left on the draft, by the way. So that was it. If they didn't pick that hero, they're getting a random. The issue I have is Medusa's going to be the carry here, I expect. But if they run Medusa mid, they're running it into a TA or an Ember. Both terrible matchups. You run the Monkey King carry, the Mars off lane. Neither of them in their laning matchups. And I feel like Atomic, they had their playstyle. They wanted the Mars Medusa. They just didn't know how to fill in the gaps. And now that they're filling the gaps with the CM and Bane, their draft is entirely reliant on the Medusa pick. And I've been saying this for years. I hate 4 Protect 1 drafts. And Atomic Esports have gone for a 4 Protect 1 draft.
Yeah, it's funny, I don't know if they would have described it like that when they have, they have Monkey King, they have Mars, these cores can do things in the game, but you're right, when you pick a Medusa, and especially the last pick like that, it always feels as though you're sort of you're struggling to find an identity, and you're like, well, we've got a Medusa, or we've got a Spectre, so now we know who we are. We're just trying to drag the game as late as possible. And M11, they waited the whole draft to make my comment relevant, but here is the OD last pick potentially going to rip through some of these squishy heroes, smash up that Medusa Mana Shield, really just destroy the stationary team fight that Atomic have gone for from the safety of range. This looks rough from the draft, right?
Yeah, it is a rough draft, but I have to ask while we fix up that final little drafting, is there any final predictions here? For me, I look at M11's draft, it makes sense. It makes so much sense. Like, they've got Rusman on the carry, the late game. They've got a huge OD tempo with the Ember Spirit as well. But for you, is there anything that strikes out that could work for Atomic Esports?
I guess it's hard, right? Because M11, it looks to me very clearly like they're going to win the lanes and then they're going to win the game, right? They got 3 cores that pick strong early. Their lanes are good to make sure those cores get the start you'd expect. I suppose if you can do something crazy, like maybe bring a bunch of heroes to a lane and try and camp first blood or something, make it see if a hero can, be made to do the walk of shame, something like that, right? Because if M11 don't hit that expected power spike, if one or even 2 of these cores have a bit of a slower start or something, or for whatever other reason they're unable to push, maybe you can do some creep cutting or something to slow down their capitalization on that advantage. It doesn't necessarily feel like they play tremendous together in the late game. It's just that, I think they've identified, as you said at the start of the draft, the laning phase in the early game, that's been everything of late, and you don't really need to worry about what happens after that, so long as you play well for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, first 20 minutes is going to be incredibly important as we jump into this game, and I'm just keen to see it. I'm just keen to see how M11 run this very fast-paced draft, and if Atomic can actually find a way to slow the game down for Medusa to start to carry the late game.
Yeah, I mean, like, I haven't seen a Medusa draft on this patch really yet, so I don't know how much they think they can get away with stacking or whether or not, as you said, we weren't even sure immediately which lane she's going to go to. It does appear that she's going to go to safe lane just by the looks of the early movements. We're going to have a Monkey King mid. I mean, is there a way to win this Monkey matchup? What are you sort of hoping for when you draft this hero to go here?
Yes, that's the worry, because you draft Monkey to try to dominate a lane, and it is going to be mid Monkey up against a pretty heavy OD lane. Or, I mean, maybe they run the Ember instead. Like, this is such a hard... Like, he loses all of these matchups. like, literally all 3 matchups, he's going to lose them.
That's so hard to say, right? And so rare to see. Like, again, this is not a hero... This wasn't a draft they felt forced into it. It's almost like they kind of bottleneck themselves or pigeonhole themselves into picking these heroes from the very outset, and they just didn't react to more and more counterpicks getting piled on.
Yeah. They might get bailed out here because they're going to play the Ember Spirit, which is arguably the most favorable Monkey King matchup of the 3, and run that OD off lane. OD obviously will have a decent matchup against Medusa, and they will just trade 2 runes for 2 runes, and we get to see the real spice most likely coming down in this bot lane with the Grimstroke and the OD.
Yeah, that's a pretty fearsome laning combo. I mean, up against a Medusa, right? She's not going to have a lot to offer in terms of all-in fighting in the early game. With the kind of damage that these heroes can output, the kind of pressure. With the CM support as well, it actually looks like they're swapping if they were ever intending to send the CM bottom. And it will be Bane down there, providing slightly stiffer resistance. But still, is this perhaps that early game window that can be capitalized on if you can, I guess if your Medusa can have a good lane here with the Bane's help, maybe that's something?
Maybe it is, but I feel like they brought the Bane down here as the only way of defending the Medusa, not looking for offense, not looking for any kills. It's literally just having that nightmare potential to stop and slow down what will be an incredibly farmed OD here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's why they sent the Ember mid. They just feel comfortable that even if they don't destroy the lane of this Monkey King, they're going to have 3 scaling cores that are all going to have a very, very powerful timing along with their whole team. Basically, as soon as the laning phase ends, since they will have that sort of first item, I think we're going to be seeing those movements really early, right?
Yeah, I mean, the movements early should be apparent, but honestly, it's looking like, for at least for M11, they won't need to. Like, Atomic will be almost forced to make those movements out of necessity, not out of comfort or out of...
Some sort of play on Rusman here. I think they're just trying to establish some sort of threat in the top lane, but, since Hater doesn't have a creep right now, just a ranged turret, there's nothing to really stop them committing to the TA, maybe with the next round of spells, but, you just respect M11. You don't feel like they're going to fall for this kind of, early aggression, so point blank.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for Rusman is, like, level 1 TA is pathetic. Like, There's no other word for it. It's just a bad level 1 hero. Like, you're a prank with the Melter Strike, but like you said, having no creeps, and I now see the CM's value. They enchanted a creep, CM instantly tries to take it down with the Crystal over there, plus the Frostbite, and it does work, but again, you've now used your entire mana pool for 1 creep from Hayden.
Yeah, I mean, and if that was the reason they picked it, then again, like, you know, we have at some point have to move on from the draft. That's not the whole game, but it does kind of feel like the pick you make if you're burning through your reserve time, right? If you're not exactly sure what you're picking, but you see an Enchantress and someone's like, oh, well, give me this hero that, you know, destroy a creep with Frostbite. That'll help us deal with the immense pressure that we know Hated can put out on the hero.
Yeah, that's true. And something I want to point out is actually the mid lane right now. Like, I talked about it being quite decent for Ember Spirit. So far, he hasn't really got the levels yet. He hasn't got that presence on the lane, and
Monkey's like a creep wave ahead.
Quite hard.
Yeah. That's I mean, do you see a reason for that? Is it the Ember's skill build, or like the way he's been playing?
It's just early Ember, right? Like,
right.
Until you have 2 levels in Flame Guard, you really don't do enough damage, and I've always seen this matchup as like you get level 5, level 6, Ember can rotate, Monkey King can't. You get stuck in this lane. And he's not really a tower push style hero. So they're okay with the first 5 minutes going towards the side of Atomic.
I mean, I know that we don't usually see Monkey King mid anymore, maybe for that reason, right? People prefer to, you know, build a slower farming item on him, as we see Crystal Maiden maybe getting exploited for her. Like, oh my god, she evaporates under that impetus. 1 shot, 1 javelin from Hated, draws first blood from the Maiden of Ice Rack. Unfortunate start there after the lanes were holding relatively well.
Yeah, and it's only going to get harder and harder right now because of the summons here. The Dark Troll Summoner giving +9 damage to Rusman. And look at how they're chasing out the Mars. They're pushing him out of the lane. They're making so it's hard to farm. And we talked about it. Like, the lane looked decent for a bit, and now all of a sudden Rusman, he's got 17 last hits, 5 denies, and he's already pulling ahead quite comfortably.
I mean, that we're seeing the impact of Hated, right? They're laning against these Enchantress creeps, and the Enchantress, they're not even, you know, going near Rusman anymore. He's sort of got his own little lane compartmentalized up under the tower, and as you said, it sort of doesn't look as though it's going to get much better from here, unfortunately. I mean, the Mars is at least getting some CS. That's going to be very important. You don't want your Mars starved out of items this early on, but yeah, this CM isn't going to find it any easy to get into the lane under any pressure, and once that Ember starts rotating, I can see some really bad things happening.
Yeah, and Emma, by the way, sent to the jungle. I'm surprised they've done this so early for M11, and like it wasn't going to be a super fun matchup, but I really thought he'd be doing a better job on Rams to stay in the lane here.
Okay, well, I mean, that aside, right, we won't criticize Ember play, but talking about what that opens up, we were sort of looking for maybe a break in the early game, and maybe this is it, right? What can the MK do to try and turn up his own early game impact? Is there a change in the way that you build or play the hero where you can maybe rotate and get something done? Because it feels like just sitting in the lane and farming the creeps isn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's one of those things where you just really know. Oh, that's a nice kill.
I naturally just assumed it was the other way around. I thought Sam had died again, but they catch out Hated despite all the creeps. I mean, Freeze into Mars Spear is a strong combo. There's not that much health on the Enchantress yet, no real defensive items, and Rusman obviously is not in a position to be helping his support, but without the support, Rusman might be in need of some help here. The TA under pressure, not quite enough damage from the God's Rebuke, but can he find him in the trees? One more auto, no, he clicks the Enchantress instead. They finally get Rusman. I was so afraid right there they'd lose their prize after working so hard, but that's a massive kill.
Yeah, Atomic Esports here, they're doing such a good job. Fiend and Grims here, comboing up perfectly. The one thing I want to point out, though, is they haven't stacked. Like, there hasn't been any recovery method for the TA. They've committed to this lane quite hard. I think there's a duo small camp, and that's about it. So, losing these kills is worse than you think, because they're not getting anything. And there's another one on the top lane.
I mean, this might be an exchange of supports. It looks like if Hated DOTA actually does go down, okay, can't heal up enough. Calls on the attendants, but really only to be pallbearers, and Rusman will have to watch Mars walk away. Still, Rusman probably doesn't mind that, right? The cold-blooded calculus of the carry says, well, I got a kill back. That's going to help patch up my CS. And yeah, actually, is already the Meteor Hammer? I mean, it's no longer that surprising to see it that early, but it is still a really bad sign for this Medusa, who isn't doing great in the lane either. Like, behind the Mars on the CS, this is something we kind of expected to happen, but yeah, I mean, this may be her turn to go to the jungle, as the Ember did before, and her support might pay. But CM? Oh, wow, okay, they just are able to capitalize immediately, and now the Monkey King's here as well. He said hero doesn't rotate,
Maybe
but with
not.
this many heroes down here, the OD, yeah, Meteor Hammer can't quite carry you out of that situation. It's a good item, but against 4 heroes, there's just nothing to be done, and that's some slick assist gold to pick up for this Monkey King. Gonna make his way back to mid lane, and no worse for wear, because this Ember Spirit's been so quiet.
Yeah, and Ember really can't do enough to rotate around. They can't really do enough on M11, and that's the big punished window for them. They can just really push the tempo here. Monkey King has a 2-level advantage right now in the mid lane.
Yeah, although the Ember is about to close that to 1 level, right? Just about a creep away from level 6, and we already see Hated move over. Was just in the triangle. Looks like it might have just been getting some vision up, but there is the potential for a gank. Looks like CM's ready for it, or maybe they're going to try and get aggressive. They freeze Ember down, but he does hit 6 and skill the Remnants. They're going to immediately fall back just in time to save CM's life, it looks like. This Pinecone creep is going to commit for the cause under the tier 1. Just feeds a little bit extra gold. But, yeah, I mean, look, I'll be honest. Atomic already doing better than I estimated from the draft. I'll own it. I didn't expect them to do so well in both top and mid. But now that both TA and Ember are kind of like... Now, granted, I say in recovery mode, they're top of the CS, but recovering from where we expected them to be, dominating the lanes, does that change your overall assessment of the game?
It doesn't overall change at all, but for me, it's one of those things that, like, early game is super important, but they're only a 1k net worth lead ahead. Like, it's not actually the be-all and end-all right now. But for Atomic, they have to be happy here. 6-2 on the kill score, and they might even look for more here in the mid lane. And
yeah,
something they need to push the tempo. They need to look for more kills. They need to punish as many times as they can, and maybe Hated's the punishment.
Yeah, they're trying, certainly. They're getting the Jingu stacks up, and Ninja's got one. Okay, yep, just got that last Jingu stack, and at that point you can see all hope die in the heart of the Ember. He just turns around and leaves his support for dead because, you know, Hated just stepped a little out of line, and after what looked like a really strong peak in the laning phase early, there was that first death, and since then the Enchantress has, I mean, not struggled to posture, right? He's been in the spots you expect him to be, but he's been getting punished.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of has to be punished. That's the thing. Like, these supports are sitting so far in the front line. I say, speaking so far in the front line, look where the Medusa is. Well, I don't know if this is a kill here.
Oh,
Triple
okay.
Remnant, no mana. This is awkward.
I saw the Medusa, I thought there's nothing wrong with that, but Ember Spirit, invisible right on top of her, goes for it, but that level 1, he's got 1 Remnant, surely this is the kill, but can they make him pay with his life as well? Nice spear coming in, so it will be a trade. I don't know who's favored there, given the games they've respectively had, but at least the Ember didn't get away with that free. That would have been daylight robbery. I suppose it's also murder, but this tower might be part of the trade down here.
I mean, this isn't great so far. M11 right now, they're showing... Maybe they're a bit lackadaisical. Maybe they're just not concentrating for game 1. But they're starting to do what they need to. They're rotating their support spot lane. They're making sure kills happen there. And now they're looking towards mid. This is a super easy kill to get if they don't miss.
Was that a mischief dodge, or did you just mistime the hammer?
It was a mischief dodge.
Wow, okay. So, yeah, we know who isn't lackadaisical. We know who isn't sort of half paying attention to the game so far. And, I mean, it shows this Monkey King has had a bigger presence than we really expected out of the mid lane. And it's having all sorts of good things cascade across the map for the side of Atomic. Now, as you said, they are still behind on gold. But given how negatively we assess this game, as we see a little bit of posturing from the OD here at bottom, it sort of almost feels like, you know, if you were meant to lose the early game by 2,000 gold and now you're only down 1,000, well, it's like you're up. Now, granted, that assumes that the Medusa is your late game insurance policy that will actually take over and carry the game. How reliable is that against the cause that M11 have picked up?
It's great against OD. You can't be Meteor Hammer comboed as long as you get the Stone Gaze off. It's decent against Ember, obviously quite maneuverable. But TA, that's the big talking point, because if Rusman gets farm and doesn't get caught
Bane
here,
breaks the smoke before getting into grip range. There's no chance to maybe throw a spear or something further on, and they can't even get in range for the Arena of Blood, so that whole multi-hero smoke top wasted. I'm not sure, they just didn't fully expect exactly where the TA was. It is tricky given the range of their spells, but they'd be regretful of how that happened no matter what they put it down to.
yeah, and like you look towards bot lane, and maybe that would have been the better pick off to grabbing, The OD, M11, they're not really defending him at all. They're letting him just farm away, have some fun in the bot lane. That could be something they look towards next time. If they can maybe look towards bot lane, get Isagi instead of Rusman.
Yeah, there's some pings going out on the triangle from the Dire now, but as you said, you know, the OD was right there. It's not as though the Radiant don't have vision. They have great wards up in their own jungle that haven't been cleared away by M11 when they moved in to kind of take up occupation as teams normally do. So there's the chance to make a play, teleporting to their outpost there. For now, though, it looks like the fight's going to happen right under the Radiant Tier 1. CM moving in as possibly the Sacrificial Lamb, nuking away some of the creeps, trying to draw out some of the spells from the heroes they know are lying in wait, and they go immediately on the OD. It's a one-hero arena, but that might be good enough. Can they stun lock him? Oh, there's a grip. Yep. That's clean. Wow. It just worked.
Yeah, they might look for more here. Hated is a hard target to get, but again, we said they might switch from Rusman to Yasagi. They go for Yasagi, and lo and behold, they get a kill here.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't make an effort to go and gank him elsewhere. He was just kind of the right man in the right place to die. But that proved, like, the proof of concept of their whole teamfight plan from the draft, right? They were able to isolate that one hero and destroy it. And of course, it's the OD as well, the hero with maybe the best save on the Dire team. So doubly fortunate. Maybe it's harder next time if you don't catch him specifically. But, you know, that must feel great for them. They're just able to execute, drop all their spells, and take an uncontested core kill. Now they're, you know, back to farming. They're most of their own side of the map. They still haven't really got the jungle, but Medusa at least feels safe enough to be down there sharing the creeps with Hated's Enchantress. And
yeah, I mean, it is sharing. It's being annoying. Small pause.
Yep.
I'm unsure why. It's very hard to gauge when there's pauses, etc., when there's issues, because Southeast Asia is not known for the most reliable internet. I say that when I've lagged out twice in this game already as well.
I mean, this is all SEA Dota, so we're all under the, you know, dubious umbrella today. But, you know, they said they had some issues with their Discord earlier. Hopefully it's something that benign and not something that will cause a serious delay in the game. Certainly the players are still attentive in the lobby. Okay, that looks like we're back. So, thankfully, just a short delay, and may that continue throughout the finals. No players dropping in the middle of their final series or anything else like that. Because, you know, right now these players are in a fight for their life. Their teams need every single member to contribute right now. And I don't know, is there someone here who you think really needs to step it up based on the game so far?
Yeah, I mean, it's something to look at important-wise. So, like, this mid-tower still isn't fallen. This mid-tower is still a huge point of contact that they need to work towards.
I mean, it's just a CM defending it now. Surely, if ever, this is the time you take it. But you are losing your safe lane tier 1 in exchange, and that one's going down a little bit faster even than the mid right now. So it's kind of surprising to see multiple Dire heroes. They seemingly either aren't sure it's safe to go in, or they don't want to show and give their opponent more information, but they're kind of taking this slow, this siege. And now, okay, just a straight-up whiff on the spear there, but Hated is trapped within the arena. That's the important part. So they're trying to deny that. Okay, the tower does eventually go down. M11 finished the job, but Hated looks like he may be a sacrifice in the end for all of this. A lot of spells being cast for that, though, and Deuce is kind of caught out now, isolated from the team. Ember?
Yeah, ooh, jump in.
They want more, apparently. I mean, this teamfight's getting very messy. Teams are overlapping each other, and that positioning costs the Ember dearly. Just doesn't keep track of the Bane's positioning. His team are way too far behind to bail him out, but the same goes for the Mars. Caught in the Sanity's Eclipse, and now with supports low and just the Monkey King. He's not typically a frontlining core. There's a full health TA and an OD there. I don't know if they want to try this on. Gonna throw down the Wukong's command at least and see whether they want to fight him in the pit. But even with those buffs, you don't want to stand up to the TA. She has a Desolator and a Dragonlance. Whatever slow start she had has been erased by all of that attentive farming, and in the end she'll drive back the enemy mid laner and make space for another kill on that CM. You know, it's a kill that comes pretty cheaply most of the time, but everyone counts right now, especially for M11. That was only their 6th kill of the game, a game that we predicted they would be, you know, dominating by now based on the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing I will say is, like, they put in that Ember Spirit mid has really given them an avenue for Atomic Esports. It's given them a way to get back into this game. But like we said in the draft, early Roshans are so important, and look at how much Rusman is doing in this Roshan. That's only a level 2 meld, and he's still chunking the hell out of it.
I mean, it's this new Desolator. It's such a crazy item. Okay, this is a big play. Gets silenced immediately, but his team are there to back him up. Huge arena. Gets immediately 2 kills. This should be the fight, although they're fighting back. Ember and TA dishing out huge damage. These are not super tanky cores. Monkey and Mars now fall, so 2 cores apiece, and there's been bite action from M11. The Deuce's gaze is going to mostly just give them time to think about whether they can afford to continue this. The Monkey King cannot buy back. The Mars can, but yeah, they're going to have to leave their Medusa behind. This is the mobility issue that had me worried from the start of the game. The enemy heroes from M11, their cores in particular, are so mobile, so low cooldown. They can chase and chase and chase. If Atomic commit to a fight like that, they are committed. There is no way out, and they lose 4, all of their cores and the Roshan in the end. I mean, you can commend the bravery, but that's not what they were looking for.
Yeah, I couldn't believe to see the jump in on the Monkey King there. Like, I'm not sure what Eris was thinking to call that gameplay to go in and launch in, but in the end, M11 now, they're back on top, and now there's a 4-minute window here with Aegis, and I believe a Blink Dagger on Rusman is only about 600 gold away, so these fights, they're going to look kind of rough in every situation, and now Atomic just need to calm down, relax, and take fights with their cooldowns when they're ready. They didn't have the Wukongs there.
No, this Bane might be finally paying. Might be a very, very belated team wipe. You know, that Bane, he escaped the fight, but only for long enough to sort of wander alone down a bottom lane into a sea of TA traps and die. And I was actually just about to bring up, once that Blink Dagger comes in, I think Bane's going to be the primary casualty, right? Because when these team fights have gone well or even for Atomic so far, it's been because of some really strong positioning on their supports. They've been able to catch out core heroes like Ember and OD with, you know, lengthy Fiend scripts, but it's going to be so much harder to make that positioning work when a TA can just blink in. The third core is just going to land on you and kill you instantly.
Yeah, and on the other side, you've got Yusaki almost completed on the Aghanim Scepter, so they're going to have that double Astral Imprisonment save. They've got the Blink Dagger on the side for Atomic, though, so they're going to have that turn around. We saw how important that was for the Roshan fight, but they're going to smoke and get popped and instantly caught out by the Grimstroke here, and this could be a disaster fight right now.
Yeah, Ember gets a great chains off both supports. They're going to pounce on that. Grimstroke ultimate seals their fate, probably binds them together. The arena is mostly defensive here. That's not ideal because Ninja is getting worked on the outside here. This Monkey King, he can't fight back against Rusman now, not even in the pit, and that's before OD comes over to help. They will punish the Ember and the Grimstroke for their teammates diverting their attention, but in the end, you know, these are losing team fights. They lose the tower, they lose 3 already, and Mars may not even be able to make it up his own hill. Those are hefty impetuses coming in from Hayden, and now the booster, I mean, again, she just can't wiggle her way out of that combo. Mars willingly steps forward and gives up his life, saying, please take me, don't kill her, but they will take it all on the side of M11. So dominance slightly delayed, not deferred. They are going to cruise in now, and Rusman, you have to imagine, is going to make a short work of this tier 3 as he did, you know, the Roshan, the tier 2, and the entire Atomic team.
Yeah, I feel so bad that you saw the Mars. He tried to blink in and spear, but Hayden with the heads-up play gets the stun, gets a little bit of damage from Fade Grenade as well to stop the blink, and that's why it looks so awkward. He tries to jump in and saves his Medusa, but without that Blink Dagger, he kind of falls flat, and it was so even. Just a minute ago, Bud, we were talking about a slight edge on the side of Atomic, and now all of a sudden, 6k net worth lead, 80% win rate, heading towards M11, and it's only going to snowball out of control because the Blink Dagger for Rusman's ready, and he's still got 2 minutes of Agents.
I think that's the thing, really, is like the reason we predicted this dominance is the early timing that these heroes have, right? How devastating this TA is with just the Deso and the Dragonlance. The Deso that, by the way, now is you know, it's got 10 charges on it. Just rolling that new Deso along, getting the snowball even faster. And by comparison, right? Even okay, MK, you've got the arena and the pit. Hopefully, in 1 second we can throw down the command. They've wasted the Grimstroke Soulbind for the most part. That is also their Mars ulti expended, and they haven't even managed to fully extricate themselves from this fight. Again, the mobility disadvantage is making everything so anxious for them here. Now, granted, they are buying time for the Medusa. She is farming up top, but that's just what I was going to say, right? Like, they were allowed a slightly wider window before, you know, everything slammed down on them than we expected to get. But what has Medusa been able to do with that? Just not that much. The hero is so tragically slow. You have to wonder if they had maybe a more impactful early core of their own. Perhaps that Roshan intervention would have gone their way. Perhaps things would have worked out better in these fights. But when one hero just isn't contributing, you know, you said it's a 4 protect 1 draft. The 4 are not standing up to, you know, a very strong 5 right now, and you can't even really blame the individual players for that.
Yeah, it's one of those things, you have a draft that you need to delay, and if you don't have a way to delay, like, how do they actually push out the lanes? Like, look how awkward this is. They're watching a tier 2 fall, because they can't clear the creeps. They're dealing with one Enchantress creep on the side. The thing I will say about Medusa is, like, once you have the Manta, you can farm a bit more effectively, you can split push a bit more, and maybe that's their way back into this game as it's getting built up now. But I believe it's going to be one of those situations where it's too little too late, and Medusa even has to bail away, doesn't know where the side of M11 is.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, obviously you'd say, well, if my 4 are protecting the base and we can see basically the whole enemy team is here, surely your Medusa is doing what you said and alleviating some of the side lane pressure. She could have been hitting a tier 2. She was in the jungle there for quite a while before she came out for that last wave, but it must be so terrifying. Even if you think you see where the enemy are as a Medusa, right? This is not a Blink Dagger having core or a core that has, you know, great mobility and survivability options. We've seen every time she gets caught, even by just, you know, an Astral Imprisonment, she dies. Okay, they're actually collapsing on this. They've caught the arena. They've found the OD. They're going to drop everything to make sure they get this kill, although they don't have it just yet. Gets the self-banishment off. They're thinking about coming back in. Rusman's certainly ready for it. They jump back in and explode the CM. Still a trade favoring the Radiant for now, but how long can they hold this up? They are kind of caught up on their own triangle here, but M11, okay, they're going to go back in. They've got the Grimstroke spell, the Inkswell coming in for that Monkey King. BKB up on the Ember, that's allowing him to die, and with that extra bit of frontlining, they're getting some damage, but the Stone Gaze stops the damage from the Enchantress and actually turns that around completely. Just Rusman now, he's going to go hero mode potentially. He jumps up and picks off the Mars. That was a freebie. He was very low the whole time, but Medusa at full health, different prospect. Rusman's just going to have to fall back, his wounds farm a little bit. I mean, I guess you call that a win if you're Atomic, right? That's the best team fight you've had all game.
Yeah, you have to call that a win. Whenever you kill everyone bar Rusman, like, yes, you could kill Rusman as well, but the big thing is, Medusa got 2 levels for that fight.
Yeah.
Medusa got a lot of XP. Maybe even 3 levels.
And she's now, you know, she's got basically the first ultimate orb towards her. Skadi finished that Manta, right? I think she had to finish around the start of the fight, but any injection of, like, sudden gold that she can get, or XP, right? This is a hero that the farming pace really does scale up kind of only with each item, so any extra injection of net worth is very unexpected and very welcome.
Yeah, the one downside I will say is Rusman bought an entire Daedalus after that fight. And I can imagine, like, he went sicko mode on the side of Atomic, and now with this Daedalus, he's going to be able to 2-shot the supports, maybe even 2-3-shot some of the cores here, if they're not careful. And with this smoke gank, they might just find exactly what they're after. The Medusa farming without any Manta.
Yeah, Medusa's actually going to bail all the way out there. It's almost reminiscent of, like, Team Spirit at TI, right? Your opponent's overwhelming gank forces around, so you've got to support posted 500 units up from your carry, and Medusa's job is to bail instantly. Bane does successfully tank that gank, so, you know, support player, you know, patting himself on the back for that death probably, but it does still achieve the purpose of chasing Medusa out of her triangle. Whatever meager farm she was getting there, she is no longer. And, I mean, it's going to be that kind of cat and mouse game. You're going to be taking whatever scraps they allow you for at least the time being. At least with Medusa, and all of their AoE area denial stuff works best on their own high ground, so as long as they don't die a reckless carry death out in the open like they avoided there, I think they have a decent shot to hold on to their high ground, at least enough to make M11 think twice.
Yeah, and the game's almost leveled out, by the way. So, like, we were talking about the win probability and, like, how they could get into this game. Atomic Esports right now, they're only a hair behind. Like, 57 to 43 is not much, and it is just the fact of one more team fight and the game is even, because the net worth usage here, it's very heavily favored.
They got one hero smoking the OD, and they pounce on him immediately with the arena. He was way too close to the base, decided to try and go on the support. Now, granted, his team were right behind him, so it will be a fight in the end. The Monkey King, he's not able to afford a BKB or anything of the sort this game, anything he'd need to operate in a fight, so he just goes down. But the Medusa at least takes advantage of the space, puts out just enough damage to bring down the Grimstroke. That's very important, but can she get out of the way? Can she reset the fight with her team? Her supports are going to come out here, try and help her control the rampant Rusman, who also doesn't have any sort of immunity item at all. I mean, a BKB can't save you from the grip, but he lacks any kind of defense against that, and he's finally the one they feel safe to catch. There's no chains or anything there to try and bail out their core hero, their carry, their #1 farmer on the side of M11, and now it's just Enchantress and Ember trying to clean up maybe a bonus kill on the CM, which actually they won't even get yet. Clever Ghost Scepter timing, freezes the Ember, surely dead to this impetus. Walks back into it, catches the spear with her face, but again, I mean, they brought down Rusman this time. That's even better than the last fight by some standards, and surely they can't get it. Yeah, okay. Hater's just going to teleport out. That was very ambitious. But the Medusa is starting to become a force. They couldn't kill her, and she just stood her ground and killed off 2 heroes in that fight. She's looking more Medusa-like as the game goes on.
Yeah, the level 20 talent is a huge pickup there, and It is still a bit of an even fight because the double buyback here, I think it might have even been a dieback on the CM, I believe. Eris dying twice there.
Yeah, at the end, the dieback.
Oh, they found someone.
The okay, they've caught the Grimstroke. I mean, this Mars player is out of this world right now. He is doing everything you could ask from a Mars in terms of initiation. After that one unfortunate fight at bottom lane where you identified he was sort of outplayed or outmaneuvered by the Enchantress. He has never let that happen again. Even in that last fight near their base, maintaining a really safe defensive positioning up on the high ground, and as a result, getting that clutch arena that started the fights out. And even when they are one-hero arenas, they're so decisive and the team's so ready. They are making this playstyle work really as much as you could expect, given the kind of start they've had. I mean, they're looking for maybe something else here. Arena's up. They know Rusman's here, but how many heroes are nearby? Just the Enchantress. They scout her out. I think the Enchantress, I actually don't know if she would have seen the Bane from the high ground there. They're going to probably see each other now, though it's night time. Yeah, okay, they're actually going for it, and the Enchantress is being distracted by the ward game, so they know to pounce. Rusman melds, but in the end has to give it up. There's no way out. The team were just stepping away for a mere moment. Now they'll try and get some revenge. They pick off the Bane before he can rejoin his team, but the Medusa is here, and they're going to catch out the Enchantress, so that support exchange is going to be made on top of just casually killing the TA, assuming... Okay. Hated nearly proved me wrong there. Enchantress, as always, a tricky devil to bring down, but in the end does fall. And, oh my god, they want more. They've caught this Ember. I mean, Grimstroke's around. He's got the Shard. That'll probably help bail the Ember out. You think with the Remnant charges he's got, there's no way he could die, especially when that opportunistic Spirit was a nice try. May have been the kill if he hit it, but just the timing didn't line up. And I mean, the Radiant, they suddenly have control of the map right now. The Monkey King has significantly overtaken both the OD and the Ember. The farm really falling off for these heroes. I guess I predicted it, but it almost feels like I cursed M11 now, because we have kind of gotten past, we're 27 minutes into the game. We're well past that early timing. They are maintaining their 5k gold lead, but they're not increasing it. And these heroes are starting to look less like an effective team fighting unit.
Yeah, and it's going to get even harder now, right? Like, the Aegis onto the Medusa potentially here. We haven't seen the Medusa die in a team fight in quite some time, and all of a sudden, Ag Shard available. I think they give that one also to Medusa.
Yeah, it looks like they will.
He's got a bunch of items sitting here, yeah.
Yeah. Yep, so there's the sort of reactive Lotus Orb / Lincoln's effect on the Mystic Snake. I mean, that's very powerful for controlling these heroes. It's not like they're, you've got a Grimstroke on your team, there's going to be single target spells being cast. So, I mean, anything to just tank up this Medusa to increase her power, right? Scale the net worth, the farm they've already invested into I think that's just their general philosophy. And, I've seen this stuff turn games before, so...
Yeah, it's not even just for the defense, it's for the fact that you just get more mana. Just naturally, it gives you 300-400 mana per snake, and you get that every 12 seconds. That's a lot in these team fights. And right now, we talked up M11, but so far, Atomic Esports, they've dominated this big game, and it doesn't look to be changing anytime soon. The only major item they've picked up is the Rusman BKB on the TA.
Yeah, I mean, are you surprised by how little the items have progressed for these other heroes? I mean, there is now fully an Aghanim Scepter up on this OD, so it's not like they've been making no progress. The Ember, he bought that BKB, he seems to have used it to mostly dive in and still get killed, because, I mean, it's kind of interesting the Embers rushed that BKB and Rusman decided to wait so long on his, and yet we haven't really seen much difference in either of their survivability, thanks to just, the Fiend's Grip, the Stone Gaze, the Wukong's Command, right? Do you think the itemization is part of the problem, or is it just the overall farming pace? You would like to see slightly more efficient map usage from the Dire?
Yeah, I think it comes down to farming pace, and on top of that, not getting kills.
Right.
Like, this is the fast-paced lineup. We talked it up. We said they wanted to just basically have violence going at all times. And they've really dropped their foot off the gas, and you can tell, right? Medusa's just had a free game. They just haven't really pressured Atomic enough to really worry on the side. Like, they're just having free farm on two of their heroes. They're enjoying this, and they know Rusman's huge, but they have the Fiend's Grip to counter it.
Yeah, they found a DD rune now, actually. They're maybe going to leave this for Rusman, and that could be a difference maker. But I think it is, as you say, right? For most, like, the Radiant have reacted to this overwhelming pressure of these heroes, especially their catch potential from all these cores, by just grouping up and only fighting where there's an objective. And I guess you just assume that if you had a big advantage as M11 in that spot, you go at those objectives, right? You walk at the towers, and it was working for them for a while, but then for whatever reason, a couple of team fights went wrong, and suddenly they seem to have lost their power to put pressure on objectives. That split pushes come in, or there are just heroes more confident in staying in the lanes longer and clearing out the creep waves for Atomic, and suddenly this lineup has nowhere to go, even with the heroes that are powerful.
It's a one mistake against a Medusa lineup. It's all you need to push the tempo back in. And in fact, saying that, it's still a net worth advantage towards M11. It's still a slight edge in just like map momentum. Once this Aegis runs out, there's going to be a huge window they can start to pressure. But they're trying to use it, right? This is 2 minutes on Aegis, and they're just using Medusa to solo frontline here.
Yeah, this is only possible with Aegis, but still kind of breathtaking how aggressive she is. Although, obviously, the team's right behind her. Great soulbind, but the Mars still got his arena off. A BKB is now ready, and he's really making use of it. And they successfully, again, use the arena to trap one core hero on the other side of the fight. The Ember is then controlled by the Fiend's Grip. They get the full channel off. He's dead. OD and TA did nothing during that fight. The Stone Gaze, there's just so many overlapping spells that either literally or figuratively are walling out these heroes. And any hero who gets caught on the wrong side of these spells just gets no help, getting gunned down by 4 heroes at once.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, it literally just said one more team fight is all you need, and now they're up on the high ground, they're pushing up, and Aegis didn't even get used. It felt like an awkward situation where, honestly, they weren't on the same page for M11. Like, some people went for the Medusa with the Aegis, some people were going for the Monkey King, and now, Ember, this is a dieback. Yeah, this Ember's game has been a very sad one. Like, his item build just... This is the worst spot he could possibly have gotten caught in terms of his farm, right? He has the BKB, but for what purpose? In teamfights, he really has become a non-factor beyond that initial chains, maybe to pin some heroes down. But it's not his team who are pinning heroes down and catching them anymore, and then just getting caught at his, Rack's kind of reckless positioning with no one else there from his team. It's... it seems like the team are in a bit of disarray. I'm sure they didn't expect the game to go like this. This wasn't in their plan. And now they're just totally flat-footed as this Medusa draft finally pulls into an overall gold lead. Yeah, and they're saying that they are trying to get the Medusa over and over again, getting Astral here. And I don't know if there's a third Astral. There's not, but yeah. Again, 12 seconds on the Agents. This is the fight time they want to take.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, relatively low cooldown there. The Mars Arena does force the BKB out of Rusman. He finally gets to leave it. I mean, it says something that we were talking in the draft about how hard it would be to catch some of these core heroes who are so mobile with the arena, and then they just seem to have effortlessly managed time after time. But again, it's not going to have a 100% success rate at the very least, and you trust Rusman if anyone. He is still the overall net worth leader in the game, right? We know that Medusa maybe does a bit more with it, but he's certainly not without his potency. It's just a matter of, like, can he find a team fight where his team isn't sort of immediately caught out of position and destroyed?
Yeah, I mean, I said 4 Protect 1 style drafting. I thought Atomic was the one that was going to get stuck in that rut. And then you look at the net worth and you think Rusman, he might just be on an island by himself farming away, and he doesn't really have a team to back him up right now because they're so far behind. And this is the problem. Against a Medusa draft, if you're under farm, Medusa can kill everyone equally. So anyone that tries to do damage, anyone that tries to get involved, they're just getting picked apart by this split shot. Yeah. And of course, they have great single target disables to really contest like any attempt to 4 Protect 1, especially when your 1 isn't as naturally tanky as, of course, Medusa is. I think you might have hit on something there really, like, you don't expect this to be a 4 Protect 1 draft. And it just seems like the other two cores, right, the OD and the Ember, it's not as though they didn't have map control. They could have spread out and farmed, but it just seems maybe because of the Ember's lack of itemization or just OD as a hero, not the greatest farmer, even with like a Meteor Hammer, he can't really fully optimally make use of the map. Maybe it was just great sense by Atomic that they wouldn't actually pay that dearly if they just abandoned a lot of their map and they just kept their heroes safe, didn't let M11 take any more in terms of objectives than they could force. And over time, this Medusa has just slowly but surely done the thing we knew it would. Yeah, that is definitely true. Just delay the game. We knew this was going to happen. If you're going to have a win on Atomic, they have to just delay the game. Delay. And now I'm curious to see how M11, like, they've been punched once and... They're smoking in. They're willing to take another bite at the apple.
Gem up on Hated. They're going to run
find
into
anyone.
the Mars. Oh, look at the Mars's positioning again. Bane expertly breaks like what must be his third smoke gank on the day. Mars is hanging around, got BKB Blink ready. They're just looking as soon as they know. And they know, jumps in with the Arena, catches the OD out now. The team isn't fully there in support, but with the BKB, he's tanking it up. And already the Medusa's wreaking havoc from the edge of the Arena. Kills 2 heroes almost immediately. OD forced to sell BKB. Rusman is trapped by a Fiend's Grip on the back of the fight. Every possible avenue cut off almost before the fight begins for M11. What a disaster. Rusman manages to blink out of that spear, but they catch him immediately in that copse of trees, and he will be a corpse with the trees, along with the rest of his unit. That's crazy how fast that team fight falls apart. Apart from this Mars blink, there's nothing really that dramatic going on, right? Monkey is just sort of leaping in, Medusa's casually walking over, and yet this team that has remnants, that has meld blink, all of this, they just can't react.
Yeah, they just have no damage. It's not about reacting right now. They know where the enemy heroes are. They know where to play. And the Mars Arena comes down, drops 3 of them, the 2 supports plus the OD. And all of a sudden, it doesn't matter how slow Medusa is. He's got those 3 kills stuck in a little pit there. And OD's the only one to get out. But it means that Rusman was forced to commit. There's no way of stopping him from the Fiend's Grip. And this is all but GG here, unless M11 pull off a miracle.
I mean, yeah, it's just been realistically now, with Einstein, it's been one-way traffic for like 10 or 15 minutes, more even. And you know, we've been sort of giving M11 credit because they have been so strong all season. This draft did look like it had some good ideas, but the way it's shaken out, I'm not sure what started the cracks, but it has fully come to pieces now, and it really does seem to be all over, bar the base breaking, which Medusa is, you know, not being laggardly about. They're going to fall back after taking bottom racks, maybe reset. They're obviously going to push the other lanes in at a bare minimum. But yeah, as you know, the world's their oyster at this point. As you mentioned, they've actually managed to fully scale this mid Monkey King. Mars is not doing anything too poorly either. And I mean, my mind goes to the draft for game 2. If we assume that things are going to continue and Atomic close this out, I mean, that must be psychologically disastrous for M11, because if this last pick Medusa can kind of roll you with just default Medusa play, like, where do you go to in the next draft?
Yeah. I think they got pranked, honestly. The mid monkey they weren't ready for, and the Ember Spirit has felt quite lackluster. The final smoke of the game here potentially, and they found the OD.
Yep, they cut him off immediately again. This is what I mean, they just can't save anyone, right? I guess in this case, the Tay and the Ember aren't close enough, they're able to immediately leave, but they just give ground, they give up 2 heroes straight away. Like, if they can't blink in, because as you said, they don't have enough damage, there's no offensive reaction for them. This CM and this Bane that seem to be such easy targets, they haven't died in a while either. They're just hanging out in the back of these team fights, feeling fine. Ghost Scepter and Glimmer Cape to preserve the CM. Bane's just kind of going in with God on his side, and even then, no deaths on him in a little while.
Found him.
Wow, they just sleep him, and I mean...
What? Oh, the Cloak of Flames, you fool!
Oh, he broke the sleep before the Bane was ready to grip. That's unfortunate. They were trying to line up the stuns very optimally, right? It makes sense. You would spear him to a tree first. That's harder to do, but yeah, they end up giving up a core kill. I mean, granted, at this point, I think that maybe they're just going to laugh it off as they take a Roshan, but it does make you look pretty silly on the stream.
Yeah. I mean, the big thing is, like, that's a no buyback Ember.
True.
If they get that kill, they just go get the last racks. Instead, they now just take the ages and they have to play a bit.
They have to play more Dota. Ugh.
Yeah, they have to play Dota. Can you believe it?
I have to keep casting this Dota. I mean, I was motioning for the you know, leave lobby button when they had him stunned. So now I've got to keep casting for like 2, 5, 10 minutes. God.
It's an ODTA high ground. Honestly, they could defend, could turn the game, but right now it is
true. We should be
very
serious.
much in Atomic's driving seat.
Refresher shard up on this Monkey King is pretty terrifying if you're trying to defend your base. That's a lot of space covered in Wukong's command, potentially. Dusa has no need for refresher shards. He's waiting to sub in a swift blink when her Aegis is down, I guess. And now they're just going to commit.
Wukong. How do you fight into that? Look at the size of this thing.
I mean, you don't, and it seems like that's M11's idea as well, but unfortunately you don't have a lot of racks left. Okay, and Mars is going to make you fight. Not into the pit, but you don't need the pit. Look at that Mars damage! He gets a second arena. Did they pass the shard over, I guess? Or he just has his own refresher. And, wow, that's certainly one way to ice a game. Although, okay, they turn all the bait from the monkey, cheeses up. Now they're going to turn around and commit. TA is just vaporized. Was once the strongest hero in the game, still second top of the net worth, but this is just victory lap stuff The GG has already been typed, the throne already exploded, and a whole armada of monkeys will celebrate that very historic victory by Atomic.
Yeah, this was absolutely massive right here, and I'm curious to see how they're going to actually take this to the next level.
I mean, for M11, right? Because for Atomic, I feel like that was the level. Even the laning phase, they did better than expected. We were cautious in our praise, but they just kept going and going and going. It never really got good for M11, apart from that brief span where they're able to turn the TA's Desolator into a couple of towers. But in hindsight, that kind of just feels like space for Medusa.
Yeah, I mean, getting all this space to Magician. We said like the Manta was the big window of opportunity. Like the item timing was perfect. He started to push. They won that bottom fight with it, and then the Skadi rapidly approached. And it is a shame because you see that net worth bar. You look at the blue line. That's actually Rusman. That's not the Medusa that was so far ahead.
Yeah,
they just weren't able to capitalize in the end.
That was what I was looking for, really. It was like how fast the Medusa progressed. But she maybe didn't have the world's most tremendous lane. But what I noticed is the gap at 10 minutes and beyond between the Monkey and the Ember, right? We kind of identified pretty early on that this lane wasn't going so well, and we thought maybe the Ember would bounce back. Instead, he got bounced into the jungle. And it really looks like that Monkey King, that was the hero that eventually was able to put a stop to the rampage of Rusman. In the end, you know, finally.
Yeah, I mean, they had a lot of stun. They had a lot of lockdown. And it was just a very well executed game from Atomic Esports. But that is game number 1 of a best of 3, Bard. So we're going to have a quick break and we're going to see if M11 can bring it back or if Atomic can put their stamp into the grand final straight away. We'll see right after this.
Ulti's gonna pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Gonna be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
Had a quick break, which means we had a bit of time to really start to evaluate game number 1 while the players are coming in. But I gotta ask, do you think that Medusa's gonna get banned into game 2, or do you think they're gonna maybe let it through and respect it a bit more?
I feel like, especially if you early ban the Medusa, I think that's an admission of defeat. I feel like they're going to talk amongst themselves and say, we could have won that game. If we could go back to the draft right now, maybe to them, like you sort of implied, it would be mostly as simple as just swapping the lanes around, right? Do you feel as though maybe if they just put the TA in mid, things would have gone completely different?
Honestly, I felt like that Monkey King had way too good of a time. Like, you've got OD, which completely bins it, and you've also got the TA, which does a really good job as well. So I was surprised when they ran that Ember, and they didn't give him any way to catch back up. They didn't rotate to kill. They didn't bring extra heroes for the action runes, the 6 and 8 minute runes. So it just felt like they left him in the lurch. They kind of just left him alone there.
Yeah, they didn't make any stacks for any of their heroes, as you mentioned, with multiple good stack takers on their side. I mean, it kind of felt like one of the sports they really wanted to put pressure on bottom lane. Obviously, that's where the Medusa is. They had an OD with a Meteor Hammer. They really wanted to back him up, so kind of sieging with that. But it still took them way too long to get that done down there. And, I mean, I saw the Enchantress come over a couple of times a bit later on in the lane before the teams had completely broken down and gripped up. But every time she moved over, it felt like that CM, right? We laughed early on, but that really did seem to be like it was just shadowing the Enchantress, blunting her impact wherever she went. The Bane was pretty quick to hop over as well. I think I even said when we were doing the head-to-heads, right? Like, I really rate the supports out of M11, and I need to see the Atomic supports step up to their level. I have been shown that after just one game, fully satisfied.
Yeah, I mean, it does help they've got the Bane, right? Like, the best counter to a one-man style draft. And they had Rusbin being that one-man. He was so farmed. But he got Fiend scripted about 3, maybe 4 times in a row. All of a sudden, he's got no gameplay. He's got no Lincolns. He's got no Aeon Disc, no way to get out of this. And it felt like, honestly, the Atomic supports carried the game. Like, I know we talk about the Medusa, we talk about how much farm they got there, but without that Bane, without the CM, and I cannot believe I'm saying this, I don't think they win the game without them going absolutely hack.
I mean, was it just about the CM, like, freezes landing? I think the Bane play, we've seen a lot of Bane over the last couple of patches, right? I think it's pretty easy to see that was a very strong Bane game. Great gameplay, absurd positioning, tremendous coordination with the Mars. But the CM, what stood out that made that hero feel right in the moment to you?
Honestly, it's just the ability to not get picked off. I don't know if it was the hero specifically or the playstyle, but the fact that it didn't die 25 times, which is what I expect from a Crystal Maiden, is insane. Like, I looking at the game now, you're like, yeah, he had a couple deaths in lane. He ended up getting 10 deaths, but they were all valued. And you can rarely say that about a support, that they had so many valued deaths. Likewise for the Bane, just body blocking smoke gangs.
Yeah, and especially against these heroes, right? Like, these are heroes that pretty easily just gobble up supports, even if the support doesn't really do anything wrong. I think we saw all of one time, right, after that big team fight at the Roche Pit where the rest of the team died, the Bane kind of went to the other side of the map and then just got caught alone in a lane, like, well out from a tower. That's the only time I can remember that happening, like, in the whole game. And aside from moments like where the supports kind of let themselves catch some spells to start a fight where the team was immediately there, or to catch that smoke gank and successfully got their core out of the fight, right? Like you said, value deaths. I can't even remember, like, them getting caught. No Ember, slight chains, no hammer combo from the OD, not even the TA just blinking and gunning you down with the meld. And that's pretty absurd. I think it says something both about their positioning, but also, like, the warding, right? Because you can't always react to that.
Course, yeah.
The vision game, they seem to get away with a lot and just have really tremendous vision the whole time on the side of the Radiant.
Yeah, it's something we rarely, as casters, pinpoint. because it's so hard to explain the intricacies of warding to someone in that 10-15 second little tidbit of information we have to provide. But when you have that vision capability, especially against something like an OD and a TA, someone that wants to jump in and blow someone up, and include the Ember there as well, it's just so much damage. But we've got the fun part. We've got what we want to talk about. We have a draft underway, and we might jump over there right now.
Yeah, I mean, we're back to the draft again, and so far, I mean, the first couple of bans, judging by game one, are likely to be pretty standard again. These really powerful heroes that just kind of take their lane, win their lane against basically any opposition, and then turn that into a team-wide win. We ban out the Kunkka, ban out the Sand King, ban out the SD, and the DP, just the exact same stuff. And but I think you've kind of said it right there. The vision, it was so important specifically to make that matchup playable. It really transformed how those teams looked like they would fare against each other in the draft, right? Looking at the draft, you don't just assume that you'll have perfect Mars Arena into immediate perfect Fiend Script follow-up to start every fight and isolate those cores. But if you have full vision of the enemy team and they don't have vision of you, it's pretty easy for good players to do that. So maybe that's why they banned out the Beastmaster, and maybe we'll see M11 kind of contest those vision heroes more. Maybe they pick up something like a Night Stalker and try to actually, you know, kind of put some draft energy towards doing better in that phase of the game.
That is true. Currently, we are not watching a replay here, Bud. This is a different draft.
It's good to clarify.
The same heroes.
Yeah.
They are just getting the same heroes. And if I looked, I had to double check. I'm like, no, I'm not watching a replay.
Yeah.
I'm just watching the
Or are
exact
we?
same
Or
stuff.
are we? I mean, we are, but yeah, these teams definitely they're doing the puppy draft thing. They're locking eyes. They're arm wrestling. This is a game of Dota 2 drafting chicken, where Team M11. I mean, we could just see the same 10 heroes again. I wouldn't even be surprised, right? Because if you're Atomic Esports, you're like, well, we just beat them with this lineup in a way that felt very kind of exactly how you draw it up. We're obviously confident in our ability to win it again, but M11, they must feel as though their draft was very solid. And like I said, maybe just a swap of the lanes, maybe just itemizing differently so that they can take better advantage of the huge map control they had at around 15 minutes without forcing those team fights that kind of cost them their momentum. I'm not sure. It really felt like they had the opportunity to kind of seize and keep control of that game at some point.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if they turn around and then play the exact same 4 heroes but switch out the OD for a Mars on M11, completely different game. Like Atomic Esports, we saw like the last bit of piece of cake coming through was the refresher of Mars ulti, but we were hyping up every single arena that they threw down. It was massive. And imagine if Atomic didn't have that. How do they set these fights up? And M11, they have the first pick here out of the banning phase.
Yeah.
I want to see them go back and pick up the Mars, or at least respect banner here.
Yeah, because this is, you're going to say if they got the Mars instead of the OD, it's like, well, they'll have to prioritize it a bit higher because this is where Atomic Esports snapped it up in their previous draft. So now they've threatened to do the same thing again. We saw how devastating the Bane and Mars combo was. I'm with you. Even if you didn't think you yourself wanted to play the Mars, I think you have to respect any combo that looks so practiced and so clean as Atomic just did with those two heroes kind of playing together to initiate. And I mean, I was hyping up those arenas because I've seen some wimpy arenas, admittedly. Casting LPL, not every Mars game is quite so great, and they do respect that Mars. They do follow your sage advice, Poland, and they grab it up for themselves. M11, they can certainly play a Mars, and it'll be a whole different story in the team fights now.
And on top of this, it's actually a pseudo counter to the Medusa as well. Like, Medusa's not really a BKB hero, so when you throw that arena down, even if you don't kill her in the arena, she can't auto attack out. So a lot of that split shot damage is going to be wasted. Mars can eat a lot of it as well with the Bulwark. So Atomic Esports, their massive win conditions, which were the Bane, the Mars, and obviously the Medusa, one's been stolen away from them, and one of them is much worse in the game as a whole. And I kind of want to see how they react in this draft. I don't know if they're going to go with CM again. That was the wild card for me in game number 1.
Yeah, that seemed like it was a combination of reacting to the enemy Enchantress pick, also reacting obviously to their cores, right? Like any root pre-sold against, say, Ember and TA, but Yeah, like you said, and with the Mars and the Medusa probably not being on your team, you assume there's less reason to pick it up. But I mean, again, they've already committed to the Monkey King. It's obviously not a bad hero, but you thought this was going to be maybe a 4th position last game. It ended up being their mid and kind of helping them win the game in a very real way. But you can't presume this is just going back to a mid Monkey King, right? This is at least a flex pick.
It's always going to be a flex pick, and that's like the beauty of Monkey King. I want to see M11 flex it because they've got the last pick of the draft here. So I want to see them flex the Ember away from the Monkey King because we saw that was a pathetic matchup for them. They just didn't know how to play it. And now Atomic, they go with the IO, they combo with Night Stalker. Okay, that's momentum. That's some vision.
Yeah, and with the IO as well, right? Like Atomic Esports, they were able to sort of bend but not break, play the defensive game themselves last time based on great vision control. They're like, well, this time we're going to triple down on that vision control, and we are going to have the tools to make our own, sort of small, low cooldown, opportunistic engagements happen, right? If you are near the Bane, you are going to get slept and relocated on. You are going to get Fiend Script and Monkey Pitted as the monkey springs off the trees. You're going to get Boundless struck out of nowhere from Monkey King who's just sitting up perched on a tree, and then suddenly have, Night Stalker on top of you projecting silence. These are bad situations for any hero that sort of needs to farm away from the team past the early game. If you are playing like more of a, I don't know what that Embers build was really meant to be. We didn't really ever see it develop much, but I can see games where Ember Spirit has a really hard time against that kind of such intense ganking power, such control out of nowhere. And depending on what the next couple of picks are from M11, there might be more heroes who are vulnerable to this kind of play.
That is true. M11, they go with the Gyrocopter.
Not so much that
themselves.
one.
Okay. Gyrocopter without any buff heroes, though. There's no Ogre, there's no Invoker, there's really no IO Amp either. That's a surprising pick, and I'm curious to see if they flex it as a support.
Yeah, I was about to say there's no Ogre, but you're right. They just banned it themselves, and it's not as though that was a hero that was, obviously shown to be high priority for both teams in game one. So it seems like maybe you could have at least left it in the pool for your own last pick potentially, but no, they're satisfied to leave it behind. And you know what? Wouldn't be surprised to see a 5th position Gyro or even a 4th position Gyro maybe here, depending on how they want the lanes to line up, right? And again, if that is a support, it does leave the big open question, who is your last pick, right? If you want to flex the Ember away from the Monkey, that likely means you're picking your mid-hero last here into, well, it could be the Monkey, but could also easily be, I suppose you'll know the matchup, but that you can't plan for it. So are they just going to counterpick whatever the last pick out of Atomic is, whatever that seems to reveal about their mid lane? Or, what do M11 need here?
It's M11 right now, I feel like they have to avoid the Monkey King Ember matchup, like we said. And I will say this, like we talk about like preference and banning, etc. You mentioned the Ogre. Night Stalker's been played once this tournament. And this is the second time. Crystal Maiden had been played once this tournament. This is the second time. How do you draft against a team that has not showcased any of their strats coming into the playoffs? So for M11, I can understand their panic, their worry in this drafting sequence right now as they go with the Razor and the Tiny Ban. But for Atomic Esports, I don't even know where they're going to go, and they go with the Medusa.
Oh my god, really? I mean, IO Medusa, that's scary stuff, and they have the Monkey King. I suppose for them, maybe the Night Stalker ultimate's a bit like the Mars ultimate, and that it makes it hard for them to sort of move as they want through the team fight to target who they want. But yeah, Atomic Esports, I suppose why would they show fear after game one, right? Like that Medusa looked... It overcame, and, if you could win that game, surely you can win any such game. M11 now with one pick to redress this threat.
Yeah, I mean, now they have to worry, is it a Medusa mid? Is it a Medusa carry? Is the Monkey King mid carry or off lane, etc., etc.? And for Team M11, they've drafted themselves back into a rut once again. Game one, we didn't give the Atomic draft enough credit. Game two, it feels like Team M11 have done the same thing. They have a better way of dealing it with the Mars. But Gyro, I don't know if he's going to get the kind of farm we need to see from him. Which is why I think it needs to be a support. I don't think it can be a carry here.
I don't know. I mean, it could easily be, it could easily have been a support, or it could easily be a support, I guess, here. I thought maybe they were picking it because the sort of their problem last time, right, was getting damage on the supports. Maybe they wanted a flat cannon, but it will be hated. Running that gyrocopter, I mean, the lengthy lockdown, right, it's going to make it very hard for the Monkey King to play. It's kind of a classic hero for limiting his mobility in fights. Having more stuns is always good. And now they've got the Bat Rider, so they are definitely in the running to control these team fights better than they did the last game between the Grimstreak, the Mars, the Gyro, and the Bat. They're really going to try and punish this Medusa for being stationary. But, I mean, last time they couldn't really fight into her once the rest of Atomic's draft got rolling. So do you feel as though switching the Mars, the Mars sort of defecting to M11 and being replaced by Night Stalker, I guess, plus the IO factor, does that change the equation dramatically? Or is this going to be another similar game for Atomic?
I think for Atomic, they're going to play very similar. It's less stun, less lockdown, so more priority on getting on the right targets for the Night Stalker Crippling Fear. The one thing I will say, though, is M11's draft is much better now, and it's much more simple to actually execute, because they've got the Mars Arena. Rather than relying on those pseudo stuns from the OD's Astral, they've got that big lockdown, the big team fight, and they did exactly what we thought they would. Yeah. However, got a game on our side, so we'll jump into that. We'll stop talking about it, and we'll start to watch it finally. Yeah, no more hypotheticals. And indeed, for M11, no more, sort of chances, no more escalation, no more we'll get them next time. This is potentially, their last game, at least in contention for this championship. If they lose, we will see them tomorrow, but only in the consolation bronze medal match. So they obviously really want to avenge their earlier defeat. But I got to tell you, I'm a little concerned, not in a way where I can analyze this and say they're definitely going to fall behind, but certainly last game, they lost a grip on this Medusa early on. Now she has an IO backing her up, and that just seems so terrifying. The one thing I will say is more than likely the IO is going to play in a lane with the Night Stalker. It's very hard for them to have IO in all three lanes. So I want to see the Bane with Medusa rather than the IO early. Yeah. And that gives you a bit more room to try and punish. Right now, all of the heroes from Atomic are top lane. And, sort of mirroring on the other side of the map, there was an attempted smoke from M11. Neither team, as a consequence, finds each other. Medusa staying well safely under a tier 1, and wisely so. And now that Monkey King is scouting it, okay, Hated actually managed to just immediately catch onto the early mid-ward and gun that down. So good early start to our support Gyrocopter. I mean, you picked this immediately as a support, and it is something we've seen multiple teams, notably Patriots, I think last season or the season before, really do a good job with making that the support Gyrocopter sing. What's its role in this game? What's great about the Gyrocopter, especially early on, that they can look to capitalize on? Yeah, it's a hero that can force stuns on top of its head. Like, they don't have the greatest lockdown we talked about. Like, they have the Boundless Strike, the Nightmare, and the Fiend's Grip. That's all they have as actual stuns. Like, you can include the Void as a pseudo stun, but it means that if Hayden's on top of your head using that massive Rocket Barrage damage, you have to respect it. You actually have to start dealing with him. And now they're just going to look for some damage on the Bane, and this makes the lane much easier than last time. Yeah, exactly. The Gyrocopter certainly made of sterner stuff, and obviously having that level 1 homing missile, it's big damage, right? We know the Brain Sap's a good spell level 1, but not the only one in the lane, and obviously you're going to try and get as much value as you can while Mars only equipped with that God's Rebuke. It's not the best spell for making a kill happen, but you have to assume as soon as the Spear comes into play, the Spear of Mars follow-up on basically any homing rocket hit near this lane. There's so many trees around. That could be really dangerous, especially for the Bane. Or they can just continue to pressure the Medusa as they are now, right? Like, this is certainly a lane that has more potential for aggression compared to last time, where I think the Medusa maybe got away with the lane a bit compared to what we expected against the OD. Yeah, that is true. Against the OD especially, like, we thought OD was going to be able to punish hard and didn't really. But this is a level 3 matchup that we're looking towards. Like, you said the Spear is going to be a big upgrade. Hated getting 2 levels in Rocket Barrage, making it deal almost double damage, lower cooldown. It's that big window there, because level 2 Rocket Barrage is enough to kill any hero in the game in mid lane. First blood. Whoa! Wow. I looked away for just a second, but of course it doesn't take many levels either. 2 in Napalm, 1 in Firefly. But I mean, what is a Monkey King going to do, right? You're a melee hero. You can't mischief dodge that one, really. The ticks of the Firefly adding up way too quickly, and I think there might be a little bit of revenge being taken here, a little bit of proving yourself. Because that Ember matchup, as you said, that was really maybe the first thing to go seriously wrong for M11 last game. You don't want to be responsible for your team losing both
games in an elimination matchup like this.
Yeah. Honestly, it feels like, because like obviously we said they had the last pick, so they had that opportunity to counter, and it feels like a giant like smack in the face on Atomic, because they're like, you know what? Yeah, you got game 1. Yeah, you picked this little sneaky Monkey King mid lane. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna ruin his life. We're gonna pick the worst matchup physically possible. Maybe Necro would have been worse, but I can't imagine he would have fun in the Batrider or the Necro matchups.
Yeah, it's like last game we're like, well, he has 3 bad matchups. There's no way he can succeed, and he managed to defeat that. It's like almost like an anime. It's like your reward is a tougher matchup. Now you have to fight Batrider mid. Let's see how well your heroics work now. And I mean, they're not. He's covered in napalm right now. 4 stacks under his tower, zoned completely off the creep wave, not allowing him anywhere near those creeps. 6 stacks now. You can see another kill attempt. Flame break. That's got to be dead. Yep. Came forward to hit 1 single creep in defiance and immediately punished with ease.
Yeah, and he will have the benefit of he waited 70 seconds before he died, so he gets the TP back in there. That is something. And bot lane, by the way, they're looking for a kill here.
Oh, I think it's concerning if you have to plan coming in to hit 1 creep around whether or not your TP's up for when you die as a mid laner.
Oh,
but
I've done it before. I've done it before.
You gotta do what you gotta do, right? He's trying to make this happen now. Bottom lane, though, as you said, oh man, that rocket barrage damage as of so quickly on the support. The Medusa just sort of thankful it's not her, is running that 1 charge, so pretty tanky even with just the 1 level in Martyrdom, but that's okay. They will feast on the Bane.
As well?
Oh, no way! How is this happening in all 3 lanes? Maybe the other 2 I would have expected, but okay, the Ember Grimstroke combo, it didn't really come up in the first game because the Ember honestly didn't really do much to make the news, but this is a really potent duo. So I guess that does account for it. The IO also out of the lane at the time, but man, okay, M11, they are back in a huge way so far, making miss kills all over the map as they are just constantly aggressive.
I mean, you said not in the news on the Ember Spirit. He was in the news, but not for the
wrong
reason.
It was a car crash. It was a train wreck of an Ember game. Hundreds killed, but you know, none by Ember.
I mean, no. All as Ember. Like
hundreds of dead Ember
alone.
Spirits, my new punk band.
Yeah.
Doing only Dota cover songs. Okay, anyway, Batrider has the lasso already in the mid lane, just having a ball of a time. Soon those boots of travel will be up, rushing those. At that point, like, now that we're in the driver's seat, right? Like, do you get aggressive on this Batrider immediately? Do you try and sort of make sure that you're secure, get a second item on top, and only teleport if there's like a kill already to capitalize on? Do you just chase the Monkey King around and continue ruining his life like this?
Honestly, it's you push the lane, you push the tempo, you do exactly what he's doing now, and then you take a small camp, and then you push the lane a bit more, take this tier 1 tower out of contention. Because right now, you can't TP supports in, right? Like, there's no way of, like, defending this with supports, because Batrider will just run over you anyway. So if you can get this tower down early...
it's not just Batrider who run over you. Hayden is looking for another kill on this Bane. The Bane slept Gyro for just a second, but of course the delayed stun of the missile lines up so that the Bane is stunned as Gyro comes out of sleep. And if the Mars had, you know, maybe been a little bit closer, there wouldn't have even been the potential of escape. Now we're hiding in the trees, and it does look like some canny positioning will allow the Bane to survive. But the pressure these heroes are under is insane right now. Of course, you're not going to be able to get to mid and help the Monkey King. You can barely get out of your own tower range right now. See, just a brief pause.
A brief pause. I mean, maybe it's just for Batrider to reevaluate his life choices, to relax and maybe not kill the Monkey King for the 3rd time this game. But
have some
I
mercy.
will say I'm very impressed by how much farm he's gotten from the small camp here on Monkey. Like Atomic, they're finding ways to keep him in the game. They're finding ways to make sure they don't have a mid laner that was just incredibly useless.
It does. I mean, you mentioned retired TI winner Thompson earlier, right? It does remind me a little bit of his play, obviously, because it is the Monkey, but also just that if you are a person who's going to legitimately try and make a career out of playing unusual mid laners, even into difficult matchups, this is what you have to know. You have to be able to just kind of like steal farm that you don't deserve out from under their noses, take every possible edge. And it's not as if the Batrider isn't pressuring, right? We saw him, you know, extremely aggressively shove the Batrider off the lane. We've seen the Batrider, shove the Monkey off the lane. We've seen the Batrider taking this camp when he's had the chance to, but he can't be everywhere. And we did see the Bane, actually, we were joking about not leaving the lane, but he was drifting over towards spell range of the Bat. I bet if you dive a little little bit too aggressively on this hero, which, as you mentioned, would have to be pretty aggressive. But I'm sure there will be a response if Batrider oversteps, right? They are waiting for that kind of confidence. That being said, though, still definitely a dire-flavored early game. And M11 seem to be correcting their mistakes, taking back stuff that they kind of let slip from their grasp in game one.
Yeah, and we mentioned that the rotations are available once they have levels, right? Like, without levels on Bane, what's he rotating to save and what's he going to do?
True.
We are back in the game, however, so maybe there's going to be some more blood. Maybe there's going to be some more violence in these lanes.
Yeah, Mars is still a little bit away from level 6, which I think would be judging by again Mars in game 1, would be a big go sign for M11 if they aren't ready to rotate their bat yet. He's still trying to get to those boosts to travel very close to having them, may even have them around the same time, and boy, wouldn't that be a power spike. In the top lane, meanwhile, this Night Stalker has really actually been starved of experience relative to his opposite number, or even the carry. Rusman's already 6 on that Ember, and I'm honestly a little bit concerned about that, right? Even though the last hits are looking okay, that bodes ill. You really want to have that Dark Ascension ready as a real power spike to try and contend with all the powerful spells that are about to come out of M11.
Speaking of powerful spells, Bane, he's in trouble.
Oh.
Hayden just gets a freebie there.
Yeah, the nuke damage is so big, and this Bane, I mean, we talked about him being such an important hero in game 1. That was in his role with his team, right? Outside of that, all he can really do is catch some ganks, and he caught some good ones in game 1. Can't really extend the same credit to these sorts of deaths, right? He's kind of just getting isolated, and I think it's the attention being paid to the vision game again. By picking these supports that can just 1v1 enemy supports that can roam the jungle, right? Look at the contrast in the wards from game 1. This time, it's M11 who have great vision around their enemy triangle and are stopping this Bane from doing anything. Just killed again. Yeah.
Oh, and they've brought in...
Lasso on the Knight, okay. Can we get... And there's not even a command up this. Monkey King hasn't skilled at level 6. Understandable, but boy, you'd love to have had it there. As it is, though, just the stun and maybe the threat of the command, right? They can't say for sure he doesn't have it. They back out and they leave that kill behind. So you save your Night Stalker, but I mean, again, it's a level 5.5 Night Stalker with boots and a bracer. Not really a terror yet. This Medusa obviously needs a lot of time and space yet to come online. And this time your Monkey King isn't even having as good a game as it was before. So of the whole team right now, somehow even further in the hole than they were in game 1.
Yeah, I mean, this time it is 7-0. It feels like M11 have cleaned up their sloppy mistakes, right?
Yeah.
It looks exactly like game 1, except they're not throwing lives to get these kills.
Although this Batrider might be in trouble. No cooldown to make this safe, but oh, there's a lot of damage coming out of that. Oh, the Firefly's just crushing them immediately. They can't keep it up. There's no extra support there. Again, not having these levels is killing them on these heroes right now. The Night Stalker just has to watch the Batrider tauntingly float around on the boots of travel. There's no way to hold that target in place. No extra damage coming in from the auto attacks. And yeah, just bit off more than they could chew, maybe hoping he didn't have the supports waiting. But again, this is what the vision advantage means. Obs for the Dire on the low ground, Obs for the Dire on the high ground. They knew exactly what they were getting into there. And this time it was Atomic who did.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you look at these lanes and you wonder... Like, I said tier 1 tower mid lane is super important to take. It's already down to 170 health, and you wonder, like, how are they going to come back in this time? Because Atomic, last time they had the delay of game, but this time it feels like there's more initiation.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, even this Medusa, right? She's just watching Mars take the creep camp in front of her. She's not even really farming, like, with this space like you'd hope. And the mid tower goes down. You mentioned correcting their mistakes from game 1. That's a mistake, a big physical mistake corrected. They could not take that mid tower this early in game 1, no matter what they tried, seemingly. Now, they get the job done. They take a bunch of kills from the heroes trying to defend it. They immediately, preemptively establish vision control around it, which... I mean, they're trying to deward now, but they seemingly have maybe missed this deep obs up here, or they're just trusting that it won't be a danger anymore. But you're right, like, so much going subtly better for M11.
Yeah, 4K net worth at 10 minutes is pretty huge as well. Like, it's not just suddenly, it's like everything is coming up their way. And we didn't talk about it, but Rusman, he's building a Battle Fury Ember. Not a build we see often, but it still works now. They pick up a freebie in the mid lane maybe as well. Yeah,
potentially. Yeah, they do. They do get that IO for free. Night Stalker will TP away, I guess, under the cover. They're going to try and make something of this bottom, knowing there was this commitment top. But obviously, there's still heroes down the bottom with spells to throw, most notably the Arena of Blood, which basically cost the Bane his life on the spot. And now it's going to be Night Stalker versus Mars, but that's not really an even challenge. There's enough gas in the tank, obviously, to float away. Mars has expanded his combo, but it's demoralizing And right now, that's happening. Those sorts of small bad trades are happening all over the map, and it's accumulating into now, 4K gold lead, edging towards 5K as we speak. And this monkey is being stalked. There's no lasso, but even +1 hero, maybe even not +1 hero, bold initiation actually just forces the TP immediately. That's the kind of pressure that Atomic feel themselves under.
Yeah, and the worst part is they've left Medusa here. Medusa is going to farm on top, basically signaling that there are heroes coming across. And he gets out at least, but you lose a tower bot lane for it, and you get nothing out of it. That's the thing. It's a rotation that didn't waste any time, because they even had Grimstroke sitting in the mid lane for M11. They had that ability to make sure that there was no farm being wasted anywhere around the map.
I mean, when we went back over it and we had some time to at the end and towards the dying stages of Game 1, this felt like the time of the game, the window, which M11 really squandered. You know, maybe not in a huge, obvious way, but just by not getting enough done. This time, they are really throwing down the gauntlet. As you said, not wasting any opportunities, any space on the map, and certainly not wasting a chance to kill the enemy carry. Medusa still not subject to a lasso for another 15 seconds, but they are moving in like they have the stuff, and they are at least going to pick up this Bane, it looks like. Look at that Inkswell Batrider go.
Yeah, it's just like, what do you do? Like, how do you actually stop that? Like, you've got...
You don't?
Oh, I forgot that Io's coming back to the grave.
Oh no! Oh, the freebie. I didn't even see the relocate. That's rough. And in the meantime, as you said, you know, in Game 1, there were trades for this, right? There would be a strategic value support death somewhere. They'd be able to defend a tower, and a carry would be farming. The Medusa would be scaling. This time, you know, it's the Monkey King hiding in the bottom lane to not die. It's the, you know, the Night Stalker struggling to find... okay, he's just finished his Blade Mail finally at 12 minutes. Really looking quite unintimidating right now to this enemy team. And... yeah, I know, the Mars certainly seems like a massive hole in their strategy now. Like, not having that, that's how you maybe stop the Batrider dive, but they have no such tools.
Yeah, especially with the buff, right? Like, Mars Arena, you can no longer fly over it.
Yeah.
Which is quite a huge nerf to Batrider, but if you have the Mars Arena, you're good to go. They've even got a Haster in. This is a dead Medusa.
Yeah, this time the lasso is ready. It hasn't been in the last couple of games. Tries the Stone Gaze, but, I mean, that's very optimistic. You throw it out just in case, but they're not going to get caught out. Turns at just the right moment. The Haster makes it very, very trivial to not get stoned, still get the lasso off, and even have time to Firefly over to that creep camp, which may have been stacked for the Visor, I'm not sure. Clean that up. Yeah, everything coming up M11 right now. They're trying to get what they can. They're trying to maybe get Rusman. He's completed the Battle Fury. It'd be a great time to put him in the grave for a little bit, put that farming item on cooldown more or less, but he's not going to get caught. He almost dashes back into the silence of the Night Stalker, but not quite. And, oh, they actually get the sleep. Great vision provided by the Dark Ascension. Now they're going to have to team fight. The Gyrocopter's here to throw down a cooldown, but that's basically moral support. They will, in fact, kill Rusman, but what will it cost them? Hayden's just in there as the support Gyrocopter, trying to trade his life dearly. Knows that the Batrider is doing damage on the backside while the Night Stalker focuses him. And in the end, they can't even kill that Gyro. It's the Night Stalker who dies. Hayden really pushing the limits of his hero expertly, and then his team...
wait for Io.
They finally get there to mop up, and yeah, the mopping up is not even done. This poor Io, I mean, it is the duty of a support. Io gets a friendly tether from the Monkey King. It almost saves him. It's a nice gesture. But yeah, that's... I mean, credit to Atomic. They did what they did in Game 1. They sniffed out an opportunity to at least trade, and they took a very valuable piece off the board, right? The Battle Fury Ember. No, not using that Battle Fury to farm, but 4 heroes for it is so steep a price.
Yeah, it's definitely not a price you want to pay. Like, you accept it during the time because you're like, well, we tried, we got something done, but now you've basically got a BKB completed on the Batrider, and you're also going to have the Boots of Travel being built up for Rusman as well, so he's going to have that very fast mobile potential. And they've really got no counter. The Manta hasn't even been started on Medusa yet. He just has the Dragonlance plus the Treads right now.
Yeah, I mean... the important thing when you're getting run over like this on the map is you need to have something the enemy team are afraid of or need to be afraid of when they're diving your towers, right? You need a strong hero or a strong ultimate, and they don't have either right now, so the Medusa gets dragged back in, and the Mars Arena is playing for the other team right now, and that damage immediately offsets the impact of the Monkey King pit, basically achieving nothing but giving away his own life. They bring down Hated eventually. He did have a mega kill streak on the support Gyrocopter, so I guess it's a value support kill, but I mean, again, the trades are not looking good. You know, by anything other than maybe a small, a bit of clawing back of pride. They're getting some sort of kills. It's 3-21, 9,000 net worth lead at 15 minutes. Compared to game 1, this is a slaughter.
I mean, this is honestly what we thought maybe could have happened in game 1. They started to gain that lead. It got to the 5-6K mark, but then the Medusa held out. And we were wondering, like, how do they keep up? It was the Mars saving them. And now for game 2, you can see where best of 3s come into it. Because now for game 2, they stole the Mars away. And it felt like this game's impossible to win already for Atomic. And now we start to look, is game 3 something where they first phase the Mars? Is it something that gets banned out? How are they going to adapt if they don't manage to win this one here?
I mean, we may fully see a completely different strat from them, right? So it's not as though they have to, only make a small adjustment if they just want to get the taste out of their mouth. But even as someone who is sort of excited by the possibility of the Night Stalker, it's clear that it is just not fulfilling the same function they need from the draft as the Mars did, right? It's not playing very well from behind. It's not able to control the flow of these team fights and give heroes like Medusa and Monkey time to work in the fight. And I just have to wonder, was there a better replacement pick if you can't get the Mars? Someone who better replicates that role. I mean, they're going to try and use it offensively now. They're going to go onto Rusman's Ember. Just get the grip on him straight up, and he's going to get silenced surely coming out of this. So no hope of escape, even having his Flame Guard reflected back on him. And this time, there are no heroes anywhere nearby. That's a completely free kill. Just identifying, I guess, that the Ember wants to be alone right now, putting the Battle Fury to use and just refusing to let him if they get nothing else done this game.
Yeah, and they're nice little ward there up on the high ground that spots out where Rusman was as well. That is the way they get back into this game, just getting pickoffs every time Fiend's Grip is off cooldown. They look for a kill. I feel like they have to kill the Batrider. 11-0 right now, top of the net worth chart. I guess Rusman has a Battle Fury, but the amount of money sitting on the Batrider right now.
He's finished his BKB though. How do you possibly kill this bat with Boots of Travel and a full BKB duration? I feel like they have to just maybe keep dodging him. They're taking the kills they can get right now.
That's true. I mean, if they get a full duration Fiend's Grip with a Monkey King on top,
true,
sitting there and wailing, that could be enough.
Yeah, I guess that's it. They need to catch him, but the Batrider's positioning has been pretty immaculate, and that's when he doesn't have the advantage of an Invisor. Although maybe this will be false confidence. They see him right now. They don't see him. The sentry was for the Dire, and instead it'll be the Monkey King who's completely isolated. They thought they were collapsing onto a Groomstroke coming up to place a ward, but unfortunately they already had vision from the Batrider there, and it's Atomic who take a fall, give up a core kill. Medusa has been farming though. Just going for that same, obvious, basics, Dragonlance, man to build as always. And they're even going to try and make a play on Rusman again. Sleep, relocate, here we go. No Die Heroes anywhere nearby. They're TPing in. They're going to try and get an arena. How fast can they finish this kill? Not fast enough. Blinks into the silence. A slight save execution. And they end up executing the Ember because of it. Actually even turning this now. That's a lot of damage, though, coming in from these AoEs. And the Batriders arrive. The Relocate manages to save two. Well, save one, actually. The IO died in the fountain, I think. So that's rough. And it looks like this Night Stalker will be a free kill on the back of it as well. Maybe the Bane can slip out. His TP is available whenever he feels brave enough to tap it. But he knows that there's some kind of pursuit going. And actually, he's just going to kind of wander back in to pick up the bounty and wander back into his death, most likely. Now he's got a homing missile chasing him. Yeah, I mean, depends whether they think it's worth following him. I guess Mars is coming over. Some hijinks happening.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth it because there's nothing else on the map right now. Like, where else can they push? The tier 2s are a bit too far away. The tier 1s are all dead. But still, it's a nice play, and I like the game plan from Atomic here. They get the IO relocate in, they bring everyone, and they just take a kill, and then they panic.
Yeah.
They panic, run away. Anyway, left, right, straight up, down, doesn't matter. Just make sure Rusman's not farming and see if he can catch up the game that way.
Yeah, I mean, the relocate certainly looks a lot better when it's getting you in and then getting heroes out of the fight as opposed to getting the IO automatically killed. He did die there, but it was close, and he saved his carry. And as you even identified, they got to choose where that fight happened because of the global presence. Oh, here we go. That's another grip, but this time the Mars blinks into the silence again. And, okay, this time, though, there's not enough damage to make him pay for it with the blood of his Ember Spirit, although they are going to try and make him pay with his own blood. Ember just hanging hanging around the edge of the fight. The team have arrived from the Dire, though. Full reinforcements arriving. Not fast enough for the Mars, though. Gives up his mega kill streak. The Io is going to be the first casualty on the side of the Radiant. They're not committing anything else to this fight. Just going to give up on the Night Stalker, but they probably hope to save the Medusa. Unfortunately, Batrider arrives. With those boots of travel, you really can't expect to get away with these sorts of fights. Even if it looks like there's no Dire heroes nearby, you have to be quick, and this team just doesn't do fast kills. Where is the burst damage coming from?
And what's best is, I was wrong in the drafting phase. I said this was definitely going to be a support gyro. It looks to be the carry to me. That man has 8 kills. He stole 3 of them from that one team fight.
Yep.
And it's looking so easy right now with M11 with all these extra stuns, all this extra magic burst. The early game, it honestly just feels smooth compared to game number 1.
They've got heroes that need less items, and like they're okay just having this itemization. Like, this is close to what the items were on the Ember Spirit. Like, granted, Batrider has more net worth right now than the Ember did, but like the hero just feels so better with this sort of item timing, and it's been using the map better in the interim, so they're able to do so much more with that same early game window that they had and force it, fully open. Whereas last game they felt pressured. It felt like to go for awkward fights under enemy vision, and that's how they gave up their lead. But yeah, now the Medusa. There could easily be TPs here. They're a little bit slow in coming through, a little bit half-hearted. That's the Io tipping in, maybe going for the reload out. It's going to be too slow. Surely, actually, Juice is staying alive. Nope. Reload wasted.
Yeah.
And
they found the gyro though.
Okay,
they found the real carry.
That's something. Yeah, true. Hey, probably worth as much as the Medusa right now. And they're gonna maybe pick up even a second spot kill on the Grimstroke. Although that Soulbind comes off, nice little juke to get the monkey out of the spear. But this is a rearguard action at best, and I think it might just be a massacre. As in the end, they managed to mop up both the both the Night Stalker and now the Sports who were trapped in the Mars arena. And yeah, the only hero to live is the Io, who sort of had already committed to relocating to Fountain to try and avoid that fight. So yeah, look, they're still trying the sorts of plays they did in Game 1 Atomic, but this time they don't have the tools, and M11 are both more ready for it and better equipped. Like, we can see who maybe was foolish to carry on that game of chicken in the draft, right? You go back to that Game 1, we thought you were lucky to win, and maybe Atomic thought that they had more of a fixed advantage from that draft than they did. They go back to the same thing, and M11 have taken them apart.
I mean, honestly, I hate that it's one hero that's doing this to them, but it feels like the Mars is the turnaround.
Yeah.
Like, all of these team fights 100%. Are so much better. Like, the Night Stalker instead of the Mars is just, oh no.
And this Medusa, I mean...
the Medusa's stuck on the high ground.
Yeah, she's going to TP, but there's a Yules. You can't just hit that. Yeah. Okay, so now she really is stuck, and there's support coming in, albeit slowly for the Dire. The Io's going to try and get her out, but there is support here to mop him up as well. And yeah, it was all a bait. That Io, loyal Io, used to dying for his carry, but there can't get anything out of it either. Night Stalker living only by dint of a slightly misaimed spear, and okay, gets the blink off as the Flame Guard fades. Bane, though, almost actually going to get caught on the edge of this fight as well and die. So you can see, I mean, they were running heroes down like this in Game 1, but there's no answer this time. There's no trade being taken anywhere on the map. Even the Monkey King, he's not free farming right now. He's getting chased around his jungle by a Batrider, who only seconds ago started that whole engagement on the Medusa, right? So we can see how little room there is. As, okay, you can't even Primal Spring onto a creep wave. I will knock you away. I will Yules cancel your TP. And there's like no threat of support coming to kill this monkey. They're just messing with him. They're just making sure that they can't even get the most modest of farming space, for their carries.
Yeah, honestly, this feels like it's the show match for game number 2 here. Like Game 1 Atomic, they did their best blow, they killed M11, and honestly, it feels like M11 have come in angry. Like,
yeah,
these are not game plays. These are trying to humiliate them,
establishing dominance.
Yeah, again, Atomic, they got away with one in game number 1. That was a fantastic playstyle in the mid game, but 37-8 right now. They're looking for game 3. They're looking at what they can improve for game 3 right now, and they're just waiting to see if M11 throw this series.
Yeah, I think that was kind of the approach to game 2, right? Like, we said the game 1 draft was kind of like hesitant, or maybe they're figuring it out on the fly. Like, hey, we found something that they kind of mishandled that game. Maybe everyone kind of just feels like that game 1 was on M11 as much as anything. And, well, maybe they're just not very good at playing into this Medusa draft. We'll give it another crack. But that theory has been disproven here, at least with the Mars, you know, changing sides. That team fight control really seems to have been the be-all, end-all, and I don't know, maybe it's as simple as finding another hero that has that kind of presence, but wow. Yeah, DOTA just pinned the wall of the arena, immediately killed off, and the team not even attempting to help. They were there, they were in the vicinity, but they know there's no getting her out of that, and that's the power of the Mars arena, right? She walked away from so much in game 1, but not that. Not a BKB buyer, like you said.
Yeah, and the best part is they were looking for more kills. That's a sign of a good team here.
Yep.
A team that knows when they can get the kill, and they just look for the one extra.
Yep.
They look for the extra kills on the off lane this time, and now how do you defend? That was the Dark Ascension news there, and oh my god,
Io's just dead.
You're in the wrong neighborhood.
Yeah, again, this is the kind of death where you can't really blame. They got to take whatever they can get, right? We're saying they need to take trades. Io's like, maybe I can get some farm system on the other side of the map, but Batrider really is everywhere right now. Beyond godlike, what a reversal from that awkward Ember game in game 1. Never really had a real role to play. This time, star of the show, the lead actor in what has been, yeah, like you said, kind of a show performance almost by, you know, the team we sort of said were the favorites to win the whole thing coming into this finals weekend. Now they're looking like it after a bit of a warm-up game.
Yeah, I mean, in saying that, Atomic Esports, this feels like an outdraft to them.
Yep.
So it's not like they are out of the woods just yet on M11. They still need to secure this game. They need to make sure they don't throw the massive lead they have.
They don't seem to be throwing. This looks like a fairly safe, yeah, Medusa kill. I mean, Rusman's going to pay, but only with his Aegis. And now the Monkey King is in an arena. He has no BKB either yet. Hasn't been given room to finish it because of that constant pressure, and they'll just all be sitting ducks in that big Colosseum for whichever die heroes feel like braving that blade mail. Eventually, they all cooperate, bring down the Night Stalker. The supports even, they can't make it back to the fountain. They die on the steps. The absolute cruelty. Yeah, they can take no more. Also, their base is about to be destroyed, but yeah, certainly no need to keep playing this one out. 26 minutes, 24k gold lead, just about an academic stomp. M11, they decisively answer back. As much of a statement win as game 1 was for Atomic, so too that was. And we're going to a game 3 here in our first final series already.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the graphs, look at the scoreboard here as we're sliding through. It was a wire-to-wire victory. It honestly felt like we saw the Ember Monkey King matchup game number 1. They said, screw you, we're going to make sure this Monkey King doesn't have a game to play, and look at 10 minutes in. Look at that network.
It's insane. Every lane, they decisively won. I mean, this is what we said would happen in game 1, right? It's like M11, it really is like they just fully felt enraged by how game 1 went, at themselves more than anything. They knew they could have done this, and like you know, we said at the very start of the day, I'm sure it'll become a theme over the weekend. The lanes matter so much. M11, they know that they have the skills with a half-decent matchup to put this kind of performance over a team, and man, if I was Atomic, I would really be racking my brains. How do you avoid just that pillar-to-post domination in game 3 here?
Yeah, I think it comes down to their prioritization in the draft. Like, they picked this Ember early. They wanted to go the Monkey King counter matchup, and it feels like you can just flex it now. Like, Rusman had a decent game. I don't think he shone at all. Like, he didn't need to because the rest of his team just completely destroyed. But it doesn't seem to be the issue. They might need to change their draft up a bit because, Bard, we're going into a game number 3. We're going into that tiebreaker. We'll have a quick break and we'll be back for that best-of-1 series between these two teams to see who makes it to the final.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
He's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back. Sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
Had a win going to M11, had a win going to Atomic Esports, but it all comes down to this, a best of 3 that actually makes it to the 3rd game, Bard. Are we expecting anything different for this series? Are we expecting anything different for this game to end it all up?
I almost don't know what to say after that game too, right? Because both teams are happy to just run it back, but I mean, one team is going to be happy with that decision than the other. I think, like, I can't believe that Atomic Esports would go back a 3rd game and try that draft again, right? Fair credit to them. They won game 1. We didn't expect it. So try that a second time. See if M11 sort of make the same mistake. Maybe this is just their Achilles heel, but they're a stronger team than that. We sort of knew it going in, and they've proved that we were right to give them praise. They've taken it to a game 3 looking... I think they've defeated that draft. So we're going to see something different, I would expect here. I'm not certain what Atomic have left in the tank, whether it'll be a big change or a little change. They seem to really like having that Medusa to fight around, but that Mars pick seems like it'll at the very least be hotly contested.
Yeah, that is true. It's something that both times it made it into the final phase and then the second phase obviously as well. And it's something that they now have to look towards. And what I really want to say, like, credit to Atomic Esports for coming into game 1 with a unique draft for themselves, being able to snag through that Medusa on the final pick twice now. Once didn't work, one obviously in the game 1, but M11 right now, it feels like they found that recipe. They found that secret sauce. And like you said, we need something new from Atomic Esports. So I have to ask, is there any hero that potentially you might see as that wonder bread that they might find?
It's hard to say, because I admit, like, M11 I have history with, right? But Atomic, they're not as familiar to me. So I'm not certain if they have, like, some other really well-rooted, practice strat to pull out. Obviously, I trust most teams, especially at this late stage of the tournament, are capable of playing, the meta heroes. Maybe we can go back to a hero like the Tiny, or if something like the Conqueror is able to get through the draft, maybe a team feels the pressure to ban the Mars this time, something like that, right? Just sort of look to see what the draft offers you. But if you wanted to go back to the same thing, that was kind of playing on my mind the whole of that game too, right? They picked a quite similar draft, even without the Mars. Arena is a very strong spell. There are heroes that do closer to the same thing that does for your draft than what a Night Stalker does. It seems like they kind of sort of half pivoted in a different direction and it ended up not working out. So maybe they actually go closer to the same thing as game 1 if possible, and pick a Centaur maybe. They could go for the Underlord, right? That kind of same space denial in the team fights if that's the style they like to play. But I think they do need to change the Monkey King, so maybe a different mid laner.
Yeah, I feel like the game 1, they did that gotcha pick. They managed to snake that Ember into the Monkey matchup, but in game number 2, there was that quiet issue of they could just avoid the matchup entirely. They could run that Bat Rider, and then I feel like you said, it's a different mid lane matchup. It's something they need to change up. And for Atomic Esports, I will say, you mentioned the Tiny pick. Their most picked hero is Tiny. Their top 5 picks are also in that Spirit Breaker, that Grimstroke. They could be looking towards something like that and maybe push the tempo onto M11. Because we've seen M11, they can make mistakes here.
Yeah, I mean, I admire that Medusa pick even more now, right? Because it's not necessarily a hero you think to pair with that sort of super fast-paced style, unless it is sort of, 4 heroes are being very aggressive, and that's how you create space for the Medusa, right? Those powerful disables are the kind of things that can, make the Stone Gaze work for you in the fights, or force engagements away from where she's farming. So whether or not they go back to that carry that seems very comfortable for them, I'd love to see them pick up an early Spirit Breaker or something like that. Do you think you can get away with sort of prioritizing something like a Spirit Breaker, or even that Mars higher on if it's not banned? Pick it first phase.
I think the Mars especially would be a first phase, but we have the draft straight off the bat, so we get to see what's been cooking in their brains. They've had that 10-minute break between, end of game 2, that slaughterhouse, and obviously coming into game 3. And so far, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but they're the same bans once again. We are witnessing potentially a replay.
I want to wait until the picks to start saying that, right? Because I feel like a lot of these first phase bans, they're not 100% consistent, but I think we're going to see a lot of Conquer, a lot of Sand King, a lot of Shadow Demon banned out in these games. And I'm not going to necessarily say it says much about the rest of the draft by itself. Now, if they go back for the first pick Bane, if they follow up with the Monkey, then we'll start to feel like we're in a time loop. But they still have the chance to change the future.
That is true. And this is a long delay for a ban. We've seen this happen quite a bit because they have the first pick Atomic Esports here. So they have to make that mental process of, do I leave every OP piece of garbage hero in and hope that we pick 2? Or do I ban the Shadow Demon and let everyone basically refresh and restart from the first series?
Whoa, okay.
That's new.
Yeah. What does that say to you? Is that a flex pick Invoker? What do we think?
I don't think you can flex it anymore.
Okay.
To be honest, I don't think Pos 4 Invoker works. They nerfed a couple of these spells. They nerfed the Cold Snap and they nerfed the Invis Walk. Ghost Walk, I believe it's called.
Yeah.
And they've made it stronger in the mid lane, stronger towards the late game, but a bit weaker early. We'll have to see that. If they flex it as a Pos 4 role, I would love to be proven wrong. I'd love to see it back in that support slot.
Yeah. I mean, maybe that's what Atomic are hoping, that's just enough of a smoke screen that they can get away with first picking their mid laner. They first phased Monkey King in both those previous games, and even, in the face of whatever matchup, they just threw it down the mid lane. So maybe they're just happy to do that with whatever their mid hero is. But it's a lot of information to give away. Although Ember Spirit's not immediately the hero I think of against Invoker, there's some interactions there that at least that favor Atomic for going out and first picking the hero. That's a little worse though.
Okay, so the Tornado obviously breaks the Flame Guard, but keep in mind they might not even run that matchup. We saw Russman play the Ember Spirit in game 2 and it looked pretty solid. I'm surprised by the amount of priority they're giving though. This is 3 first pick Embers in a row.
Yeah. I guess it's because they can flex it, right? We just keep coming back to this, right? Is being able to pick a core and hide your support, and especially even pick a support like this where technically that Gyrocopter could be a core. You don't know. You're pretty sure. You're pretty sure that it isn't, that, Vinci's going to be playing it, but you don't know. And so just that level of ambiguity is enough. Whereas on the side of Atomic, invoke a Pangolier, okay, it's got to be your 1 or your 4 position, right? It's been so long since I saw even a 3 Pangolier. What an ambitious role shift, but they're showing a lot right now.
I will say, you said it's not rare. It still happens that the Pango gets flexed to a Pos 2, 3, or even sometimes a Pos 5 role. It's not locked in as that Pos 4. There is still that bit of flex. And they're banning the Bloodseeker, and they're obviously banning the Grimstroke as well.
Yeah.
Double counters for Pango. It honestly leads me to the assumption that they want this to be a high-priority farming Pangolier who will beat the Ember in lane.
Yeah, perhaps so, right? I mean, that would fit at least with the profile of Atomic. Not to say that I've watched a bunch of Atomic Pangolier games, but if you consider a team is willing to first phase Monkey and then run it out into what we thought was some pretty sad matchups, then they probably don't have any qualms about doing the same thing with Pangolier in the first phase and then running that mid, presumptively. Obviously, there's still a lot of draft to go. Who knows who will keep an open mind as to the use of these picks, but I'm sure in their head they're not a team that's worried about doing that, even if they think M11 have figured it out as well. But we'll see how we go. It is great to see a team actually ban those 2 heroes, though, and not just kind of face check such strong counter picks and just go, well, how bad can it be? Because it's usually pretty bad for Pango.
Yeah, and especially for Grimstroke, it just breaks the
Yeah.
barrier. Bloodseeker, there are plays that you can stop.
By
use
the
add
shard. Yeah.
Yeah, there are ways you can slow it down, but Grimstroke's congratulations, you played yourself. You don't get to move. You do not pass go. You do not collect 200. You just sit there and cry in the middle of the team fight, and I'm glad they're respecting it.
Grimstroke's I have 3 other relevant spells. Even if all this ultimate does is make you sit and time out, I'm fine. And even TA, right? Because that's the other thing, right? If Pangolier isn't having a really bad time with those specifically awful interactions against his ultimate, the Rolling Thunder. One of the big things that's a problem for him is heroes like TA or Wind Ranger that can just kind of gun him down while he's rolling around. You're definitely not immune to physical damage. So I'm not saying that's the only reason they removed the TA. It was picked in game 1, but they're definitely protecting this Pangolier. I'm starting to come around to your way of thinking, Poglet. And M11, they've come all the way around to the Mars way of thinking after that first game. They're like, oh yeah, this hero is insane. We're going to make sure that we never leave it for you once we get past that first pick phase. And they've just got the same lanes that were so good for them in game 2 after they made those slight adjustments. They're like, that's it. We got the Ember Gyro combo. We've got Mars plus really anything. It doesn't always matter what that second hero is, as long as it's got a stun, and they're just laughing again.
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge lineup change as well. And I mean, what do you do for Atomic Esports? Like, you've changed the build. You've changed your draft completely. And Team M11 have spat in your face, say, we don't care, we're going to pick the same 5 heroes.
I think
that's what it feels like to me.
I think M11 are going to have room to pivot with their last couple of picks, but I don't think that Atomic haven't adjusted, right? We saw M11 certainly made some impactful adjustments to their play and their picks in game 2. But just, when Atomic were getting run down past their towers in game 2, they're looking very sorry for themselves and not really having any sort of resistance to offer. We asked, well, what can you do to stop this? And in that game, there really wasn't anything. But already both the heroes they've picked, right? Rolling Thunder and Tornado, both excellent spells for firing off as counter initiation, even into something like an Arena of Blood, right? These are the spells that you can use and pretty reliably kind of blunt that momentum. They have gone back to their Monkey King again to kind of muddy the waters on how the lanes are being set up. And now Jakiro as well. So much area denial. Again, back to their roots. And maybe we are just looking at another Medusa pick.
Honestly, it does feel like it. I don't know if the Medusa is a good pick against the Mars, though. Like I mentioned in game 2, I want to double down for game 3. Mars counters Medusa pretty comfortably. And especially if you go that Monkey King Invoker, I feel like the Pango is the offlane. Something like a Ogre Mage could actually finish out their draft. Like, it sounds boring, it sounds bland, but they've got the tools there. Like the Monkey, the Invoker, the Pango, they can scale well. I don't know if you need a Medusa on top.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? If you don't go with the Medusa, but you instead just have a way to buff up the Monkey King and the increase his carry potentially. He's always going to potentially at some point have the alacrity going for him. He just kind of needs to be able to be a bit stronger in a stand-up fight because he'll be under pressure, right? If you're fighting and standing and trading and trying to get Jingu stacks, you'll be doing it in a cooldown, potentially in a Arena of Blood. Maybe now with a Weaver Swarm attached to you, chewing at your armor. And Monkey King doesn't generally do well in the thick of battle like that. You really want your ultimate to already be enough to have them turning and running or have them be kind of locked down for you. But they're trying everything right now on Atomic. You have to give them credit, but M11, they're just lanes to me.
Yeah, and now they've left that like spanner in the works. We talked about the TA potentially being the counter to Pangolier. Gyrocopter Core is also incredibly good, and Atomic banned their own Medusa here. So
yeah,
they're thinking it's support Gyro, support Weaver. I'm thinking they could flex this Gyro to be a core, pick up the IO, pick up the Ogre themselves if needed, and then launch the fights with that buffed up Gyrocopter.
Yeah, maybe, right? Like, that being said, I don't blame them for thinking that M11 have Weaver support, Gyro support, because these are cores that could make that, a reasonable setup, and they do play a lot of support Gyro. So, we'll see whether that works out for them or not. But I'm really curious to see what Atomic pick now. They've kind of identified that maybe the Medusa would be even better for M11. Like you said, Mars both counters and enables it, so you'd rather ban it than pick it. They take out the Puck as well, just even more support, but more lockdown, more team fight control. What kind of core do Atomic need here? Do you just want like a ranged turret to kind of take advantage of all of these AoE effects and kind of like obstacles you have in front of you with the Tornado and the Rolling Thunder and the Wukong's command? Do you have a second melee hero, something tanky that maybe life steals to, or do you just pick a hero that gets out of Mars Arena like Juggernaut or LS?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think they pick another core. I think
okay, fair enough. So is that
as much as I think offlane Pango, Monkey King carry, Invoker mid is their best parameters right now.
Okay.
I'm not saying they will do this. I'm saying they probably should.
Fair enough.
because right now, like, they've got a lot of scaling, they've got a lot of tower push, they've got a lot of team fight, but they don't really have the greatest defense lockdown, and they go with the Venge, so they want defense. They have that Vengeful Spirit swap, and now I have no idea who's playing where, because Venge could be a carry, an offlane, a pos 4, or even a pos 5 here.
I think I'm sold on you, especially with this Venge edition. I think the Venge makes the Monkey King and even the Invoker feel a lot better, right? Like, just having that out that their cores didn't have last game, to get them out of the cooldown, out of the arena in a hurry, and let them reset the fight, right? Even if it costs you your Venge, knowing that you'll be able to, you know, get your carry out to get a Wukong's command off even is a big deal. And even offensively, right? Swapping hero back into Ice Path or into Tornado, all of this stuff is really brutal. So Atomic, they certainly have plays to make. They have the low cooldown spells they needed. They don't have quite as big a team fight as when they had the Mars, and especially fighting into the Mars might be concerning. I'm also a little bit interested to their lack of, like, immediate lockdown. They might need a fast Orchid on one of these heroes or something to control people like Ember and Weaver. Maybe that influences M11's last pick here, if indeed they are waiting on a third core hero with that unusual support duo. And, okay, it'll be Void Spirit, so they do go for another hero to kind of demand additional lockdown. They smell weakness in that part of the Atomic lineup.
They do indeed, and look at what is happening here. Rams, obviously the Void Spirit, Ruspan, Ember. So that all makes sense. That's a Vinci Weaver pos 5, and for Atomic Esports, oh, this is a spicy one. I think that's an offlane Vengeful here. So
okay,
pos 4 Pango, pos 3 Vengeful Spirit, and everything else falls into place quite comfortably.
Yeah, looking good. And I mean, this.
So we're looking at these draws.
I'm looking at them. Sorry, I was just entranced by the cool Mars shield that they were rocking down on M11. It's just, you know, the Mars's own angrier face there. Since, you know, you can't see with that gladiator helmet on, you want to make sure the enemy know what you think of them. But I mean, as far as, like, feelings on Mars himself so far, is this hero just, like, sort of emerging as the hero of the finals, or it really feels like it's dictating the flow of this matchup so heavily?
Yeah. I'm going to sound this in the most positive way possible, but a lot of tier 2 Southeast Asian teams, like, they've relied on the Mars so heavily. It's not just a finals thing. It's just the most picked hero because it's so stable. It does so much. It's very easy to play as well. It's one of those things you just look at and you're like, I can put this anywhere. I can play this anywhere. It's always going to be strong. I wouldn't be surprised to see out of, the potential 14 games we play, we could see 8 to 10 Mars games this weekend. I
mean, it's certainly a hero that's, like, ebbed and flowed throughout LPL seasons. Sometimes every game, sometimes only every, you know, third or fourth game. But you're right, like, especially for certain teams, it is just such a reflexive fill in the blanks offlane pick. But, like, at least the standard of Mars play we've seen so far has been tremendous. It really has looked good here, as opposed to just sort of medium as it sometimes does. And I mean, this is pre-Horn, so who knows? But we could actually be getting a change in setup here. I really expected the Weaver-Mars combo, but is there any chance they bring down Gyro here?
I would actually put the Gyro with the Mars, definitely.
Okay.
So that way you give Ember the fighting potential. He goes Orbital Corrosion, you go the bugs, you don't level Flame Guard at all, and you fight. Speaking of fighting...
there's actually, they've caught the Mars for a second. I looked away, that looked like that the Dire had given up on finding anyone, but unfortunately they suddenly find all 5 heroes basically on top of each other. A little bit of a slow from the Orb of Venoms, and it's all she wrote for the M11 offlaner. So that, at least, I mean, it's a small thing, but it's a bit of a rallying gesture there for Atomic after such a rough game 2. They are definitely here to fight it out. They are here to contest, and you could easily still just win this game, race game 2 like that, and jump all their way into the grand finals tomorrow.
And oh my lord, this first blood, is it going to be enough to actually dominate the lane here is the question. Like, I look at the Void Spirit, I look at the Invoker matchup, and it's something that usually I prefer playing the Void Spirit, to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't seem surprising to me, right? Like, especially given the Invoker's slow start to the lane, which we can see getting fully exploited here, just running at this poor man. All he has is Quas and a Cold Snap, and Void Spirit just clapping him, just stabbing away with those energy glaives. Obviously going to have a little bit of extra regen there, but yeah, for I guess the 3rd game in a row.
Top lane, though.
Oh, okay. Weaver, yeah, trading paint. I mean, there's a long cooldown on that level 1 Shakuchi. You can't use it too aggressively. They will at least force a trade out of it, but I guess that's a W for the Radiant. As long as Pangolier gets out here, although he's under pressure, just a Blightstone adding up over time, finally gets that lucky shot proc, uses it as a chance to disengage, he'll self back up. All is well in the end. Rusman there looked threatening for a moment.
Yeah, I got very unlucky on the Searing Chains. It hits both the creeps behind the Pangolier for Atomic. And this is going to be an awkward lane, because once they have that level 2, the bugs is going to be available if they want it.
Well, they're not waiting. Oh, that's a nice dodge, Rusman. Just presence of mind, right? It's not that hard to time it. Vengel's projectile's kind of slow, but just being immediately ready to fire that off, even, you know, facing the wrong way from the Great Wave, just has that on him, and as a result, not even the hint of a kill there. Although bottom lane, no, the aggression is discouraged. Stronger support must be no this time, or I guess, you know, maybe not stronger than Bane overall, but certainly capable of dishing the damage without needing the Monkey King to come over and offer immediate contribution. And maybe that'll level up the kind of mismatch we saw with the Bane and the Gyrocopter down here last game.
Yeah, and look at top lane again.
Yep.
I think they're going to get the kill.
They do. And yeah, this time it's the core hero, so no luck for the Pangolier, and quickly things are starting to go wrong. This Ember Spirit, Rusman seems to be the Ember player they want on this team.
Yeah, I mean, this combo is really strong. It's quite dirty, honestly. The Orb of Corrosion plus the massive negative armor coming from the bugs. Rusman's level 2 Sleight of Fist did like 180 damage.
Alright. I mean, yeah, it's pretty hard to fight into when you put it like that, and they're trying to get something back, claw things back in other lanes, but it seems to not really be going their way anywhere on the map strongly right now. So Atomic, again, just hanging tight in the laning phase, waiting for an opportunity maybe. Is this it? They're going on Rusman. They're trying at least to go on Rusman. They land the stun this time, but already, like you said, that damage, the minus armor adds up so quickly between the Swarm and the Orb, and they end up with a double kill. It is on the Weaver, not Rusman, but I don't think that really makes up for it if you're Atomic.
Yeah. If anything, it's worse, because I believe that's an entire urn completed, or maybe the ability to build one if he needs it. Like, he's got 500 gold plus all the regen in the world coming, so
yeah,
he's got that potential of just rinsing this lane with those extra levels.
Yeah, the full Orb of Corrosion, sorry, I misspoke on Rusman, as you pointed out, and he's just going to get all that regen from the Weaver, who, you know, doesn't need it. So it doesn't even pay for it out of his own pocket. That fight's basically free for him, and even if he didn't get those kills, he reaps the assist gold and the free space in the lane, and a ton of XP. Like, the advantage is piling up quickly here. I wonder at what point you need to change what you're doing.
I mean, there's only no change you can make, though. It's the level 1 Swashbuckle needs to be as soon as possible. They're just going to go again. Oh, what?
Action in every lane as Rusman actually picks off the Pangolier. I'm sad I missed whatever that was that styled you. I thought there might have been a kill on a bottom, but no, top lane is where all the fireworks are right now.
He got chunked. His health pool just, like, full to nothing in, like, one Sleight of Fist.
I mean, the instant minus armor application at range, like, you know it's possible at any time, but it's so hard to sort of react when you have to just sit in lane and wait for the shot to come. And that seems to be really testing the ability of Atomic to even, you know, contest this lane right now. Meanwhile, at bottom, like, yeah, it's not ideal. Mars is definitely, like, winning on the CS, like, especially for what you'd expect out of an offlaner. But at least they're in here. They're getting CS. Here, top lane, it's turning into a rout. The Pangolier's level 2. 3 now, but oof.
At least he's level 3 now, and like that's a level 5 Rusman. Like, how do you actually get on top of him? Again, another no level in Swashbuckle.
Yeah,
it means if he gets caught, he's dead. Like, there's no there's no ifs, there's no buts.
He tried to capitalize on a commitment to a Sleight of Fist by doing the shield crash and missed it. And I almost thought that having put that spell on cooldown, he was just going to get turned on and killed. That's how dire the lane's becoming, but maybe not quite that bad just yet.
Yeah, I mean, keep in mind, it is a pos 4 Pango. Like, the Venge is the one fun, so it's not as bad. I mean,
true. Yeah, but exactly, it's not as though only one of them has been dying in this lane. Unfortunately for them, they neither hero can really save the other right now. And yeah, I guess this is the weakness of Pango as a support, is that you are kind of relying on being in a lane where you can trade blows, right? You want to really leverage your orb. You want to leverage the lucky shot. The damage reduction from the shield crash can add up a lot in the early game if you're trading hits with that on. But they're not really trading hits right now. They're trading, like, rocket-propelled grenades, and it's just not adding up compared to the minus armor and the heavy lockdown out of the chains, at least, that we're seeing from the Dire.
Yeah, and an interesting build. I wanted to point it out before we miss it. That's our level 6 with no level in ultimate.
Oh yeah. I was focusing on how many points he had in the nukes, but yes, of course, as level 6, that means he doesn't have his ultimate either, which, I mean, maybe it's a mana concern, maybe he just didn't expect this sort of gank, but you'd love to be a little bit more mobile at this precise moment. I mean, he's juking and driving. It's not enough, though, and even the presence of the Void Spirit offers only sort of a moral comfort as he dies. Granted, the lane had been going heavily enough in his favor that I think he'll just kind of, like, you know, tighten his belt and come back in without too much loss of face here, but, you know, it's still great to get a kill on him to kind of rein him in a little bit. Maybe they can capitalize on bottom lane, although the Weaver is going to take the opportunity to TP back from the base, make sure that that is a hero trade, although it is just a support for now. Pressuring with that Urn that you mentioned before, and the Swarm feels strong enough to go after this Monkey by himself, and indeed the Weaver is the higher level hero and has a Gyrocopter roving down as well now. Can they kill this man under his tower? Jingu's healing him up. He tries to mischief the rocket, but it doesn't work out this time. And they still don't quite have the damage. He's really trying to fight, actually baiting with the one charges, gets the kill. The solo plays down here.
That's a huge play for Atomic, and it means that he can stay in the lane because he got that huge boundless turnaround. He needs to be careful. Level 6 on Mars will be the kill potential. Speaking of kill potential, by the way, Rusman is doing it again. He's buying a Battle Fury. Despite all the kills in this lane, it's honestly a strange Battle Fury purchase here. I feel like he could have gone with a fighting item.
He's just dead? Okay. Yep, I would also tip him. He's just daring the Venge to pick him off, and I don't know, like, he had remnants, but maybe he wasn't expecting the swap first before the stun. It just messed up where he was clicking, or what happened? He just ate the magic missile and died. So that's rough if you're trying to farm a Battle Fury.
Yeah, he's still top net worth though, so if anything, it's good for Venge to, like, get him out of the map, and Venge is dead.
Yeah, I guess. But, I mean, it's still slightly... You'd rather not die. As you said, core Venge, giving up a free kill to the Void Spirit, a hero that I always harp on, needs these sorts of free kills in the early game. But at least you had to force a rotation for that kill to happen. Like, just giving up your life for it. These are some sloppy deaths, right? We mentioned in Game 2 that M11 didn't make those sorts of sloppy mistakes. They just gave up 2 very unnecessary deaths in a matter of minutes, and now they're, I mean, again, threatening to do something under a tower, but maybe not necessarily something good. They're running into Quaswex Invoker, which is always dangerous. Can there be more TPs here for the Radiant? They're a little bit slow, but the Pango is managing to survive and evade right now. Meanwhile, up above here, they're trying to isolate Void Spirit. Of course, he's very mobile, but the swap's going to keep him off the Invoker. Now they're starting to collapse on the Dire. They need to focus their targets. They might be able to trap this Venge. The Gyrocopter is safely hiding in the tree line. Pangolier finally dies to Risman on the backlines, but it looks like he used up most of his juice. He has a few one charges left, just that, and he's ticking down to the Urn and Cold Snap. He might just go with this last remnant. Held it beautifully, dodges the tornado. He's gonna live. Great use of that last remnant. Held it to the last minute. He's playing so dangerously, still here on the edge of the fight, contributing a slight to try and bring down the Invoker, but everyone is just pushing the very limits of their health bars right now. Really exciting stuff here in the early game fights, but the advantage is with the team who have the low cooldown spells. As always, the Shikuchi adding up, the Urn charges that Weaver was able to crew from those earlier kills, the power of the support Gyrocopter even eventually carries the day for M11, but it's so close. So many heroes limped away. What happened?
Ooh, they almost got Rusman on the TP out.
Yeah,
they
and he doesn't TP farther, and now they're going to punish the Monkey. Maybe no? Okay. I thought that was a Void Spirit heavy commitment, but the Pangolier discourages him perhaps. I mean, discourage nothing. I should not open my mouth right now. They're diving so hard. It is... Okay, they managed to pick off 2 heroes. The Weaver's just giving vision. Rusman finally capitalizes on what he was threatening to do for minutes there. Slices off 2 heads in 1 slight. And yeah, okay, I guess the running battle finally has the decisive victor. Now they're coming back in for more. Those trees die at a very inconvenient time for the Mars, but it's not going to matter. This is a core VS dying right now under the tower. She stays alive for a while, but you're not even going to get the Void Spirit kill out of this. Just too many defensive options, and okay, that was like justifiable for a while there, but man, okay, at the end, definitely some big, you know, scalps being taken by M11.
Yeah, and the big benefit of this, for Atomic at least, is no one's farming. Like, their heroes need levels. They don't need gold as much. Like, Invoker just needs levels, because his Quaswex Exhort leveling system is quite obnoxious and quite hard to deal with. So, it's bad in the sense they lost that fight, but it's decent in the sense of like the XP is still pretty close, despite the gold starting to scale towards M11. They still have that easy potential.
Yeah, that's the kind of point that I rely on for an analyst. Right, I'm focusing on the battle, but when you point it out like that, it does sound reminiscent of Game 1. It's not exactly the same circumstances, but in that game as well, they kind of Atomic, even though they weren't winning the early game team fights, by just making the game all about these 5v5 clashes and making sure that heroes were just tied up there instead of farming, we saw the impact that eventually had on the overall farm of M11 going forward. Now, they don't have a Medusa this time who's sort of soaking up and being automatically more efficient with her net worth to pay that off, but it certainly doesn't hurt. You know, if you can't farm the map as well as your opponent and you sort of can't directly stop them, at least you can give them what might end up being a worse alternative in taking these sort of drawn out, inconclusive brawls. Mid tower is still very healthy.
I mean, they don't have a Medusa, like you said, but they do have a Monkey King that can be buffed up with Alacrity, which is arguably scarier in team fights. Like a lot of the time, you throw that Wukong command down, and there's a way that you can just sit on the high ground, similar to Medusa, except the difference is no matter what you start, no matter how you approach the situation, those Wukongs are going to hit you anyway. So it's not the same, but it still will farm pretty fast, and you can probably be a bit more mobile. So Atomic can use that mid game to maybe push and look for more team fights rather than having that AFK carry in the sidelines.
Yeah.
Pushing in that triangle and doing some creeps things.
Certainly having like a combination of Pangolier, Vengeful, and Invoker gives them a lot of opportunity to take those fights. If you, like you said, they want to mix it up a bit more than they did in the Medusa games. I believe in the Monkey Carry as well. Also important note, another thing that's more like Game 1 than Game 2, the net worth chart. They've been able to keep pace. Yes, it's Ember ahead, but Monkey King and Invoker are like a clear second place as well. So it's not just all three cores melting face for M11 at the top of the net worth chart. There have been trades taken. The wards, again, granted both teams have vision on the enemy side of the river, but it's a lot better than it was in Game 2 for Atomic. So there are all sorts of signs for them that this is going, you know, better than it was in Game 1, despite giving up a couple of core kills, you know, across that fight. But I am a little bit concerned for what happens because there are a lot of natural BKB buyers on the side of M11, and I'm just looking at heroes like Jakiro, Pangolier, Invoker, and wondering how much the team fight can stand up once those BKBs arrive, you know, if you're Atomica.
Yeah. I mean, it comes down to, like, we talk about the Monkey King, and that's the hero that goes through the BKBs. That's the heroes that you need to buff up, make sure he's having a good time. Speaking of mid lane, maybe not having a good time. Oh, reset.
Okay, time lapses back into the team, but more importantly gets his health back and survives. And yeah, they're not testing it. These are three heroes that, yeah, like we said, can take fights, but they don't want to overcommit when their cores aren't there. They definitely don't want to give up any more free kills, and that's great. Monkey King farming, understands he's in a dangerous spot, manages to fade away before the gank fully collapses around him. That's good stuff right now. These are the trades that they need to take. This is the reason this game is so much closer gold-wise than it was. But you know, M11, certainly all it would take is one wrong move and they will pounce. And for now, they're going to pounce on the poor tier 1 tower at bottom that has no ability to move away.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you need to do. You need to rotate around, take these towers, especially because Yusaki doesn't really have that much farm.
They ping out this smoke. They scan this smoke. They know it's coming. They break it with the Weaver, so that kind of mostly just alerts Atomic to the fact that the smoke gank's not working out how they hoped, and they beat a retreat. I was really expecting a more catastrophic bit of fallout to having that movement so firmly scouted as it was, but M11, they don't have their carrier themselves. They're happy to just take the tier 1 and fall back, but this is now leaving space for Monkey. Yeah, like you said, if they don't take these other towers quicker than they did in Game 1, it does kind of seem like a similar narrative could be emerging.
Yeah. And something I want to point out, like we talk about the creeps not being farmed, the net worth, etc. There is only one neutral item found at 12 minutes into the game. That's not one per team. That's one total.
Oh.
Rossman is the only one carrying a neutral item right now.
That's kind of insane.
To think about.
That's just so unheard of. I guess that's the patch, right? Like, neutral creeps were the biggest change, even if the impact sort of like muffled by the riot of different creep abilities and changes. But you know, the long and the short of it is there are less creeps being stacked and farmed. So I guess neutral items aren't just a given anymore.
They do have the neutral creep takers though in mid lane.
Yep.
It's a bit of damage.
Yeah, a bit of Invoker defense, not committing, just making it hard. This is what they did in game 1, right? There was like, remember, there was just a CM defending this. Now they're going to commit though. Gets the rolling thunder up before the spear. Man, you're going to regret that pump fake on the Mars. Now the fight's immediately abandoned, more or less. They just leave their Weaver and Gyro to die, and rightly so. They weren't ready for that. They thought it was just a half-hearted defense with supports, and they tried to move in to cut them off behind the tower, but there were actually extra heroes there for Atomic as well, the next level bait, and they punish heavily, protecting their mid-tier 1 and making space for Monkey to farm. That's pretty big.
Yeah, that's huge. Just everything they need to do, like it's similar to the Medusa gameplay. They just need to get farm. They need to be able to make the map hard to play for M11, and they're doing exactly that so far. I will say this though, Rusman, he's very far ahead. Isaki maybe?
Yeah, the Mars, they skulls him out of it. He's been caught well and truly. Just trading blows with the Pangolier at bottom lane. Took him just a second too long to decide he had to leave. And yeah, the TB's come in and eventually he's just brought down. So that's pretty big mega kill streak for this Invoker. So that pick's working out. Really glad that they did choose to sort of flex the mid away from the Monkey, even though they're still going with that comfort hero of theirs. It's working out really well for them so far.
It's great. It's also needed. Monkey, he's gonna potentially get caught out here. They're gonna look for him. I don't know if the kill is possible, even with the rocket chasing him.
Yeah, I mean, Risman, like you said, he's really far ahead, but he's really far ahead in that he has a Battle Fury. So it's like a lead that won't fully manifest itself in a painful way until later on for Atomic. Like, it didn't really matter in game 2, but we saw him die, like, a lot, and it wasn't that he suddenly leapt ahead once he had that B Fury. It is a farming item. And so it's not a worry that he has it, but it is something to keep in mind when, that sort of kill is being put on the table, that he's just not. He hasn't got an extra disable. He doesn't have massive damage out of a spirit vessel or something,
That is true. I mean, the other side of it is, like, he's building a Deso bot lane.
Okay.
They didn't find the Invoker. These pickoffs, they're just not working. They're not bringing the vision. They're not bringing the ability to secure these kills. And I think you said it in game number 1, like, you smoke gank up, but you didn't bring a damage dealer, so it just doesn't work out for you.
They thought they were just going to catch him in the arena, and it wasn't enough, Their backup heroes were too far away. I mean, like in game 2, they were able to get to the fights, but that's because they had such a lead that the heroes just didn't die easy, and they had stuff like Batrider Lasso to start fights, or just Boots of Travel Batrider to stay on heroes and provide vision. They do have a ward up down here in bottom lane, but other than that, their vision on the Radiant side of the map has been allowed to fade or has been dewarded since earlier on in the game when they had, better control of this area. And I think that's costing them in terms of going for these ganks. They're a bit of a shot in the dark. Now, they might... Okay, they're not going to catch Usagi, surely, with 2 other heroes nearby. Scouting.
I might try and find someone else on M11, though. And I like this from Atomic. They're showing 4 down the bot lane. All the while, they can farm up on the Monkey King, going towards that BKB. And BKB is probably the big window, the big fight time for them.
Yeah.
And it'll coincide well with this Aghanim Scepter. 1,500 gold away for the Vengeful Spirit, and once they have that, Venge can play a bit more suicidal, knowing that second life is available for these teamfights.
Yeah, it's a really big item for her, right? Because obviously they would really... You mentioned the Alacrity of the Monkey before, but the Vengeful Aura, right? Also a huge factor in the fights. If you can sort of play recklessly with your other spells and not sacrifice that because, the Axe is going to keep you or your clone present in the fight for a few extra seconds, that's really changing up what the hero can be expected to do. Maybe isn't just to save anymore. And that's a nice bit of an escape. They're baiting 4 heroes at bottom. They're making so much space for this Monkey and the Invoker now, who's actually overtaken the Monkey. And yes, the caveat is that Rusman's out farming them, but you pointed out, right, you don't have to commit to this path forever. If you hit a timing where you're ready to fight earlier than Rusman is, which they are doing now, they're just taking out the Gyrocopter completely for free, taking way too long for Void Spirit to kill the Venge. Might not even kill the Venge. Swaps him back into the Monkey. Did you think it was a support? He just doesn't have the damage. Again, they don't focus enough heroes on the same target, and they get none of them.
Yeah, and losing the mid lane there is so crucial as well. Like, the net worth's not changing, but the map momentum will. They will be able to get some wards down, some extra little bit of oomph, and they might find another one, maybe?
Yeah.
Surely not.
Oh, Dusted. He's caught potentially. The Ice Moth just catches him. I thought he was going to slip away. That's got to be all she wrote for the Weaver. Unfortunate. And they even found his sneaky obs in the mid lane. Absolutely no mercy provided. I got to say, the support gameplay, after I'm sure they could not have heard me on the broadcast, but the response from, Eris, from the supports of Atomic has been incredible in this series. Really, really great.
Yeah, it's been needed as well. It's not just it's good, it's been a necessity.
Yes.
And you look at the net worth as well. This is reminding me of Game 1 here, Barty.
Definitely.
Rusman up against the world, and it's going to get more insane now. Aghanim's 200 away for the Venge. They've even got a couple items coming on the supports right now. It's like Pangolier, he's got a Blink Dagger in 200 gold.
I mean, assuming that Rusman can keep this pace, though, this is kind of what Rusman does. What he's done on every team I've seen him on. He is a Bio Battle Fury kind of carry. That means he does back himself in these sorts of situations. It's not unusual for him to be kind of way out ahead of his team with the enemy carries nipping at his heels, right? So they clearly trust him. He clearly trusts himself. Is this a better game for him to try and sort of 1v5 in a sense?
I mean, he's got the AoE for it. He's a hero that can scale ridiculously.
They don't catch him so well.
Once he gets the BKB, he can't die.
Yeah.
Like, he just can't die.
So then it comes down to, can they win fights quickly enough that the Ember damage doesn't add up and they can sort of just ignore him. Oh, this is a huge catch. What a combo. That's the Vengeful offense. Swap back into Ice Path on an absolute death row of Pangolier roll, bouncing off those side walls. Now, the Venge will give up her first life to the Void Spirit. Gets the job done this time, but he might have to pay for it a second time. Wow, did he use that Sunstrike, it looked like? That's crazy stuff to anticipate.
Yeah.
Gets right out of there. That's a big play. It will save his life as well, not just for show. And as a result, I don't know whether or not the positioning would have been good either way, but they weren't expecting him to survive, and then all of a sudden they give up 2 more kills, and the Venge Illusion dies as well. So finally, what seemed like a bit of an enchanted spell for Atomic ends, M11 asserting themselves as some good plays.
Yeah, it's a huge play from them, and it's also a great timing, because Rusman just got the Desolator.
Oh yeah.
He's going to start getting charges and stacks up on that, and 25 damage is huge. Like, people don't register like how good getting those stacks up are. And it's still bugged, so you still get +2 no matter what. It's nothing to do with the +1 on assisted kills. Don't know why the tooltip's broken. DOTA is a game made by an indie developer. Still in beta.
Yeah, it still says beta on my game folder, so... Yeah, I mean, I didn't realize it was bugged. I knew it was busted, but I didn't know it was actually broken in game.
Yeah, it just gives +2.
Yeah,
I think that's fine.
You think that's intended, just the tooltip is wrong, sure. And the patch... But the patch notes... Oh, whatever. The point is, what it does in game is...
+1 process.
It's devastating. Anyway, oh my god, as you could just see demonstrated, that's a very quick Ice Path reaction, almost cuts off the follow-up, but there's just too much damage dealt. I think that was just 2 slights and a whole team is, if not immediately dead, definitely out of commission. They're going to still try and turn this, though. At least going to get the Mars for their trouble. This Monkey King is taking his turn to flex. Rusman barely escapes with his life thanks to that big AP. Wow. Okay, this isn't over. There's definitely some possibility for blowing up of heroes on the other side as well. But that was, I think, the BKB reveal for the Monkey King. So, you know, hopefully not his first and only big moment in the game, as he now eats a train of disables, and Rusman, of course, is just hovering on the edge of that fight. Yeah, can't do much but try to throw out the Boundless Strike. Finds nothing. Rusman even managing to basically step on the Jakiro on his way out. Stepping around the Pangolier Rolling Thunder is the Gyrocopter's board, and now they're just, even with a Blink Dagger, he can't catch him. That's rough stuff, and he gets the tip. Well, it goes both ways. Rusman got tipped earlier in the game.
That's a huge play though for M11. Like they were even, and then all of a sudden the BKB reveal, they panic, they back off, and the fact that they can turn around and keep these fights going is testament to how low cooldown all their spells are.
Yeah,
they can take these fights so fast, and they took that fight without vision. By the way, there was no wards plays, nothing. They just took it blind and were hoping for the best.
I think the important thing though is that at least there wasn't vision against them, right? Like this is kind of what. Oh my god, Rusman's just gone berserk.
Jeez.
He has the BKB. He hasn't been forced to use it, and he probably won't be. But he has the BKB and an Essence Ring. He is unkillable right now. They can only avoid him. But yeah, it's like they address the vision game, right? I wondered if they'd do it. The Weaver has been their vision hero, and to a lesser degree, the Void Spirit. They are just diving into the back of these fights, throwing the Swarm in even deeper, and making sure that they can see at least more of the fight than the enemy can. Okay, Rizman, maybe the tier 2 is something you have to respect. Even BKB, he tests his unkillability and finds its limit. Perhaps they're chasing him now. The BKB's over. Wow, the little battle that went on there with the pump faking. Remnant wins out, though, in the end. A much shorter animation than Down the Strike, even with Cold Snap in the mix. And Rizman not punished in the end. He has the skills to back it up. He walks and talks, this man. And with 20 charges on the Desolator, he also, you know, chops it up some heroes pretty quick. They need to get control of this area again with Vision. It looks like that's what Shakira's trying to do, but they immediately sense him out. They're just trying to get Vision to the Roche. They know that's going to be big. If Rizman gets an Aegis, or even if they feel confident enough to put it on someone else, that could be the high ground. So it seems like that's where both teams are spoiling to fight next. But can, you know, the Radiant, can Atomic hold enough control around that area to make it viable?
Yeah, I mean, they have the Sunstrike to spot it out every so often. They've still... they've just used the scan on the Dire, so they've still got the Radiant one. They've still got Atomic's scan. So there are tools for them to deal with this, and obviously, like, whenever you have a small little area to fight in, if Wukong Command is available, you can take that fight. So I wouldn't be too scared on Atomic. I'd be ready to take that fight, but you have to be careful because Rusman with that level 20 talent, the Sleight of Fist hero damage, he is dealing well and truly too much damage.
He's almost two-shotting. I think at this point he would two-shot most of these heroes, which is absurd to think of given the time in the game it is. And he has basically 2 damage items, and one of them's a Battle Fury. They're going to roll in straight away. Were they...
Oh, that's an illusion.
Yeah, okay. I barely saw the illusion. I thought, did he zip away? Did they just think he might have been there? But yeah, now that's a blown Rolling Thunder. This is what I was worried about. They wanted the Roche Pit fight, but they have to make sure they don't get a much worse fight while spoiling for it, while trying to contest the area, and that's just what happens. I'm not even looking at Rizman destroying these heroes. I was trying to find something that looked more like sport, and then this was over before it started. Comes from Atomic's own Monkey King, but that chat wheel feels eerily prescient as this Ember pick, after a couple of uninspired games, looking absolutely monstrous in Rizman's hands.
Yeah, I mean, we say uninspired. Game 2 felt like he wasn't needed. Game 1,
sure.
I think that would be
I didn't say bad.
That's true. That's true. It was just not inspired, but now 18-2 and 8 assists. He's got the Aghanim Scepter. I swear it was only a minute ago that we said he purchased the Desolator.
Yeah.
Down max stacks, plus a BKB, plus an Ags. This man is huge.
Yeah, okay, I guess I've felt the time since he bought the Desolator, but certainly the fact that he's built a BKB in the meantime, and now he's built an Ags already, and he hasn't just been hard farming because he's finished that Deso stack process. I mean, you can't ask so much more. This is textbook Ember. My god, he's double the net worth of the Invoker. He's catching, lapping the Monkey King. I don't know if there's a comeback mechanism for this.
Yeah, and I think they're going to give the Aegis to somebody, please.
They're going to leave it on the... No. Generous donation to the charitable orphans... Okay, it's to Rizman. I mean, as it should be, right? Now he can just go into the fountain. There is no escape. And they won't make it even close to the fountain at this rate. He is just mowing heroes down. That Aghanim Scepter is so absurd when you also do this much physical damage. There's just no hope of putting together the teamfight combo that they hoped would control this Ember. It was looking good for a time, but I mean, we said only one mistake. And by mistake, we mean like breath of air, basically, for M11. And even just the fact that the team composition is slightly different, right? The farming advantage not so heartily with Atomic when Rizman is scaling this hard on Ember. It just hasn't worked out for them.
Yeah, it hasn't worked out at all. And I gotta say, props to M11 so far. Like, they got smacked around in game number 1, but they didn't panic. They've started to draft their way, what their preference is. Now Atomic Esports, they're on that high ground defense. They're on that annoying little, can we keep our finals dreams alive playstyle. I'm a bit nervous for them because they don't have the greatest high ground. Like, they've got the swap from Vengeful Spirit, and that's about all they have. That's not something they can deal with.
And they're going to catch the Jakiro outside the base right now. This Weaver, again, the vision game has been so strong. Obviously, at this point, the warding game kind of comes down to more the fact that you can't safely leave your base. But I think every fight, if you go back and watch, it's just been the Weaver just charging ahead, providing vision, making sure that Rizman knows exactly what's going on. That's what's allowed him to orchestrate these fights and basically never die in them. Obviously, got caught a couple of times in the early game. Since then, I don't know how many kills he's gotten in a row, but it's a lot. And, you know, it's been a team effort despite the impressive solo performance.
They were both lane deaths, weren't they?
He got like ganked, yeah, but he was basically in his lane. I thought.
Yeah. And you can see what they're doing now. They're trying to split the map up with the Monkey King. I believe Hayden's going to give up eventually on him, but still, it's a Monkey King that's sitting up here by himself, no team around, trying to get XP while Rusman peppers your high ground.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at his build now, and obviously you can understand Echo Saber, BKB, these are not outlandish items. But when you were talking about using this Monkey King as a way to keep up with the farming threat of Rusman, because both of them were committing to farming, this is not worked out. And okay, they're gonna try and make this fight. It's a great setup on the backline, right? Kills the Venge, almost kills the Weaver. Unfortunately, the time lapse comes through, and Rusman is, of course, the one you have to worry about. At this point, he can fully 1v5 you. You're not even touching this man right now. He has used his BKB, but a full Aegis is there, and he definitely still has a supporting cast. Mars and Gyrocopter are kind of hanging around, letting Rusman take a bit more of the heat right now because he can handle it, and eventually the trap stats close. The Venge, the Ghost is going to maybe take the life of the Mars. No, the damage just adds up too much. Can't even get that constellation kill.
Yeah, I really love this play so far, M11. I mean, they've all but secured themselves into the grand final, and they need a catastrophic collapse. And we can see, like, Yusagi in the backline, he's doing so much work. It's surprising to see Rams going down in these teamfights quite often. Like, he's either going so low he can't get back in, or taking that death.
Yeah.
Hasn't really had the impact on Void Spirit, but hasn't needed to, in fairness.
I'm gonna give the credit to Atomic on that one rather than sort of question Rams, because they have proven throughout this series, even in the games that they lost, even in game 2, right? They killed Rusman a bunch of times in a row towards the end of the game, even when they were well out of it, it felt like. They've shown that they have a really good measure of what they can do. They have the kind of execution and coordination that you need to, like, at least take those small wins. But, you know, M11 are the kind of team who won't just let those kills snowball into, like I said, a kind of catastrophic collapse. You'll be able to tax them exactly as much as you're capable of, and then in return, they're going to kill 4 of your heroes. And that's just the team fights that we've been seeing.
That is true. It's only going to get worse here. Rusman has the Aegis for another 50 seconds.
Yeah.
He has the Daedalus purchase queued up and ready to go.
I mean, they're testing his Aegis right now. They'll take it if he's offering, but it's a lot of work, and they can't spend too many spells, because of course he's going to stand up with that Daedalus and a BKB, just allows himself to die, and brings in the Orb of Corrosion. Doesn't actually have the Daedalus ready, it's just a recipe, and it doesn't really matter, of course. Although, this site's very deep. Mars has to just kind of abandon ship, get swapped back in a little bit, I think, and in the end, Rusman decides that that's not a safe enough spot to farm that deep behind the tower, and so 2 of his teammates pay the price. Okay, there's Rams getting his in a little bit, kills off the Pangolier, and hopefully escapes? Nope. Okay, surely that's as much as you get.
What I love about this, like, that extra armor from tower, it's 5 armor under the tier 3.
Yeah.
And it shows, like, Rusman, he only just has enough damage to get these kills, right?
Yeah.
Like, he's not actually able to, if the armor's up, he needs to commit a lot of his spell damage, and then he becomes quite scared and has to play in the back line.
Yeah.
But I do like this playstyle so far, keeping the fights alive, keeping them under the tier 3 tower for Atomic Esports to keep themselves in the game, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you said you were at least, like, you had concerns about their high ground. You see ways it could go wrong, but they played that fight quite well. They got what they wanted out of it. Now, I don't know how favorable the trade was. They are down 20,000 net worth, and even if it feels like it's just Rusman right now, all the Rusman show, right? Rams got a kill in that fight. I mean, they're doing a great job. You have to give them credit. They take everything they can, it seems like, on Atomic. This Monkey King has spent as much time as he can out on the map, farming a lane when he dares, you know, taking the neutrals if not, really making sure that his team isn't just sitting on their high ground, you know, making a valiant last stand. They are trying to give themselves an avenue back into this game, but it's such a long road, and as these other heroes start to scale more and more, like, there's a lot of Kayas popping up on the side of M11. I don't know if they can keep holding.
Yeah, and those Kaya's turning into E-Blades very soon, I'm sure. The Refresher is something I want to keep in mind, like Yusagi. The Mars Refresher is going to be huge, because right now, once that arena comes down, they can take the fight, they can pick them apart. But once they have 2 arenas, it's very hard to get around in these teamfights. It's very hard to move without being stuck.
Yeah, 2 arenas isn't just about being able to, like, arena twice in a row. The fact that the arenas, like, overlap, like, it's kind of... I don't know, I think it's still like slightly underrated as part of the Heroes like core kit, but it just makes it impossible to do anything in the fight. Those projectile blocking walls are awful to play around.
Yeah, that is true.
Smoke.
And,
Maybe this is it.
what's the smoke you want to do?
They're trying to gun for the Void Spirit. I think they've been consistently able to sniff out when a hero's alone, but they're going to run into other heroes. They're going to quickly turn credit to them. They're going to take the kills off it. Mars gets his BKB off just in time and gets the arena up. They've actually isolated the monkey. Bit of a defensive swap going off. They need to find Rusman. They can't take these sorts of fights. He blocks the stun with his BKB. Always on point, this man. He is going to ditch, though. His team feels like they don't quite have the positioning they need, but of course, they can come right back. That Ag Scepter is such a menace. He's able to easily move wherever he needs to be on the map, and now they're going to, at the very least, take the core Vengeful out of the lineup. Her illusion also looks like it's going down here.
Buyback available though. That's not too bad.
That's something. But I mean, did they actually get it killed? They brought back on the Weaver, so I guess it's a trade. Venge does buy back, but it's still 4v5 to defend the base. Rusman has taken the tier 3. Okay, the Venge just swaps in. Heedless of the possibility of dying back. They just need to break up this push however they can, whatever it costs. They do take out Hated and his killing spree. Again, they are taking whatever they can get right now, and they're getting something.
Yeah, and this is good because Rusman's style of play, like that build, it's gonna taper off. Like he has one more slot. He has the Ag Scepter purchase.
He does.
Available. So like there are 2 available slots. It's Lincoln's gonna be the next one. So will he have boots? I don't know. I don't think so.
Do you think Lincoln's is that the purchase you'd go for right now? Because they are not even attempting to kill him. Or even control him. Really.
I'd still go Lincoln's just in case.
Okay.
You don't want to get swap killed. If you get swapped into an ice path, you can die.
Sure. Oh, they're setting up here on the Void. Yeah, I mean, they don't lack for control, as we've just demonstrated. And now, they're trying to get a bit more, but this is not on their side of the map. I mean, that's where you want to take a fight, I guess, if you risk losing it. But they're trying to win, obviously, and they can't seem to catch another target. They just lack that fixed control. They certainly don't have that arena, and Pangolier just, there is no distance you can run that is beyond the reach of Rusman. Maybe your Fountain still at this point, but they are a long way from that. And now he is just mowing down one hero at a time, hounding them out in order of, I guess, net worth at this point. Now he's going to go for the big kahuna, finds the monkey, jumps on it, but he's out of mana. BKBs, but he still can't do anything. He's out of mana. And he's going to go back to base and try and rejoin the fight. Has the Lincolns.
Does indeed. He's going to buy a bunch
Buying
of mangoes.
mangoes. I respect the hustle.
I mean,
know he is
overall, that's not
trying.
a bad play.
No,
They
no.
got the kills they wanted.
Yeah, that's, I mean, again, Atomic, they show a real, like, the fact that we're sitting here just going, can't really criticize that play at all, even when they're not winning the game off it, right? Like, I am very much respecting the read that these guys have on the game.
I mean, it takes a lot of games to get to this skill level, and, like, most teams realize when they're behind. Like, it's very hard not to register that you're 20,000 gold behind. Obviously, they have an extra item or 2 or even 3 on your carry right now.
Yeah.
But, like, 22k net worth, 16,000 of that's on Rusman. So if they ever manage to take him down, like, the net worth's null and void.
Yeah.
The entire advantage is on that 1 year.
Now, they haven't been able to do that because they just don't really have the tools. But like you said, at some point, they know he'll fall off. At some point, their carries will get enough physical damage. Like, you know, even there, he's having to respect them a little bit. And in the meantime, if they can't kill Rusman, they at least know that if he's such a big chunk of their net worth, if they just all in whenever they know he's slightly out of reach of a fight, they can at least ensure they get some damage in, they get some important hero kills before the big bad Ember Spirit shows up and chases them all away. And that's what they're doing. I mean, you kind of even said it last game, right? They just sort of show up, get a kill, and then just run. Just everyone panics, everyone splits off. He'll only kill like 2 of us, it's fine. This man won't run away though, this Roche. That's a problem.
Who's going to get the shard here? I want to see it go to Mars.
Does he not have it bought? Okay, yeah. I mean, typically we've seen the Masters buying it already, but he has taken the shard himself. He's bought the refresher. That, as you mentioned, huge timing. And the Aegis on Rusman. I mean, it's not that he's been dying, but he has full confidence to just go as far ahead of his team as he needs to now. He can be that guy for them under the tower that he wasn't before. And this Invoker, nope, just gets exploded by a crit. That's so unfortunate. The last auto attack before he gets out. But Rusman, he bought that Desolator for a reason. There's the extra burst. He maybe wasn't doing enough damage, unbelievably. But now he is really hitting his apex. No boots.
And he might even get stronger. There's tier 4 items available. If he gets something
Oh, he's found the Pangolier. Goodbye. Yeah, I don't think Ball Up is going to help you. The Blink Dagger might, though. Rizman just didn't have the mana to follow up with a Fire Remnant to cancel the Blink, so Pangolier slips away, actually. Very lucky escape. His mana seems to be a constant issue. Maybe that's part of the reason he went for the Lincolns.
Yeah, it works twofold, right? Like, you don't have the greatest mana regen, but you also have some of the most spammable spells in the game.
Yeah.
And, like, you feel obliged to spam them. Speaking of, top lane,
Yep.
BKB's been forced out here.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost a credit to Atomic that it's taken this long, right? The Monkey King's been up there so much this game. Like, that's the part that's really impressive. You said it's good to know when you're behind, or a lot of teams do, but a lot of teams don't know what to do other than sort of try and sit on their high ground and not die.
Swap.
Oh, yeah, they're going on the targets they can kill again. Goodbye, Mars. No arena for this fight. No buyback either. So is this an opportunity? They are at least controlling the Ember right now, but he has a lot in the tank. BKB and Aegis, they're sort of trying to look for kills in the backline instead, but at least they'll kill his Aegis under the tier 4s. That's going to force a response. It's the Void Spirit who dives in, trying to zone them off the body with a DD rune, and the Ember now, he's back up, he's back in. Pops his BKB, does take a kill. It's just the support, and I guess the core Venge as well, dying in the fight. Can they get more? Can they complete? Okay, they pick off the Pangolier. Man, it's so much damage on the Ghosted Hero from the missile, and now it does look like Rizman will finally have permission to take the racks over the cold, dead bodies of Atomic. They've definitely made them pay, but it's just the Mars in the end.
Yeah, still backdoor protection, by the way. Like, they've still
Yeah,
got
oh
a
my
chance.
God.
They're even going to buy
Okay.
back. They have to back it. They have to respect you. They get the one, and I got to appreciate Atomic Esports refusing to give up. We saw this in game number 1. They refused to give up. They refused to give up on both sides.
So
In game number 3, 30k net worth deficit is huge and very hard to come back from.
Yeah.
But they seem keen to try.
I mean, look, I want to ask your expert analysis. Obviously, we try and make the game entertaining. We try and keep faith in all the teams, and anything can happen in Dota, especially late game Dota. But are they just playing for like an absolute screw up from M11, or is there a point where legitimately they get like their chances at least improve in these fights? Like this Monkey King, he's got Skadi and Basher. You know, maybe that's control. I don't know how they overhaul Rusman.
The 2 ways they can win this game, and these are probably both going to have to happen.
Okay.
1, they sneak the 3rd Roshan and get an Aghanim Scepter. And 2, they watch M11 try to dive tier 4s and overextend and kill themselves. They need both of those things to happen, I think. Or at least, like, the suicide fight needs to happen at least twice.
Yeah, you're wanting the kind of fight where you can like swap someone into the fountain.
Yeah, or they almost found Ninja there. If he had boots of travel, maybe he finds it.
Yeah. Timeless Relic up on the Void Spirit, that's, the big neutral items are coming out now for some of these heroes, and, I mean, hopefully they'll be able to steal some on the side of the raid. They're actually just going to go for this. They commit the Rolling Thunder, seemingly in hope, right? But that was very scouted, and this looks like the worst fight they've taken in a while. They don't really have bad fights in them at this point. Immediately 2 heroes go down. Everyone bails. I'm not sure what the plan was there, but it didn't look like it would ever work, and especially the way that ended up being initiated was a 0%er. That might be the game.
Yeah, desperation. I think it's
Fair to
simple as
try,
that. You can't fight. You can't just sit on your high ground. You have to take fights. Otherwise, they'll just keep farming. Get like 50k ahead and then take the kill.
Yeah, I guess they were trying to get there slightly ahead of the Dire, but by the time they got down the lane, like they were going through the lane maybe to avoid running into heroes in the jungle, but the whole team was just kind of there, already enveloping them in a perfect formation by the time they arrived, and the Rolling Thunder just gets, treated as sort of the signal to go. And now, yeah, that's Pangolier dead again. He does have buyback. Venge is brought back as well. They're really spending every last body that they can here on the side of Atomic. Their hopes of thirst are on the line. But at this point, that hope is just a vanishing ray as there's, between 2 doors that are slamming shut. Rusman's the one pushing them closed, has the leveler working through this tower faster than any Ember Spirit really has a right to. But, he certainly earned the chance to kill some buildings this game with all the heroes he's harvested.
Yeah, and it's not stopping either. A
That's
nice
the
BKB dodge.
He's been just deliberately baiting spells all game to show he has that on him. He's dodging stuns with Slight. He's baiting, Boundless and BKBing it. Now he's drawn the Pangolier out. They're going to fight outside the base again. What little base they have left. They're going on to Rusman. He has no Aegis or BKB. This is it. He doesn't quite get bashed enough. There's a great use on the monkey. Can they catch him? He's going to get away on a sliver of health. There's no chase left. He has 80 hit points, but that's all they're going to get him to, it looks like. He's even hanging around to cast some slights. That was so close to being something. Who knows what it might have turned into, but they just don't quite have it in them, and they pull the GG before their heroes are even dead. They knew that that was their last best crack at it, and Atomic, after a valiant fight, as much as we expected from them, it is the expected result. M11, your favorites for this season, carry that flag onwards into the grand finals.
Yeah, and that was a hard-fought victory. It's unfortunate Atomic can't make the finals as well, but they earned every minute of this top 4 position, and it's a shame that we'll have to see them in the bronze medal fight tomorrow, but they should help hold their heads high. They should be very happy with how they played. And
are you seeing this graph right now? Look at this Ember Spirit. It's insane the game looked that close for that long.
I don't know if the game looked that close. I just think Rusman was so far ahead of everyone. It was like, if he got on top of someone, they just died. Like, it's him versus the world, and everyone else is kind of just playing in the sandpit alone.
Fair enough.
But even then, like, he's 32-2. Like, without him in that game, it's pretty insane. Like, because you look at the scoreboard, it's like 28 to 61 kills. He's 32 kills. He alone is the separation.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, that's just credit to the draft of M11, right? You said before you're not a fan of 4 Protect 1 drafts. I don't know whether you would qualify that as one precisely, but certainly they entrusted Rusman with the responsibility of doing the damage, both to heroes and in the end to the objectives. And even without, like, you know, a massive contribution of like nukes from the Void Spirit, they got it done, right?
Yeah, they got it done, and they've been doing it all season as well. Like, I think M11 have been number 1 on the leaderboard. They had the first game of the season, and they've stayed on top since. Atomic, on the other hand, they had that topsy-turvy. They started off quite rough, but they were able to bring it back and maintain it, and it is going to be a 3rd or 4th place finish for them, but I would still be happy with that.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, the expectations for them were everywhere.
We will take a bit of a break, Bard, but we'll be back with UDV and Gargoyle.
Ooh. All right.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warning. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
We are back in business, and for those that just missed it, we just had M11 up against Atomic Esports. It went the distance, it went to a 2-1, and for wondering, but those that missed it, what did they actually miss? What happened in that series?
I mean, that was just a classic best of 3, I think. Like, obviously, as a caster, I think in narrative terms, I can't help it, but the competition was obviously on such a high level, like, definitely delivered what you want from a finals. But the back and forth, especially with how the drafts kind of followed a similar pattern, we saw each team sort of innovate on the other. And in the end, M11 did come out on top, but they had to earn it against Atomic Bear.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, whenever you see Atomic win the first one, then you get that reverse sweep. It is something to look towards. But we have another series on our hands, and we have the boys on UDV and Gargoyle waiting for it. And you can see the bracket here, it's showing we've got 1 series left for today and the grand final slot. Team M11, they get to kick their feet up and they get to watch the bloodbath that is going to be this second round of the semi-finals here.
Yeah, exactly. They have, took some effort, but they have overcome. They've proven themselves once more. I'm sure it's a morale boost. And now they just need to wait to find out who they will face tomorrow in the best of 5 grand finals. It's a long stretch. Both of these teams, though, potentially have the chops to take it up to M11 in that kind of game, right? UDV and Gargoyle have both been very exciting in games this season.
Yeah, it's been so good to watch, but we have to look at the teams, obviously. Otherwise, who knows who's on that team?
True.
UDV will be the first one, and these boys have been killing it. Ken, JG, Rapido, Lucify, and Teehee. They have been exceptional in other tournaments and as well as our own tournament.
Yeah, the amount of great Filipino Dota representation today has been heartwarming for sure. These guys have looked like a unit. Look at them in that uniform. Sort of a great looking Dota team, looking serious here to play. And of course, we don't need to just go off appearances. We have the evidence from this past season. They definitely seem like they have a great shot at making grand finals.
Of course, the one thing standing in their way, or the one team standing in their way, Gargoyle Esports, Lonely Chucky, Garn, Candyloon, NWP, Layman Naylor. They are a few names you might not recognize. There is some subs going through. Ohio, unfortunately, has a medical issue. Hasn't been able to play, so he will be replaced, as well as Fufu Fia at the moment. Do you think this is going to affect Gargoyle Esports, and how much it could affect right now?
I mean, it has to affect them, right? You can't really pretend that it doesn't. Maybe it won't ruin them or anything, but like it has an impact, right? You lose these players. Obviously, players like NWP and Ohio, their chemistry is impossible to overstate, and the team obviously has been playing as a unit throughout the season to get here. And then now that you finally made the finals, you already sort of claimed the opportunity that you've earned. You have to do it with just some standards. Now, these are super standards, right? Garn obviously has made a name for himself in LPL. Laminel is obviously going to step up as well, but you have to, pivot and adjust on the fly.
Of course, and to pivot and adjust, it's going to be the head-to-head. We have such an important job for Lonely Chucky. We just talked about the substitutes, but Lonely Chucky has to pick up that slack, jump everyone in that backpack of his and carry them to the promised land. But on the other side, you've got Ken, a really stable carry. How do you think these two are going to fare up in the matchup today?
Yeah, I think you kind of identified it there. Ken probably has what Lonely Chucky's going to need to borrow some of that stability, essentially, or try and mimic it. Obviously, every team plays their carrier role a little differently, but it's always nice when you've got someone who you feel like you're just going to, kind of like Rusman held it down in Game 3 there for his team. Just you can assume he'll have the top farm. If you give him the space, if you give him the top farm, he'll carry the game. Just, standard Dota in a way, and especially when your team is playing with 2 stand-ins, right? You kind of do need to go back to basics in a lot of ways, and it'll be Lonely Chucky who probably gets that responsibility.
Of course. I know it's a lot of pressure to throw on Lonely Chucky's back, but if there's one man that can do it, it is him. He's had some exceptional games, and one other player we want to point out, obviously we can't point out everyone at all times, NWP, or Yamate as many know him, he's a veteran in the scene and he's been in these positions before. So maybe he can actually drag the boys up, do the play calls through him rather than Ohio here.
Yeah, I'll admit, like, I'm not sure how the chemistry of this team like works normally, but I'm certain that he has it within him to step up and be that leader. I know he's been that before on SCA teams for, as you said, like, oh God, over a decade now. Such a long career in Dota, one of the longest still going, living legend in some ways, and it's great fun to have him here in the LPL. So hopefully he can maybe rally the boys. Maybe it'll be a bit of fun, just change the atmosphere a little bit, take some of that pressure off that you mentioned. Like, okay, we have some stand-ins. Yeah, in the finals, it's unfortunate. As you said, Ohio with a health issue, you really can't do much about that. So take the expectation off yourselves. Take the opportunity to become underdogs, if in your own minds, for a little bit, and just go, hey, just going to pick our comfort heroes and just do our thing and see what happens. Maybe we do get another upset game 1 to start off this series.
That is true. We'll have to see if they're going to be upset. Is it going to be domination? What will be affected in the draft, which has started our way in just a moment. We will slide across here now. And as you can see, there's a couple of respect bans from the previous series. We're seeing the Ember taken out, as well as the Beastmaster and the Spirit Breaker on top.
Yeah, I like it. After we saw the same bans 3 games in a row, basically, just the same heroes deleted. This time, completely different tone. Obviously, we saw, how much damage Ember can do, both in the game and in the draft, right? To be able to first pick a hero like Ember Spirit 3 games in a row and come out on top. Obviously, it's a testament to M11 as a team, but it shows you how valuable the hero is and justifies it as a ban. Okay, I'm into it. Those last couple of games were very good. New favorite game of the day, Hoodwink, first pick from Gargoyle. And Death Prophet, okay. we've siphoned the hype out of the room. DP Conquer, wow, taking full advantage of those heroes there. That was 2 of the 4 bans we saw 3 games in a row. We're going to find out why they were ban-worthy.
Yeah, and surprisingly, I think that was M11 that banned both those heroes all 3 games, if I remember correctly.
Yes. They banned, I think, did they ban Sand King and then they let, DP through or Conquer through?
In every game, those 2 heroes did get banned in the first
yes.
place. I'm trying to remember if there was one time.
I think it was. I think the teams each took a ban on, maybe it was Conquer or something, because I remember Sand King getting banned out by him. But the point is, though, M11 definitely sees these heroes as threats.
That's true. And on the other side, early Medusa pick.
Yeah, wow, okay.
Gargoyle. We talked about maybe having to have Lonely Chucky carry a lot of effort on his back, and Medusa is a hero we've seen that can do that carry job.
And it seems really early to pick a Dusa, but in the game that the Dusa did carry, we also didn't rate it, even though it was the last pick. We said, this looks really rough for the Medusa, and she still won the game. So, look, it's one of those things that comes down to it. The situation is obviously not ideal for Gargoyle. Who knows what kind of discussion or kind of tone is in their team comms right now. But if what you've determined about your draft is that, hey, Chucky, you have to hard carry this one probably. What do you want? Like, what hero do you feel most comfortable on if we all play around you? And he says Medusa, and that's what you're picking, may as well first phase it, right? Like, might as well get a better mid matchup or a devastating last pick NWP Yamate core shaker. Who knows?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the other side of it is like the triple ban, obviously, like whenever you pinpoint a good, strong 8th pick hero here, you get the triple ban. And
look at these bans.
They've already got the Invoker EMP, the Anti-Mage, and the Grimstroke maybe might be the final ban here. I wouldn't be surprised.
The Mars, maybe, after what we saw last. Okay, the Brewmaster, that is one hero that can really ruin a solo carry's day, especially one who doesn't have BKBs. So, Panglia, though, you can't escape all the team fight control. And, yeah, this is what I worry about when I play a hero like Hoodwink and Medusa, right? Medusa can be tanky, but she doesn't move around a lot. She doesn't do burst damage. Hoodwink is a hero that's incredibly fragile, has to try and stay on the fringes of a fight. What we saw was lacking from the lineups that Atomic eventually ended up losing with in that last series was a lack of ability to pitch a battle around a formation to say, no, the fight's here. You can't dive past this point. You can't get on this hero. They took the opportunities that were given to them. They couldn't dictate the flow once they lost that Mars pick. So we'll have to see what Gargoyle will have to enable these heroes' positioning.
Yeah. I can't imagine, I hate drafts that are like this. I'm like, you pick the Medusa. The best hero with Medusa is Mars. So you pick Mars. Mm-hmm. And I hate that style of drafting, but for Gargoyle Esports, like they're already at the disadvantage with the subs, so I feel like they might as well pick the sweat heroes, and they go with a Treon Protector Pos 5 here.
Okay.
So that's something. Their draft is rogue, if nothing else.
Yeah, this definitely feels like what you do if you take the pressure off yourself. I was half wondering after Hoodwink Deucer if we were going to see 5 archers, but I don't even know how many there are in the game. There's probably 5 if you get a Drow and Potom and Clinks. That's not a draft, though. This looks like it could actually credibly be some kind of lineup, even if it is, as you said, out of the meta for sure. Like, Treant, how far does that go towards making Medusa safer to farm the map in the early and mid game?
Well, the thing is, Treant is usually the hero that sits in the dead lane and like pushes out that dead lane, etc. So it's in the sense of like you force the momentum away from Medusa so he can get in the triangle and start farming that way. And also, living armor is broken.
Yeah.
Just straight up. There's no beating around the bush, pun intended. Living armor is busted. 12 armor bonus is insane. And it has a 200% uptime. So you can have one on the tower, one on Medusa at all times.
It's almost like it's back to being a global aura, except like vastly more powerful. And we are, the picks from UDV so far, Death Prophet and Kunkka. Definitely heroes you love having a whole expensive items worth of armor against just for free all the time. So that combined with the macro presence that you described of Tree, and obviously, a great hero for providing vision by himself or with his, wards later on, great for pushing out lanes so that, again, your creeps are providing vision, keeping people away from your carry, and then the global save for your carry of the armor, it does seem to fit.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, there's almost no draft that's bad for Treant Protector. Like, he's got a massive AoE stun, he's got lane push, he's got towers defense, he's got everything you need to delay a game. So as long as you pick a hard carry with it, it works.
Wow, here we go.
Big surprise! Oh my god!
I mean, yeah, okay. I get what you mean. Like, you would rather see a team find their way to a draft that feels like it's sort of interacting with the opposing draft instead of just, we've decided to pick Medusa and then we looked up a list of heroes that do well with Medusa and picked all of them with their eyes shut. But, I mean, at least you're getting a team that has synergy. And certainly that's the team fight control that I asked for with Hoodwink Deucer, right? Now you have Arena and Overgrowth. That is a lot to combo with Stone Gaze. That's a lot to make sure that no one gets too far away from or on top of Medusa when you don't want them to. And as long as their last hero brings a bit more damage to the table, which I feel like they lack a bit, especially in the early game, they're in with a shot.
Yeah. I mean, I do want to critique the draft just for being very generic, but there's a reason why it's generic, right? Like you don't just pick these drafts and it doesn't work out. There's a reason why Medusa Mars is picked so often together. But for UDV, they've got a lot of options here. All 3 of those heroes can flex into multiple roles. Like now they have to decide where they want it, and now it's going to be a TA carry. So I believe that puts the Kunkka mid, Death Prophet Pango pos 3, pos 4. That's a very fast-paced lineup with a lot of farm potential through the mid-game.
Yeah, and an insane amount of tower killing potential as well, right? And Roshan killing potential. They definitely are paying attention to the potential mistakes of the first series where we saw, okay, maybe we get ahead in game 1 on M11, but we can't finish the job. We can't actually fully capitalize. They have all that they need to catch heroes that are too far out in lanes with X. They can take team fights. They can push towers. They can take Roche. It's interesting. I guess you are happy to just commit to an early BKB, right? Like, okay, there's Stone Gaze and Overgrowth. They've tried to make sure that Gargoyle, they have kind of like a balanced diet of threats. They have ways to deal with you if you have an early BKB carry, since those are popular right now. But it still feels like that's the timing where TA is just kind of going to blow through this team.
Yeah, I mean, you did point on it, though. Like, that's 2 Pierce BKB stuns, and they have no Dispel.
Yeah.
Like, they've got no natural Dispel type hero. Yes, they can build a Lotus Orb, I know that, but it doesn't feel natural for these heroes. And Gargoyle Esports, they're definitely going to win a lot of team fights just off the back of that Overgrowth past the BKBs and then the Stone Gaze on top. But, like you said, UDV have that potential of just blowing people up. Just burst in, blink through, kill the backline. And we know Hoodwink is a squishy hero, so a small mistake there could lead doom. Or what I assume will be Yamate playing the Hoodwink.
Even the thing about Mars and even Treen, if you don't have a Blink Dagger, is, oh, okay. What?
I love this.
Who is the mid matchup that you're picking? That like I actually was gonna ask who you think the supports are on UDV right now. Like, is this a sneaky change up? Do Gargoyle think they have a read on a specific matchup with that Necro pick?
I think it's a Kunkka mid.
Okay,
to be honest.
that makes sense.
So Death Prophet, Pango off lane, and then you pick your 5 here.
So you reckon DP support? Because that's what I was thinking. It might be.
I was thinking maybe even a Pango support.
Okay,
you still have that Death Prophet pos 5 flex role, and now with the Necrophos, I don't know. I feel like with the Necrophos, you want the Death Prophet to have a bit more farm, so it can survive the burst and kind of sit in the middle of these team fights.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate suggesting it, but Ogre is always good for TA. Just having that like, steroid to buff him up and give him the bloodlust, give him a way of staying on top of targets as well with Ignite.
TA is definitely one of those heroes where it feels like you really want a buff to be a real carry.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any negative armor bar the Lucky Shot as well. So it's not like they have that reduce buff style where you put a Solar Crest on an enemy to kill them quicker.
I guess they could just buy a Solar Crest, but still. Yeah.
That's just, but like they don't really have a hero that feels good with Solar Crest, right?
Yeah, they could grab Weaver still in the pool. We saw that be very effective last game. It's obviously, you know, was with a specific laning combination, but we know the hero is just kind of generically good, especially against stationary targets, can scout out Hoodwink and tree in the trees. I don't know, how big a deal is this Necro? Do you need to put some thought towards specifically countering that? I know we're focused on the Medusa right now. And, okay, fair enough. That'll do it.
We were circling around it, but they did go with a hero that has that negative armor reduction and has the Solar Crest potential. So, like, basically everything we said they needed is what they picked.
And
we just didn't get the hero.
I know that it's not the focus as much as having that. That minus armor obviously has an earlier and a more constant impact, but Mortimer's Kiss is one of the best spells to punish stationary cores, which Gargoyle, that is Necro and Medusa, almost more than any others. They just waddle around the fight. You are going to potentially get to rain every fireball on them if you want. So
that is true.
Negates a lot of the tankiness.
We want to point out.
Yeah?
Rapido offlane Pango, and that means Teehee will be playing the POS 5 Death Prophet.
POS 5 Death Prophet, okay.
We were tossing up where they're going to play each role. Like, they even put the TA mid to avoid the bad matchup here. Gun, obviously, the Necrophos against TA. That's, I want to say 50-50. They can both push the lane, they can both farm, but it doesn't really feel like a kill lane for either side. So I do like this so far for Gargoyle. They chose all their lanes correctly, and they've left themselves a pretty good chance to maybe carry this one out.
Yeah, it looks interesting. I certainly feel like out of the Medusa drafts we've seen today, this one seems like it has the most credibility as like being able to fight at least defensively before the Medusa is online, right? I don't think that they need a lot of mistakes out of UDV to be able to imagine a team fight where they are strong and where they win. That being said, they will just naturally be on the back foot with Gargoyle, you know, being a Medusa draft, right? And certainly they're going to be, I think, giving up the initiation edge or the kind of tempo setting priority early on. They only really have the Mars Arena to look for that kind of play. They're going to kind of just be sitting back and hoping to not give too much up, maybe make some space in the triangle or whatever, like we said for Medusa, and it'll be up to UDV to take the fight to them.
Yeah, I kind of want to see how UDV take that fight to them as well. Like, obviously, they've got Blink Dagger potentials quite comfortably, and I don't know if I'm the only one seeing this, but is your screen like lagging with some of the animations? Does it look like JG has 300 arms?
The particles are broken on all of the Immortals on my screen. Yeah, it's like someone took a long exposure photograph. So like every item that glows, Pangolia's hat, TA's arms, Mars's spear, they're all just kind of like left their particles behind in a big trail. It looks cool. This could be a new like load screen effect. People might pay for it.
People might pay for it at the same time. Like I feel like this is the repetitive joke. Indie company, it's just a slight error.
Exactly.
It's never going to get fixed. Back to your actual gameplay point of view, though, with the pushing and the diving and being able to fight and. Is something like Rapido's Blink Dagger is going to be incredibly important.
Yes.
But I feel like Ken getting maybe a Silver Edge, maybe a BKB early, so he can start getting into these team fights, that's probably the most crucial point for UDD.
Yeah.
How quickly can they get Kunkka enabled in these fights, and can he survive what will be the Necrophos targeting him all day?
100%. I think that's the scenario I'm kind of imagining in my mind where that Blink Dagger really comes up big. Is like at some point they're going to be trying to push a tier 2, and you're going to have to fight under the tower because between like these different heroes, the Mars, the Hoodwink, and the Treant, like they can just clear your creeps, right? So these heroes are going to have to commit to a fight under a tower. They're going to have the opportunity to wind up with that Pango Blink or something as their means of initiation. And how well can they fight in? How well can you like scout and interrupt or at least mess up the combo of like Treant Root, Mars Ultimate, Stone Gaze, you know, to actually succeed in that fight and be able to push through the resistance.
Yeah, I mean we'll have to check in, and it's hard to imagine how Gargoyle, Radiant here are going to be able to take this one out, but they've got all the tools. And something I want to point out, something weird, something wacky. Garn, Necrophos building a Wraith Band.
Okay.
Extra armor up against the what is meant to be a TA mid.
Yeah,
I have to assume.
I suppose so.
Is this even good though? Is the question.
Yeah, I'm racking my brains. Like, surely there is a better armor item to buy, but I guess it's you get a combination of stats. You get some attack speed after minute 25. It'll probably double it. Like Necrophos tends to go for like bigger items, right? You build Greaves or a Radiance or something like that. So he's probably going to have it in his inventory for a while. Maybe that works out. We've definitely seen patches where this is the build, even on like non-Agi core heroes, but it's been a while.
Been a long while since I've seen a Wraith Band Necrophos. This might be the first.
It's been a while since I saw Necrophos in a while. I'll be honest.
I low-key think he's going to be one of the highest pick rate heroes and highest win rate heroes in the patch.
I mean, I'm not saying you're wrong. He's definitely feeling good in this matchup, I think. What hero I'm less feeling good about that I just like your perspective on before we get to the mid lane and the lane phase and kind of see it. This DP support, right? It was kind of first picked as a flex, so you give it some leeway as a 5. This isn't the game that I like leap to thinking, oh yeah, DP5 looks great here. Like it obviously discourages aggression from melee heroes like Mars, but I don't think it really owns the Mars like it does certain other heroes.
Yeah, I don't think it's about owning the Mars, though. I think it's about ruining Yamate's life.
As
you can see,
that is happening.
Auto attacks flying. And like, how do you deal with it? Like, you try to fight him, he turns around, he spirit siphons you, and all of a sudden you're trading against your own life.
I guess that's it though. You just sit like I suppose if you're having a great game, maybe as Hoodwink, you hope to get some harass off. But the hero to me is more about like the ability to fight with your lane partner. It just doesn't have tremendous base stats like DP does for fighting, you know, 1v1 outside the lane. So if you play close to the Mars, at some point you're going to have to overstep to keep that harassment going. It's certainly working out early though.
Yeah, I mean even then, like what's going to happen? He's going to get speared. He's going to get hit on. But he doesn't care, because the Kunkka is the main reason why you want this lane to go well, and Kunkka right now just gets the free farm whenever he wants it.
I guess that's it. You provide enough advantage to the lane that you're still... It's ultimately about discouraging that aggression. With that Spirit Siphon, there's no real way to commit to a fight, even if you have a great combo of, like, slow into tree stun, into bushwhack. You're going to get linked, and you're going to have to walk off. So the Kunkka is basically safe in this lane. But is that also true of the enemy safe lane right now? We're seeing the Treant definitely make his presence felt against the Pangolier.
That's true. I mean, against the Pangolier, he should struggle early, honestly. Like, I think Pango versus Medusa lane is not favourable, and then you throw in the heaviest hitting boy in the West in that Treant Protector. Like, Gargoyle, again, they have solid lanes. They just need to translate it into good farm and really, really solid rotations in the mid game.
Well, so far, Gun, who I know for playing off-lane or 4-position Spirit Breaker, is owning up the mid lane, although his team not doing so well in other lanes. That ill fate you predicted has come to pass. In fact, Mars pays for attempting to contest the DP, so I was wrong. I underestimated the impact, maybe. Certainly, the Hoodwink right now, I think this hero is just like, it's not the biggest lane winner in the world, right? And in this meta of lane winning, we're seeing certainly a price be extracted for this pick. Maybe it'll make up for it later on. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a level 6 hero.
Yeah.
It's got the power of the bushwhack in the mid game, but it is a level 6 hero through and through. And
yeah,
on the other side, Death Prophet is just a menace, just absolute menace.
There's a certain satisfaction I feel when someone just goes like, no, you are nothing to me right now, Hoodwink. I don't care. You know, Yamate, you can't fool me. There's nothing you can do to make this hero exciting or intimidating. I am going to make you feel every excruciating minute until you hit that level 6, until your hero becomes more impactful. We're going to make you pay. And make your Mars pay.
He's still got the bounty rune, though. Like, not that it matters, it's a TA mid lane. Like, TA is just going to sit in the lane and pretty much never leave, but...
Oh, is he?
It still hurts.
He's going to look for the courier, at least. He's going to look for the... Like, definitely NWP is doing everything he can, right? Like, he obviously is not, like, a big intimidating hero, but any hero can get bounties, any hero can chase couriers, contest stacks and pulls, you know? He's going to try and be a nuisance.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing his job. Like, at the end of the
He
day,
got the
like,
courier.
yes,
Oh,
we're
Miles got the
laughing.
courier. Okay, I don't even know how that happened.
God's Rebuke, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know.
16's a good, and he wouldn't have...
I just wouldn't walk my
I
courier
don't know.
that close to Mars, but hey, there's a lot going on in the game. Speaking of...
You say there's a lot going on, but, like, it's all just skirmishes right now. It's all about that efficiency play. There's no massive kill threat across the board right now.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching the Tear get, like, as you'd expect, right? Just kind of trading resources for farm in the mid lane, just getting sort of worked over early on by the Necro's constant damage output. And you could see NWP, kind of the thought process, well, I can't get a lot on top, maybe I'll drift down and rotate. But the Death Prophet is just there, just follows, chases the Hoodwink back away from that mid lane. There will be no interference.
Yep, and they're actually going to go a mid lane.
Oh, they're going on Mars
this
as well. Okay. Oh, yeah, there's diving happening all over. Looks like TA's fine, though. Okay, Mars is fine at top, so we'll cut back in. Yeah, it looks like everyone's going to survive except maybe Garn. Garn's certainly testing. He's trying to bait. He's doing the Necro thing, trying to make people overcommit to that juicy Necro kill. In the end, though, they respect the tree, and even no points in living armor, although respect may not be enough to keep Snapfire alive. Gets the second nuke. Yeah, gets the kill finally. That was close, though. And... gonna tangle with a fresh stack or a fraction charges, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, the benefit of this is that he's gonna send him home on the Cardi wave, so if he pushes here for Gun, you can maybe get some tower damage.
True.
Like I said, there was a brawl top lane, but it didn't really eventuate into anything, and
yeah,
that's probably the most rogue rotation I've seen in quite a long time.
The Treant rotate? Yeah.
Not just the trade rotation. The way he attempted that kill was just like, what is
just
that?
waded into the tower from like half depth, just fully committing. I mean, I guess that's what you got to do to make it happen, and credit they did, right? You don't normally think the dynamic hero-killing duo of Necrophos pre-ultimate and level 3 tree, but they did eventually get some blood for it. And as you said, real pressure on this tower. It hasn't taken any damage yet, but the wave is being worked aggressively. There's a 2-level gap now onto the TA who had to go home, and I'm sure Garn will take any opportunity to drop the Reaper side early on.
Yeah, and the issue is here, he pulled the creeps back so far on the side of UDV that they're able to just take the Cardi out, and they didn't really lose too much damage on the tower. That was a huge heads-up play from JJ.
Yeah, very smart stuff, blunting him. A lot of small things being done, right? You mentioned Soldier Smite and skirmishing, but we are seeing the quality of these players shine through in all of these moments, right? They are both, you know, they're exchanging advanced strategies, trying to get the most out of the heroes. NWP, they've been stacking their own triangle, have gargoyles, but now they have scouted out the stacks that are here for the Kunkka or maybe the TA, and they're bringing in Garn. They can certainly do some damage here. I think they've realized they're kind of between multiple different heroes. They're now going to get found by the DP, but she's level 3. What can she do? Can they stop Garn from stealing a lot of this net worth?
Yeah, I mean, they can try.
Yeah, bringing heroes over.
Level in Ghost Round.
This is going to be a fight, maybe. Mars not quite to ultimate. That must be frustrating. He'd love to come in and use an arena to secure this. But it's going to be the Dire who collapse, and... okay, Tahi's the first to fall. Garn does get that scythe off the regen, certainly helping him stay alive, but he has no points in Ghost Shroud right now, so he just gets drilled by Little Shredder. Has to back away, and okay, they will be forced to concede these stacks, but at least they sort of, okay, we have to bring everyone over, we have to commit extra resources. They made an attempt, they pushed, they got some kind of response. They got a kill.
No, they did exactly what they needed to as well. They stole a lot of XP in a couple of the last hits.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, a lot of these like medium to hard camp stacks are not meant for pure gold. They're meant to get like a full level on TA by himself. So JG, he's still like that level behind entirely on Garn, and This is what you need to do for Necro. Be anywhere, just being a nuisance, and just annoy them all.
Yeah, it's a real draft after my own heart here. Like between the teamfight initiation they have and just these macro heroes like Tree and Necro, right? Like it's sort of, I guess how you look at it is like you said, you just need to be ahead so that you can just put your body in the way. You can just be places they don't want you to be, and you need to be a certain level of ahead so that they can't just dislodge you to really make it expensive to make you move off their stacks. They have to bring a bunch of heroes over and cast spells at you. And you still don't die. And that's where Gun is right now, top of the last hit chart, feeling good, level 8 and 2/3. Meanwhile, this TA is still kind of scrambling, trying to put together first item Blink Dagger, a little bit different this time to what we saw in the first series.
Yeah, it's surprising to see like these early blinks, these early engagements, and
Oh, wait, what? Okay,
I
sorry,
think
this...
he kind of needs it.
I thought people were going in the Roche Pit. I'm like, for what purpose? But they were just chasing down T here, who does die on the Death Prophet. Again, making him chase, nothing wrong with that. It is a level 3 Death Prophet, though. That's pretty low level.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, he's done his job, right? Like, he's been a nuisance.
Yes,
He's given Conqueror a free lane. Like, that's what he needed to do.
Yeah.
Like, Conqueror has an armlet right now.
You're just also even getting out-leveled by the Hoodwink you were chasing around early on, and I know that, like, when you commit to support DP, you understand its limitations, but... Oh, hang on a second. Speaking of limitations, Tree, limited ability to survive this one, just gets destroyed by Ken's ultimate. He has this armlet completed, wastes 0 seconds rotating to the enemy safe lane, getting a kill, and now pressuring a tower with the Pangolier. So they are not going to be left behind in the tempo setting UDV, but I was more just saying, like, you just... have to limit your expectations for the DP in team fights when it comes to like Exorcism and Spirit Siphon when you fall this far behind.
I mean, you say this far behind, like they can just give him a dead lane.
Sure.
They can just give him a lane to just sit here and AFK.
That's true.
That's kind of what they're doing right now, right?
Yeah.
Like, you look at top lane UDV and it's just like, here you go, Teehee, have some fun. Like, just go take the tome. Go make sure you don't suicide.
Well, Mars is looking, but with no Blink Dagger, it's pretty hard to catch up. Okay, he just had to have his boots delivered, so there's no way he's closing without that. But I mean, could then not, you know, the Gargoyles just sort of do what is being done on the opposite side of the map by UDV and just move multiple heroes to take this top tower? I mean, okay, we're committing solo Mars on DP. I don't know if this is a kill. Have you? Spirit Siphon's quite a spell. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not sure about that one. Kind of just trying to establish some dominance, definitely getting some damage. The Spirit Siphon charges have been used up now. So is the Mars ultimate. Yeah, okay. Here comes Snapfire ultimate. Maybe that's also a bit of a bait. I mean, they're just playing up here. They're laughing at each other. They're all having a lark, a lot of fun. Meanwhile, actual posturing on the bottom lane that might turn into a kill as opposed to whatever that chicanery is. And, okay, I spoke way too soon. How did that happen?
He got cookied from a creep.
Oh!
And he went under tower. A Solar Crest plus a little shredder.
That explains it. Yeah, I thought that
him down.
He was so far ahead, I thought there's no way they're catching up to cooking him. But yeah, walking past a creep, dangerous at the best of times. Okay, now that feels incredibly bad. You just went up by yourself. I guess you were hoping to maybe draw more rotations away from bottom lane, because it looked like they were trying to set up to invade the triangle. But there's just no buying it. Instead, the sole rotation of the other support of the Snapfire is enough to secure a kill on the Mars, and that's got to feel terrible.
Yeah, and now they're going to turn around. This is the big turnaround kill they want.
Level 6 Hoodwink, as you said. Oh, the spear misses. That's so rough. Okay, they're going to finish her off with the scythe, but that's a lot of firepower.
Yeah, the thing is, Scythe is now permanently stacked, so it's like almost not even a bad thing just to have it off cooldown, spam it as much as you can. Like, that's 6 health regen.
That's true. I was thinking of it as like a big ultimate for killing some of these tanky cores, right? Like, how do you... It's their best tool to actually, you know, slow down this Ken Armlet Kunker or whatever who's snowballing around the map. But I guess if you are confident in your late game and you do have a Medusa, yeah, just farm the stacks. It'll add up.
Yeah, I mean, currently 6 health regen's basically a ring of health.
Yeah, it's
like
big,
825 gold for free. If you put it in that sense, I'm like... Basically, he's getting an extra 400 gold every time he drops that hammer.
That is true.
That's a lot of money.
there's a little bit more to be said about, you know, the relevance of different stats, but certainly when you're this strong, the regen will add up over a fight. Although they are doing a great job bursting down, gets that Yules off in the absolute nick of time, and now that health regen will have time to work. In the meantime, though, they're still paying there. Okay, the Rolling Thunder ends, but here's the kisses. They punish the stationary hero, just like we talked about in the draft. No, need a few more stacks to get through that one. Okay, I was about to say they're going to tax the Snapfire for that kill, but she will take another life before she falls. I'm sure they're completely happy with that exchange. Although, you know, losing the Kunkka is always sad, so still, I don't know how many deaths you want to take on a Necro like this, right? You want to put yourself in danger, which he did, but you really have to hope to not die early on.
It works twofold, right? Like, yes, he's the top net worth hero, but he's also a hero that had an ult. Like, we were just laughing about, like, is it worth throwing it on a support? I mean, the man died anyway. He wasn't going to get that ultimate off to get a kill, so it looks worse, and they found a third one on the top lane. Yamate just throws that little bowler out and collects it.
And Bushwhack is sometimes really devious like that, right? To think about like some of the ways that you can hit the best players in the world with a bottom arrow, you throw it over trees or anything like that. Bushwhack is so... You can be in like the corner of that AoE that's like tossed into some trees that are in fog. It's really rough if you're not fully aware and alert for it. And they convert that into a kill, which is very nice to see. Okay, Blink Dagger reveal on TA, obviously not like a very impactful reveal. You're not trying to surprise anyone by farming creeps more efficiently, but they're going to note that progress and that item choice. Deso, of course, being queued up next. Want to get those stacks rolling. And Ken, of course, is still just owning the whole bottom half of the map all of this time. Like that's something I have to keep coming back to. Boots of Travel now finished. Is that the second on their team? I thought I just saw Boots somewhere else. I guess it's Necro. Sorry, it's Necro. Necro has Boots. Yeah. That was the other pair. Yeah.
And we just do the exact same thing as you. I clicked on every single hero in the game, and I was like, it's gotta be someone.
Yeah.
I clicked on Necrophos, I was like, because he just built a Yules.
Yeah.
I was expecting him to build something tanky.
He's counteracting that station. He's like, damn, I gotta be able to run out of fireballs. I gotta have Yules travels.
This is quite normal, not the Yules part. The travels is quite normal.
Yeah, like, of course, for efficiency, right?
Kaya Sanj is pretty normal.
Yeah.
Like, he's a fast pushing hero. Has he got the Agshard purchase? No, he's buying.
It's one of the ways that he can like, because one of the reasons I was sad about him dying before is he farms at a pretty consistent speed, so the downtime really hurts him, and it looks like he'll be able to maybe Boots of Travel waddle his way out of this one, but his team won't be so lucky. They've already gobbled up NWP, and this Mars is just sort of doing a dance on hot coals here. Spears away the TA, falls to the Pangolier instead, and sure enough, Garn is marching, but oh no, the Kunkka X. That's where the Yules comes in, though. Not a standard pickup, but an effective one there. Will evade capture in the end, but still, 2 kills for absolutely nothing. Maybe some ultimate cooldowns if you want to count those, but happy days for UDV.
Yeah, I mean, getting those kills, it's pretty rough for Gargoyle, but keep in mind, they've had the entire time where Medusa's just been whacking creeps.
Yeah.
We pinpointed before the game even started, before the picks even came through, that only Chucky was going to be their win condition. And so far, they're making it seem like he is, because he's 0, 0, and 0. Oh. Has not been a part of anything.
The pristine carry player dream, right? The perfect game where all you do is hit PvE units. Just kill creeps and kill buildings and be so far ahead economically you can't lose. No, obviously that's not going to last, but for now, you're right. That's always a good sign, you know, apart from some very specific circumstances. And, okay, Mars, okay, gonna get ambushed. The old-fashioned meld, like, the version of meld people laugh about where you use it to just be a trap, just hanging out near the trees and then putting some shots into the off-laner before we realize that Mars is a pretty sturdy boy. Even without any explicitly kind of defensive items, you got some armor from phase boots, and you're a strength hero, and that's enough right now, because this Blink Dagger TA is just not a hard hitter right now.
It's kind of pathetic watching, like, TA, sure, you have the mobility to farm, you have the safety of being able to blink away from spells, but goddamn, you do not hit hard. Like,
no.
We're used to TA sitting for like 300 right now.
Yeah.
And this one's hitting for 130.
I mean, the Blink lets you move between camps, but I was wondering, like, how much farm are you sort of losing out on by going for first item Blink Dagger, right? It can't really be more efficient. Is this going to be the courier kill? Do you dare as Treant? Oh, they saw him. They saw him with the courier flight by complete accident, no longer invisible from nature's guise.
He has Blink, though.
Yeah, they somehow missed him with the Pangolier, so this is just time wasting, actually. I mean, they know
I
he's
like what he's
around.
doing.
Nope, they give up on the courier problem.
The thing is, even if you catch him, like, what are you actually catching? He's the Pos 5 hero, he's sitting in the middle of goddamn nowhere.
You mostly just remove the threat of blink overgrowth if you try and, like, do something else nearby. But you're right, it's definitely not worth, like, hunting him to the ends of the earth. Look at the wards he's got up, though. That's impact.
Yes, that's sick vision.
Yeah.
Even the one in front of Roshan, by the way, a very underrated ward spot.
Yeah.
Other side.
Yeah, okay. Hoodwink's just dead immediately. And, oh, more importantly, so is Garn. That time they had the disables and the damage. And, yeah. That's very rough, right? Like, you know, you try to sell the upside, but every time this hero dies, his power, like, materially decreases to play the way he was, to make that space for the DOTA. Now her space will be paid for with the life of Roshan.
And the Deso's up as well. And I said the first death was fine, because he had the ult.
Oh, okay, sure.
Right? Now, this time, like, he was ready to throw that Reaper side. And the fact that he didn't get it off, he didn't get another stack, and like you said, now they get the Aegis. This is the tempo setting we were expecting. When they picked this very, very greedy core lineup, this is what it is. Like, he playing Death Prophet, and obviously Lucifer playing the dead Snapfire right now. Might be dead, most likely.
Yeah. Well, there's that Reaper's Scythe. Definitely getting those stacks wherever possible. 12 HP regen now.
Yeah.
They're trying
He needs to get to like 50 this game, though.
Yeah,
for it to start actually having ridiculous impact. If he gets to like 40 to 50 range, he will hit that near unkillable phase.
Sure. And then you have him and Medusa both being unkillable and just kind of putting out damage. But can you get there? Okay, here comes the Pangolin. Already has the shard, so the rollout combo is coming. That's the important combo breaker from the Triad. But what is it supporting? There's no Reaper's side. There's no way to keep locking down this Pangolin. He's going to roll away. The Mars is hunting. No arena, though. No opportunity to find have the blink cancelled, it looked like, right when he was trying to find the ultimate. So they'll just disengage instead. Fair enough.
Yeah, they have to disengage. They don't have their final coup de grace when it comes down to getting kills. They really lack damage without Reaper's side.
Yeah.
I will point this out, that every time we see these fights go on, if they don't get the Reapers down, it honestly feels like anyone, even the Pos 5 right now, is walking away from them. He getting Death Prophet kills, he's going to be completely fine without that damage.
I mean, that's why I'm glad that they backed off from the fight, I guess, because it really doesn't feel like they have any business looking for fights right now. They fight when they have to put up a resistance, to not just be completely, like, you know, soft targets on the map, giving up towers freely. But yeah, they ideally want to be farming, and maybe they want to be like farming aggressively to push out lanes on Garm, but they want to be farming, and eventually they just trust the damage will come from the Medusa, I suppose, and the Necrophos in part. But yeah, without the Scythe, they've got nothing going.
Yeah, we saw that just then, like, the Pango roll almost died. Just to the Medusa damage alone. Like, no one else helped auto attack.
Yeah.
Speaking of...
Okay, they're cooking and can... They do have a Spirit Vessel up on the Hoodwink. That's a little bit of damage, especially on these strength heroes. Okay, she will die before she can use anything like that. But there are some heroes victim of this arena. We've been seen so effective in the first series. They'll get the Aegis as well. Can they get the second life? There's no big heavy, but there is a fast blink. So they get the TA back out of there. And... maybe, hey, you're right, there's a lot of damage hitting that Snapfire. That Snapfire with a Solar Crest. He's not without armor, but yeah, the DOTA damage already starting to add up with just this assortment of items. She is, you know, that hard farm from the early game has paid off in a net worth lead, but there are two strong Dire Cores as well. How...
if we look at the fight recap, look at the damage quickly before it pops away. See that red bar next to Medusa's name?
Yeah.
That's all you need to know.
Oh my god, the lack of damage everywhere else. Yeah, it's pretty rough. I mean, how... That was obviously a solid performance, but not game-changing. How many items do you need to see on this Medusa before she is ready to out-carry, you know, this scaling Kunkka and TA duo?
I think it's less about items. Like, if he gets the Skadi plus level 20, that'll be enough to win these fights.
Well, the level 20 is going to come. He's the highest level in the game, right? Okay.
It's close to 1,000 gold away. So, like, those two items are... or item plus timing on the level, they are huge windows of opportunity.
Yeah.
And, like, yes, you can get more damage with, like, Swift Blink, with Datalises, Silver Edges, etc. But that window, when they have the Skadi plus the level 20, that's fight night. Ready
Fair
for
enough.
NWP and Gargoyle and Totem.
Well, it looks like it might be up just in time, right? Because it's really interesting when you see, like, obviously, like in last game, 2 carries kind of farming. They have similar amounts of space on the map. They're both just committing to farming more than fighting or anything else like that. Their net worths are roughly comparable. In this case, the Kunkka and the Medusa. But the Medusa, like you said, still playing for that level 20 turnaround. Kunkka has invested in Armlet BKB, right? And now Shadow Blade. So this is your fight time also. I can't imagine you're buying these items to go back to the creep wave, if you can help it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they wait for the Silver Edge. I guess Ken could build up, but right now, you're right. He just wants to burst through. His level 20 is massive as well. That Tidebringer AoE. Cleave damage. I think he might go Rogue and go the Torrent AoE. The last 2 times I've seen Ken play this, he's actually gone the Torrent AoE.
Okay.
Don't ask me why. I can't figure it out.
They give the Ags later off a Roche or something? I mean, that's a lot of stun.
That's true, but a lot of carries don't go the Ags until like 5th item. And by then they're like level 25, 26 anyways. Like,
I was thinking like getting it off the Roshan like just casually, but yeah, you're right. Like it's a pretty luxury kind of choice to invest a talent in, and they've caught the Pangolier. Roll into is not going to save you from Root into Stone Gaze. That is a number of ultimates, but they conserve the Reaper's Scythe cooldown this time, so that is still available to try and devastate the Kunkka. I think they're starting to realize how important it is to bring down, you know, especially the Taya and the Kunkka. They do need that cooldown non-negotiably. I don't know if they can still find it through BKB against the Kunkka, but at least they'll have the tool in the bag.
That is true. I mean, BKB, yes, it's max, but it's only 8 seconds. Like it's not a be-all and end-all. And like we said, Stone Gaze does last for 8 seconds. Like there's a window there where they can kind of kite the BKB timings anyway. Like that's the one downside about building this early BKB. Against a Medusa, he just abuses it anyway. You have the overgrowth on top of that.
Yeah.
So they have the tools to maybe waste a lot of that time.
There's now a full Lotus Orb up on the Snapfire, so lots of team utility, lots of armor being purchased. They missed the Cookie Blade because the Kunkka realized this is not the fight they want. Unfortunately, not everyone gets a cookie out there. Wow, the DP almost lived through that. There was a double take from those Radiant heroes, but instead, they are able to secure the kill and presumably the stack for Garn. And they zone the rest of them out, although Ken wants the tree, catches him with the X before he leaves the area with the blink. Nice timing on that, but the follow-up isn't there, has to X him back, and does not line up the boat with the rest of the spells. There is a TA farming up top. You know, her items, she's managed to sort of find her way back to the common core that you'd expect at this point of the game. Dragonlance, Deso, Blink. No stacks on the Deso yet, it looks like, but, you know, we understand why that is. And Nullifier and Execute Up, they're assembling like the Exodia of single target disable items, right? They've already got the Solar Crest, they've already got the Spirit Vessel, now they're going to have a Nullifier. They're just going to make it as hard as possible for Medusa to be, you know, the one protected by 4 this time.
Oh, I think that Nullifier might even be more targeted towards Necrophos.
Oh, certainly.
That Ghost Shroud, the Yules will be removed. And I want to pinpoint, that Reaper Scythe didn't give him a charge. Because that 1 extra health on
Wait,
PE,
really?
Didn't get the extra charge. Yeah, it's not like Pudge's thing.
Oh.
Where you have like, what's that? Like, it's got like a 1 second grace.
Yeah, Pudge and Lion's Finger as well now. Like, they have a fairly substantial, like, not a microsecond or anything, grace period where if they die after the spell, you still get the stack. Okay,
Lion's
yeah, not the case.
It actually says how long the thing is. I think it's 2 seconds.
Yeah.
But yeah, Garns, if that Reaper Scythe hits the ground and they're not dead, get stuffed. You don't get the charge.
Unforgiving. I mean, like, you would expect it wouldn't be that hard to kill them with the scythe, but as we saw, didn't quite work out there.
Death Seeker. He had the free E-Blade version of the Death Pulse. He just wanted to keep it. He wanted to be greedy. It's a 14-second cooldown, and
I guess he's feeling the pressure. It did look like they could get turned on at any time, and now they're going to turn on Garn in the top lane, but this time his team are not there to interrupt this absolute monster train of CS. Eventually, though, they run out of ways to hit him with the Pango lumps, and he's able to get his Ghost Shroud off, but he is juking and dodging. He cannot just slither out of there. The fire is in his way, and he does go down in the end. He'll punish the DP. Huge overgrowth, though. Can they get the... Oh, there's no arena. They used it already, obviously, and they are now chasing heroes out of the fight. They get 2 at least. The Mars, that BKB, pretty big, standing tall in the fight. Blinking forward, trying to get more. The spear is well aimed, but doesn't catch anyone. And they'll get a tier 2 off this, surely, if they want.
Yeah, I mean, they still have a lot of tools to fight here. Exorcism is available, but right now, how do you deal with the Medusa? We talked about what the next item was, and I said Silver Edge would be really good, or Swift Blink. He goes to Silver Edge instead to break a few of these passives, the lucky shot specifically. A lot of the times Medusa vs Pango matchups are made or broken from getting hit by the lucky shot and breaking it.
Very clever. I mean, like, there's other, like, as we said, there's sort of an element of trying to juke spells here out as well. Obviously not the primary purpose of the item, but being able to, like, sometimes you can just kind of slip out of their true sight in a team fight or something like that. If you need to reposition, if you need to get into a better spot, if you need to be able to just dodge Pango roll or something like that, this item does give her options she doesn't normally have. So I do agree. It looks like a great pickup right now, and obviously it's sort of been made stat agnostic. It's not attached to any kind of like particular attribute anymore, so just all profit for the DOTA there. Even the attack speed, right? She's always after some kind of item for that. And between the Silver Edge and the Manta, you feel like she's definitely getting the value out of her auto attacks already.
Yeah, I mean, disregard the double engine. She is hitting for about 220, 250 area.
That's chunks.
25 is rapidly approaching as well, so he's going to have that split shot modifier. Crit galore, Skadi on everyone. And that's going to be a huge window of opportunity here. Unfortunately, it won't be the Roshan opportunity. They will just look for a fight instead. And they might find TA. This is the hero they need to find.
Nice, yeah, they immediately beeline. They just kind of sense she's still up here, hanging around, placing some traps, and unfortunately this isn't going to be the battlefield you want to be. It's a nice blink, though. The refraction lets her get it off. They actually just whiffed the arena. They tried to blind fire it, but that does establish where she is, and there's just too much firepower. They can miss a few if they need to, but ultimately she bites the dust. Side stack for Garn. Happy to claim that one, and it's a big scalp.
It's the big stacks now. It's 9 health each time, 3 mana regen each time. It's massive.
Oh, like Duel, huh? The scales up.
9 health regen per kill.
That's a lot.
Skull.
Yeah.
Actually skull.
All right. And you know, multiply that mentally by Death Shroud, so... Yeah,
well, not even just that, because like, that's what, 75% he went the Ghost Shroud slow as well. So
oh, hang on, okay, we're contesting this. It looks like Pangoli's here invisibly. The Mortimer's kisses the opening salvo into the pit. Everyone bails out. They bail up the hill to try and find the offender, and they actually catch her immediately. The power of Blink on this tree, and he has been doing a lot of work this game behind the scenes. Obviously Mars as well. And DOTA does get the Aegis. It was a nice try. That Pangoli must have been in close to the death.
Shard.
Yeah, okay, got something for it, but not the Aegis. Crucially, not the Aegis. Shard's still pretty big. And gets out with it.
That's a 2,800 gold swing.
Yeah.
It's a 1,400 gold item. He steals it off them, and he gets to give it to... Not even himself, actually.
Oh, he does eat it. He does eat it. No, he had it already. Right, sorry.
Yeah, so he's left it on the floor, I believe, for TA. The TA silence trap is insanely powerful here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's going to make Necro's life so much harder, right? You're relying... Obviously, he has the Yules, right? But they are locking him down. If he can't get, like, a reflexive Ghost Shroud off, or he's already used his Yules or something, if they nullify him, yeah, this could be bad.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if they nullify, he can still use the Yules to purge, but he's going to come right back down. He's going to come right back into the abyss.
Instantly purges it, right, with the recurring debuff.
Yeah, it's like a 0.2 seconds. He'll be in the air for 0.2, come back down, get smacked around, and like hopefully he becomes tanky enough.
Well, he has acquired Shivas. Didn't even finish. I mean, I don't know if this is the usual progression. Just bought the raw Sage for the regen, and now finishing up some armor, which he desperately needs, obviously. He's trying to cover all his bases now. It looks like he might go back and finish Sanjin Kaya. It's like Tay is going back to finish this tier 1 tower top at 30 minutes. Just try and protect the things. They glyph it.
Yeah, they've only lost 1 tower, by the way.
Treant Protector over living armor is alive and well.
And this is what we talked about, right? Like, Treant is one of the best heroes in the game, if not the best, at just delaying the game. He's just such a nuisance. He's so hard to verse.
Yeah.
Because, like, that armor just, like... How do you fight through a 30
You have to be able to dive the tower and find the Treant in his hiding place and kill him, which is just a lot of effort. You need a bunch of heroes. Some heroes are bad at it. Like, he's just putting this additional unexpected obstacle between them and the sort of map dominance they expect to be able to take. But now they're taking that fight. BKB forced out of Mars by the Pango roll as he just rumbles around the backlines. His team are falling back, though. They're respecting the arena, so they'll have to... Yeah, it'll be a TP out off the Rolling Thunder. Actually, not a team fight after all. Pretty slick moves there by UDV. You have to respect that, I guess, the commitment to not committing, and Mars commits the arena, misses that. Spear doesn't stun. Surely you can't slip away here. Snapfire doesn't have the cookie to get deeper into the trees. That might have been your ticket out of there. As it is, takes a fair amount to bring you down, and the rest of your team is already out across the map, shoving in other lanes. Ken's being quiet. I mean, I said he'd want to fight after picking up the BKB and Armlet, but there just hasn't been that much opportunity. He has now finished that Silver Edge you mentioned, so... And a Satanic, wow.
Yeah, he's been at a lot of these fights. He's just not been able to contribute because a lot of the time they collapse pretty quickly. Like, this has happened 2 series in a row. Like, what is considered the favorite, UDV, they're coming in with a full roster. They've allowed the underdogs, Gargoyle this time, Atomic last time, to just get this dumb Medusa Mars combo, and all of a sudden, you just can't win team fights. How do you actually break their base? How do you win these fights? And UDV, they're struggling just like M11 did.
I mean, this time maybe their struggles, I call it either more convincing or more explicable, depending on how generous you want to be. Like, they've had trouble even finding the team fights because they've been so bamboozled by this push. Like, the presence that the Necro and the Treant have had in the lanes. Just look at the lane position of these creeps, like, the whole game. It's been so pushed out all the time. And even with a TA and a Kunkka and a Pangoli, you'd think they could get those waves shoving. But they're just not at these towers very often. And it's the perfect conditions for Living Armor to keep tier 1s up. There's still the tier 1 in mid lane at 33 minutes. The others have basically just gone down. No inroads past that. And even though they got the earlier Roche off a team fight, there's a reason Medusa has the second Aegis right now. Like, they've just been able to keep themselves out on the map.
Yeah, and they're going to find, or they're looking for anything along the map. Like you said, like, their presence is huge. And
40 seconds on Aegis. They might just try and walk at high ground, but I think at this point they're just going to retire it. Maybe take it to what, tier 2.
And I'm on cooldown watch right now, and I'm seeing Treant Protector not spam Living Armor on the tower.
Unacceptable.
Once in the last 75 seconds.
I guess they're focused on maybe finding a fight. You'd hate to have it on cooldown and not save your Necro or something like that, but it's a tragedy, I agree.
It's not on. It's a 200% uptime.
So
come on, man. You've got this.
Deuce's on the high ground. 3 seconds to Aegis dropping. Her team are not within a spell range of her. They're actually going on someone in mid. Looks like there will be no punishment because, again, they're forcing a fight away from the Deuce. But she is actually caught now. I spoke too soon. And now she's on the high ground, no mana. She is able to get down to the low ground thanks to a handy 4-star. Thank you, Yamate, for coming through. And now, outside the base, there's an arena, but Ken immediately up to a BKBs, and the Mars will pay with his life. Great bait there. They kill the Treant as well. So this overcommitment will be paid for in blood. Oh my god, they've actually X'd the Medusa. They found her all the way in the back. Super long range Kunkka spells. And she's tanky, but oh my god, not when that happens. Exploded by a meld hit. All the minus armor coming home at once. And actually, they do just lose 4 for none. They didn't even get... Okay, I guess she got a lot of tower damage in the end, hitting it while she was getting fired on. But that seemed predictable to me.
Yeah, it was weird. They took the fight. I think you said 10 seconds on the Aegis, and then we watched them split.
They initiated on mid with 4 seconds to go on her Aegis, and she walked deeper into the high ground from there.
Yeah, it's a strange play, and like we look at 1-2 mistakes sometimes controlling the game. That was a gem throwaway as well. So like, that's a huge window of opportunity wasted.
How much gold? Okay. So they got 3,000 gold swing. They're going to lose 2 towers off this that they've been protecting all game. And I got to say, as a Treant player, there's no worse feeling than when you fight to keep your towers up tooth and nail and you're doing a good job. And then you lose like a catastrophic fight like that and you just have to watch all the towers get knocked over. Like, your opportunities to get value out of Living Armor are being permanently taken away. And that has just piled onto the gold from that fight. That ends up being like a 7,000 gold team fight with everything.
In fairness, that is kind of the Treant special, right? Like, if you don't burn through the towers, you don't fill the towers.
100%.
Big arena.
Oh my god, the Kunkka Cleaves are already here. Just destroys the Treant from half health. And now, the arena's doing a good job of, like, making the fight happen, but the outcome of the fight not precisely favorable. This Necro, again, without the Medusa, where's their damage? They're just not afraid. They're just following these heroes, tanky as they are. Gan is... hanging in there, buying time. The Medusa has now respawned, but they don't have this outpush. She has to go to the tier 2. Okay, Mars try to throw out a spell there, gets caught out by the Yules, and so it looks like Pangolier will slide away from them here. Certainly the others will. Okay, no, he'll be caught by the blink. Eventually punished.
Gem given back. The courier service, the El Pango Rapido courier service is in effect, and we talked about that was a huge burst from Ken, but they really don't have follow-up damage. And as soon as the Medusa came in, as soon as Lonely Chucky was there, they all ran.
Yeah.
In every direction, they had to bail out. This Medusa is so large and in charge of this game, and there's almost no way for her to be taken down without the team just completely abandoning her.
Yeah, they found a way for her to die, right? On the high ground, completely alone, covered by ultimates and stuns. But aside from that, she's going to be incredibly difficult to kill. So I guess they do a good job of taking a fight when she's not there and then immediately bailing, only forcing her to pick one hero and chase that down with her whole team. It's lucky for them that there's no Roshan on the map. There's no real towers for her to take anymore. There's just the high ground. So they have to, as gargoyles now, you've got this great Medusa Mars combo that you mentioned. Your Necro's even been keeping up in the farm. You just have to find a way to now convert that. You had one shot that went pretty badly. What can you do better this time?
I think it's just relax, get the Aegis back in your hands, and these fights don't need to happen badly. Wait for Aegis on both sides. Remember, this is the third Roshan coming up. It's the free Ags or the free Refresher. Either way, that's huge for these team fights. Something I want to point out, by the way, TA's BKB. He's used 2 BKB charges. Both of them have been near useless defensively. They've been just to walk away. There's been no offensive potential from the BKB usage so far.
I feel as though that is more intentional than would normally be. Normally that's a huge L, right? But when you think about the interaction between BKB and both Stone Gaze and Overgrowth, it's almost safer to use it as a get-out tool. Because if you use it to try and go in, you could very easily get caught.
Speaking of caught,
Mars on the back line. There will be no big snapfire ults ruining anyone's day this time. They isolate and kill her. It does cost them. Garn's kind of trapped. They can't get the Stone Gaze over in time to interrupt the aggression. He buys back. This is an important fight. The Roshan has just spawned. They will be aware it's either up or about to be, so they are making everything count here. They bring down the TA. Huge kill. That Medusa is a titan right now. Anyone she can get her grips on, she kills. And so they will drive the Dire back. UDV will be forced to cede the third Roshan that you mentioned that's so important, and it has a refresher shard on it. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, I think they might have preferred the Ags. This is one of the few times where the Ags...
I reckon so, yeah.
Because Ags Medusa right now would be brutal.
Massive.
There'd be no way of dealing with it. The stuns coming through are already obnoxious, and they're in the Roche pit with the Treant.
No, they just walked in there to see what it had, maybe, or I don't know. Medusa wants to go high ground, because their hero's dead. TA doesn't have buyback. I don't know if they've assessed that or not, but yeah, there's clearly maybe some confusion over how best to capitalize on this. We must remind people, this team's playing with 2 stand-ins, so, you can't assume...
And one of them's their shot caller. Their shot caller is missing. Ohio is the one that makes these decisions.
Yeah, so someone has to be the one to yell loudly, and it takes a few extra seconds, but they get in the pit. They do make it count. And look, we were talking about to find an opportunity to go high ground. What better opportunity than Aegis Medusa double arena? Or double site.
Double arena or double site. They go double arena. Okay, that's fair.
For now, they could easily hand it back. But yeah, I think double arena is sort of you don't have to look for the opportunity. And Garn has been getting isolated and killed in some of these fights. So it's probably easier to guarantee the output from double arena, assuming Mars has the mana. Which I guess he does because Refresher Shard is free.
Yeah, he's got clarities going as well.
Yeah, he's going to make sure.
Something I want to point out, by the way.
Yep.
Garn has 0 regen items. Sanj has that health amp. 0 regen items, and he's still healing for 60. Zero is stupid.
Reaper Scythe is adding up, I guess. It makes sense. It's pretty impressive number-wise to look at. It's been helping him in fights. Not enough to make him just invincible, but it will only continue to accrue. So they've got that in their back pocket. Alongside, obviously, speaking of accruing, Medusa now moving towards that swift blink in that serene but inevitable fashion that she does. And Kunka just...
what item she's going to get rid of for it, though. She's already not carrying
yeah.
She's got a BKB in the backpack. I would actually prefer to buy the Ag's Blessing rather than a Swift Blink that doesn't fit into my playstyle.
There's no, I mean, it's either, I guess, do you need the range from the Pike? Is there any way that you, like, swap the Swift Blink out after using it and you go, oh, well, the buff is worth backpack shenanigans? I'm as confused as you are.
I don't know if it's worth backpack shenanigans. I think the Pike's incredibly vital because, like, we're seeing just how important that 4-star
Well, she needs the push, yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't even think it's for the attack range. It's for the 4-staff, and the benefit is it has great stats and obviously a pretty decent extra range.
Are you using the Manta just to push and then putting it away to actually walk up the high ground? I mean, speaking of we're talking walking up the high ground as though it's hypothetical. She's on the high ground killing a Rax with the Aegis right now. They can't touch her. It doesn't really matter what she does with the Blink. But, interesting
itemization. They don't even want to engage yet.
Oh, tight. I mean, they're pretending like they want to engage. Okay, they want to engage. They have pressed exorcism. I don't know if that was a panic or not. Yeah.
See, now you can just wait.
Now you maybe do have a window. You saw that happen. You heard it. Makes it...
Okay. So you're going to have about 90 seconds on your agents with no...
That sounds good to me. You're not going to get a better offer.
Yeah. I mean, it's out now, 2 minutes on the clock, and obviously it'll be ready before the Aegis pops again. But, like, they want a high ground here. They want to do something with it.
Yep, I mean, Medusa's walking forward, Mars blinks in, gets caught, he blinks into the Conquer Tidal Wave, but it's not a big deal, there's just too much disarray. The Medusa illusions are spaced out, applying those slowing Skadi attacks, and a fair chunk of damage, and in the end, they don't even really need anyone else other than to sort of be there, so she's not completely isolated. And she'll do most of the work, although isolated is what's happening right now. The rest of the backline has been caught up with a Pangolier, presumably, and indeed it is. So Rupido pays for his life, but he does buy an Aegis for his team. Maybe that's dear enough. He buys back. Garn's in there now, though. They're helping the Medusa the second time around. They're giving her a lot of help, actually. They bring down 2. Death Prophet's already dead. Buybacks on 2, no real point buying back on DP without an ultimate as a support, but they may do it anyway because they're running out of opportunities to use their heroes, and indeed, she does buy back. Will this be enough to drive Gargoyles from the base? It looks like they've had their fill with that 3rd buyback. Treant is going to hover around a little longer to make sure everyone else escapes. That is as clean and decisive a blow as you can want to take without getting the throne.
I mean, 16k net worth. It was, what, 4k before that fight started to balloon out hard and gets the racks, gets the buybacks. That's a triple buyback for 0 deaths.
Yeah, you lost an Aegis and a Cheese, and you got 3 buybacks, full racks, and a significant chunk of just raw gold.
Yeah. You did use the refresher, I believe. So that did go down.
True. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Again, none of these matter. Like, they're all temporary items.
I mean, like, what better use is there for the shard, right? Would you rather end the game with the shard in your inventory? Like, you used it, you won the high ground fight. That's what it's there for.
Yeah. And, surprisingly, Refresher is the item on Medusa.
Interesting. I mean, the Stone Gaze is looking real hot right now. You don't want them to be able to stand there and hit you, so...
It's not even that. You're going to have 2 BKBs in this fight.
Yep.
So you're going to have, like, the BKB... get to refresh like 8 seconds of Stone Gaze, and then you get another 6 seconds of the BKB and another 8 seconds of Stone Gaze. So
it's all important. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people, I certainly saw a lot of people talking, seemed reasonable to me, wondering whether Ice Frog would do something about the interaction between BKB and Refresher, but as long as it's in the game, it'll come up like certainly more than a fringe amount of the time for tanky carries like this who buy BKBs.
I mean, and twofold, right? There's the Ex Machina still available. T5 item refreshes all items.
Yeah.
Except for Refresher.
I mean, thankfully you can't just choose to have that. But yeah, if it gets to that point and if it drops, oh boy.
And the other side of it is there's so many broken tier 5 items. Like, I don't even know if Ex Machina makes the top 5 list.
It is generally one of those items, right? Isn't it? At least in pubs that people are kind of like... having as leftovers, even though, you know, you think, oh my god, refreshing my BKB is so good, but, you know, the competition is fierce.
Yeah. Like, Falling Skies having...
Moment of truth right now, they're gonna go, they have to go, the Medusa was just taking too many buildings, but that's a lot of ultimates, and she just walks away. They don't even blink, Gargoyles. They are so cool mentally right now. For a team playing with a stand-in, I don't know whether it's because they're coming with no expectations. 2 stand-ins, no shot caller, none needed. They're just kind of doing this the simple way. We have a very strong Medusa. We will assess your high ground defense. You've used all your ultimates. We will go in.
Yeah, and the part I love about this is, like, a lot of the time you see these underdog type teams, if they're ahead, they start to get giddy, they start to get panicky, and they do silly things. They try to do too much.
How long has Kunkka had the Divine?
I think he just purchased it.
Okay, well, Kunkka has the Divine. There's a double damage rune on the map. I very much doubt he's going to go get it. But, you know, through God, all things are possible. Especially God's Rapier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if it's enough to turn the tide.
I'm not, sorry, I'm talking it up because it's a fun item. I sincerely don't think that this tips the scales of the game. I guess it gives them some kind of possibility, but yeah.
I found it.
Medusa's just too tanky. She's the one you have to kill. We're going to see a big number here, though, potentially. Nope, no crit. Okay. Medusa's controlled. Yeah, this is the thing now. They're just chasing the Medusa always. The team is just falling back around the Medusa, baiting out the ultimates again. Not much done with the Rolling Thunder. They do get on her now. She's out of mana completely, but the rest of her team are there. They're bullying. They use the Scythe as a stun to try and control this Conquer, realizing the damage he's putting out. The Medusa goes down. Buys back immediately. Same for Mars. They know that they can just brute force this. They have more bodies available after that brutal high ground defense. So as good as that kill was, they wore the Medusa down. It costs them, most importantly, the Rapier. So you have to
one
imagine...
of the Rapiers. I didn't want to say anything, but JG has one too.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I was completely ignorant of that. Wow. It makes sense. It makes sense.
Before that fight.
No wonder that they could, you know, kill the Medusa in the end. But now Mars has a Divine that's frightening in its own way. Don't know if we'll have time to see him get an Ag Scepter and really just cheese it up, but it will not be necessary.
What I love / hate about this is holding a halberd in the backpack. Like,
just give the
gem
to someone, yeah.
Yeah, just give it to Yamate. He's holding dust. Just like that man.
Okay, he has done
dust.
it. Yeah. Someone, he's listening to the cast in real time somehow. Yeah. I'm sure someone just pointed out we can hold the gem. It's okay. It's okay if you don't blink and see Nibby's here. Although Medusa, okay, she's in again. She has brought back. If they somehow kill her without that Divine, they will have a reprieve. But it seems like the only reprieve they'll get is the one between games, because game 1, this might be it. Refresh Stone Gaze a second time. TA blinks out. Always has that in the back pocket, thanks to Refraction, but it's only blink to a better vantage point towards your base die, so how good is that for you, really?
Yeah,
Mega
now they
creeps.
can back off. They've got the Megas. Done.
They haven't yet, but we know they're willing. They are willing to walk away from a fight at any time. That's their power.
Yeah,
They are
honestly, this has been
never
so-
angry.
And the best part of this is Aegis can be up anytime now. For us, we know it's 70 seconds. For the boys on Gargoyle, they're going to be sitting around this high ground. They're going to be playing around with it. And I believe we're going to start seeing some dumb things with the courier holding Refresher Orb at all times.
Oh, here we go. Okay, man, it's been a while, right? The worst thing about Backpack is that it's denied us, like, Ice courier shenanigans. So great to see them making a comeback completely unnecessarily.
Well, I mean, the courier still has normal time. You know how Backpack makes it slower? Courier's still normal time.
That is a benefit I had not considered. I admit, I don't often get to the point of backpacking my Refresher Orbs.
Yeah, he's thrown it on the floor in the base. So
that's definitely, it'll cool down normally there.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly is happening, just in general.
And look, the raw stats of a Refresher Orb are pretty bad. He's got this whole Divine now, so he's like, screw refreshing arena. The Divine, it's the Medusa's, isn't it? I mean, we already talked about her slot issues, so I think she used the double Stone Gaze in that fight and went, 1-star Yelp review. It didn't really do that much because they're already too scared to fight you, so... Okay, this might be... no, we're just pump faking Rolling Thunder. Thanks, Rubido, for that bait. Yamate. Just methodically, they squeeze the vice. Gargoyle, you know, they have discipline where it counts. They know what it takes to end this game, and they are in no hurry. They're just making sure They're clearing out every little advantage, taking away the wards. Now they'll take the Roshan. This, of course, the Roshan of a million, roughly, has everything on it.
It is the 4th Roshan. It's got that double Ags.
Yeah, like I said, 1, 2, 3, lots. That's how I count. Anyway.
Oh, you do the old Valve counting. You don't get past 3. 1, 2, a lot.
Yeah, I'm doing 1 better than Valve, at least. You know, let me know when they make Dota 3.
I'll call it
okay, Mars in. Spear. Okay, immediately counter-initiated. They were hot. They were ready for this, but, I mean, how ready can you be for a 30k gold advantage Medusa bearing down on you? It's a miracle in some ways. They only surrendered the DP for now. But, okay, they actually... I mean, both teams have been pretty adept at falling back right now. They're trying to go on the Necro. He's probably a more realistic target. They break him. They disable him with the Disruptor, but in the end, he gets enough help from his teammates. So he's just going to live and live and live.
Still alive.
He's still alive. He's not actually dying. This, in fact, will be the death of the UD. They're thrown by default. They can't kill Garn. What more is there to do in life?
Yeah.
Necrophos...
I mean, they almost lost their base to creep spot.
Yeah, true. I mean, the GG was really only a formality. A few seconds would have done the job.
But what a play from Gargoyle. Like, we talked about them coming in as underdogs. Similar to Atomic Esports, they pick up this Mars Medusa and they take game 1. It took them a while, but as long as you get the win, you don't really care how you got it. 35-20. The big problem I have here is for UDV, how do you look at that draft and be like, we're okay with what just happened?
I don't think you say you're okay, right? That would be an odd mentality for a finals team to get kind of just walked over, not really have an answer to Mars Medusa. After, I don't know if they were watching the previous series. We'll give them the benefit of the doubt and said that they weren't. But yeah, for us, it's certainly becoming a bit of a tired tune. That Medusa, that was first phased, right? I'm not misremembering after that sort of lengthy display.
It is quite common. Obviously, you pick the Medusa at 8, you triple ban, which is what we saw.
Yes.
And then they let through the Mars.
That was what I was getting at.
Every other... I understand,
you also
like,
have 3 bans.
I don't know. But we're going to have a quick break here, Bud, because we are going to give the players and ourselves some time to think about what happened in Game 1. We'll be back for Game number 2 right after this.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fibre Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
But the ulti's gonna pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Gonna be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back. Sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
We are back once again, and would you believe it? Medusa and Mars combination won. I don't understand, but we were talking off camera. Why are teams letting this combo through so many times in a row?
I don't know. I'm always very hesitant when it comes to like armchair psychologizing the players, right? Trying to get in their heads and say why they did or didn't do a certain thing. It's not even like criticizing them. It's just like, who knows what's going through their minds? Did they underestimate Gargoyles because they were playing with like such a different roster? They thought maybe this, even subconsciously, this is going to be easy. We can just whatever it. Or did they just get psyched out? You know, sometimes you get too in your own head trying too hard. And yeah, you miss an obvious thing like, man, we should probably ban Mars after they first faced Medusa. You know, just oh god, I left the fridge door open, I left the Mars in the pool, that sort of thing, right? I don't know.
It's strange to me, but I do have to admire, like, obviously we want to roast UDV a bit for their drafting, but I want to congratulate Gargoyle a bit more, because like you said, they came in with more adversity, maybe less pressure though, because like even we were saying, like they were coming in as underdogs with their full roster, and they came in with subs. Garn played exceptional. That Necrophos.
He's so good. I love Garn. My favorite LPL player, if I'm allowed to be briefly biased. Just based on the heroes he picks mostly, but like again, the level of play is very high.
Yeah, I remember last season him playing Spirit Breaker, and then this season he's now playing Necrophos. That man knows the keys to my heart. I've been harping on about Necro for so long, and he's finally done it, and he's made it look good, and that's what matters. He makes a mid-hero look good.
Yeah, I mean, you said this might be the dawn of a new age. Necro has the chops in this patch, and Garn's proving it. So credit to him. I hope he gets some if it does become, you know, most picked mid laner. But it's funny how those heroes kind of align, right? You wouldn't think, oh yeah, Spirit Breaker and Necrophos, very alike, but it's the same philosophy. It's like a bristleback or whatever else. Like, you know, he's just putting himself down those lanes. He's in front of the Medusa at all times. Like, if not literally directly in front of her, then being the more obvious target, being the hero you have to go on so he doesn't scythe your carry, just being an obstacle and a delay and you know, creep pushing presence. And that's what enabled the Medusa just so quickly overhaul this Conquer. And also, you know, a bit of a topic change, but that's the second game in a row where I've sort of watched 2 carries kind of just farming in parallel, and then one of them significantly benefits from that situation, and in hindsight I'm not sure why the other one let that situation continue so long.
Yeah, that's right. They had the tools to deal with it as well. I felt like Rapido's Pangolier didn't try and push the tempo enough. And maybe that's one of those things like your towers don't go down as quickly because you have Treant Protector. All of a sudden, Gargoyle can actually rotate and defend these towers. We saw they fought tooth and nail for a tier 1 top lane. Like, more often than not, I tell my team just to leave it. Like, I don't care. I don't even want this tower. And yet Gargoyle were able to defend it because of that. And with that, it means it's easier to TP, defend your Medusa's farming patterns. Maybe it was the Treant Protector all along, and we were just not giving it enough credit.
I mean, you remind me, I was kind of thinking that, honestly, during the game. I didn't say it because I didn't want to make it like the 3rd game in a row where we're basically just repeating our cast from the first game and hoping no one notices. But there has been a similar character to all these Medusa drafts, right? Especially the Medusa Mars drafts. What did we identify as being kind of the beginning of the end in their first game of the day for M11? It was when they couldn't get those tier 1 towers down, even when they felt like they should be ahead. They couldn't make inroads on the map, which meant that they couldn't take as much as they needed to take. break. They couldn't deny the Medusa. They couldn't even, like, hunt her down. And okay, there are more reasons this time why you can't get those towers, because there were heroes, actively making sure that you were having as hard a time as possible, but it paid off. That draft looked good, really good in hindsight.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, we were saying it in the draft, but like this is something that has the potential just to delay the game, delay the game, avoid fights. Like in fairness, like we say delay, they didn't avoid fights though. Like that was the one thing I'll give them credit for. Gargoyle looked to brawl, even if it was terrible. It somehow worked out for them.
I think that's the one thing, right? I said they had to be able to fight defensively, and that was the difference when you put the Necro and the Treant and the Mars all in the lineup, right? You're not just falling behind and having to seed towers without a fight. Because if you do that, then I don't know if you are winning like that. Like a lot of teams will give ground when they're behind, like, oh, okay, our carry's farming, we're not fighting, no fighting till I have BKB. But they knew they had to fight, and they made sure they could.
Yeah, and making sure they maybe learn from their mistakes, because we have a Game 2 draft underway, and we want to come in early. You know why we want to come in early? So we can see who they ban. We can see if the Medusa makes it through, and it does indeed.
Yeah, okay. Gargoyle banning, this time Spirit Breaker and Ember. Are those? I can't remember. I know they banned the Ember game one. I can't remember if they banned the Breaker. They probably did. Teams seem to know who they want to take out in this patch so far. DP first pick again. Okay.
I don't think the DP was a problem. I think, honestly, as far as hero picks to like actual value of that game, Death Prophet had no game because of the Trio Protector. So maybe realize that and ban the Trio.
Sure. Okay, I can say it wasn't like the Death Prophet was poorly played, or that it obviously found a purpose in the laning phase at least. Maybe you just say we'll have a better game for it this time, but it didn't blow me away. So you definitely need to change something about the draft to facilitate this hero a little better. I mean, maybe they're going to flex it into a core role this time instead, if there's not like sort of an attractive lane with a melee core to kind of sit on as a support.
That's true, and this is the real beginning. This is the spice bard. Do they pick Medusa one position earlier? Do they have the balls?
Based on our first series today, I think I have to suggest that they do not, regardless of their testicular fortitude. I think they should try and change more about their draft. They go for the Mars. I like this. I think it's better if you're going to have one half of that combo, better that you have the Mars, I think, than just the Medusa.
I will say this, though. They've left in a Rapido Sand King. They've left in a very good counter to both of these heroes. The Sand King does so much work in team fights, and they go with a Pango instead. So they want to go back with that draft. They had confidence in the first game's draft. Maybe it was just a couple errors, and let's see if they fix it in the ban phase here.
Yeah, I'm not sure why, because you pointed out earlier, we all agree how strong Sand King is right now. Lots of teams making that one of their auto bans. It's been in the pool both games, both times. Pangolier. All right then. I guess it's arguably better against the arena. Like the Sand King's slightly awkward when you're trying to team fight. That can be like, if not for you, then your team trying to follow you in. Whereas the Pangolier just kind of goes as he pleases, shorter cooldowns, I guess, in some ways.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, I'm not going to knock them for it. Like, Pango is a very good hero. Is a pretty notorious matchup nightmare for Mars, because if you get the roll up, you dodge the Yules, the rolls, etc. Like, there's a lot of things that they can do. I still wonder if they're going to flex it to somewhere else. Are they going to give he the Death Prophet again, or again, are they going to change those matchup roles?
I'm sure if I'm UDV and this is my opening to both games, a lot of it is because of the inherent flex. Like the threat of these heroes, shifting around the map. That has to be a lot of the value in first picking them, even if you are comfortable. Whereas like Gargoyle, we pretty much know where Hoodwink and Mars are going, but it doesn't matter. It does matter though, as you said, if the Pangolier is able to do I'm not going to say a better job just to knock Rupido's play, but as you identified, just didn't come together for him. If he's able to counteract the Mars' initiation better, because I feel like that's where the Mars games basically make or break, is how good are you at getting the initiative in fights? Like, make sure you are blinking in, hitting an arena, because every time the Mars is the one whose team gets initiated on, like, as soon as that chain of, like, cohesive initiation's broken, the hero falls off in effectiveness so much.
I mean, it's almost intuition, right? Like, if you miss those spears, the game ends. If you get those blind spears through the middle of nowhere, it looks so fresh. It looks so good, and like they've got the advantage of obviously having what will be the Yamate Hoodwink to set these things up, and I'm so glad we haven't mentioned it, but the banned Medusa. They've learnt their lesson with EV. They're finally respecting that hero.
Yeah. They okay. Will they go back for the Grimstroke? Because remember they double protected the Pangolier in game 1. They have removed the Bloodseeker already. It's almost like they remembered, like, no, before anything else happens, take Medusa out. Do not let them have the combo. This is why Ice Frog gave us bans. So there will be a different draft of some kind for Gargoyle. Obviously, Mars is very flexible. But what else will UDV see fit to remove?
Honestly, like maybe the Necro.
Yeah.
Like there aren't any heroes left that like scream out to me. They go with the Treant. Okay.
I don't mind that either.
Like,
yeah, you identified.
Be smarter.
That ruined. It's like, okay, Bloodseeker will ruin Pangalier's game, but Treant will ruin Death Prophet's game. We already saw that, and Medusa will ruin everyone's life. So get rid of her. That does leave the Grimstroke in the pool, but Grimstroke Hoodwink. I mean, that's an interesting support duo.
Yeah, I mean that wouldn't be too bad. I mean,
you lack like an immediate hard stun. That's about it. You don't have a save, obviously. Yeah, they go for the Grimstroke. Nothing wrong with that at all. Especially given you have 2 more picks to make sure you cover your bases.
It does also lend to maybe just going all in on draft, like having no defense, all offense, and picking a carry that's just.
I don't hate that.
Paced.
What carry would you pair with the, presumably you can put Inkswell on Mars, but presumably you're picking a mid or a safe laner who's going to be your Grimstroke buddy. So who do you like? Is it Tiny time? Like, what do we do?
I was thinking Tiny as well, actually. But
pretty good against DP.
Ember is also... Oh, Ember's been banned, actually.
They banned it.
I'm all in. I'm all in on Tiny.
Okay, Tiny, I can't disrespect that call. It's a hero that is hovering around the meta right now. It has decent matchups by the looks of things so far. Pairs with all of these heroes and what they do. The burst would just be overwhelming out of this lineup.
Yeah, as something we talk about, like bursts and potential. A hero I never see, but I love in my pubs, CK. Chaos Knight. I don't understand why it's not getting picked. It's so strong, and it does a great job against these squishy supports that both teams have put up.
It feels like the pundits' favorite hero right now for sure. Like a lot of people talking big talk about the CK as a carry. I mean, obviously we were seeing it even last patch, like as a utility core. I'm sure it can do anything right now. Obviously, it's gotten some relevant improvements from the patch changes. So yeah, I mean, if they want to, the only worry is like those are probably one of Death Prophet or Pangolier as a support, and either one is pretty unfriendly to melee heroes, but you're not scared of dying most likely as CK, so... And you can explode Death Prophet with the Reality Rift, of course, which is always good to do. Just deny that exorcism potential. Troll Warlord. All right, then.
Troll into Grimstroke and Mars, though.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Troll by itself just kind of like, okay, that's a fine hero, but why now?
The part that I'm worried about is, like, obviously, we've seen trolls overcome this, but when you get bound by someone and you ulti, you're stuck and you have to charge at someone, so they have to play with you if you're hit by the soul blight.
Yeah, you're stuck and they're stuck. You're either both taunted or you're standing still.
Yeah, and the worst part of it is, on the other side, is if you're in a Mars arena and they're outside the Mars arena, you have to chase them.
Yeah, you slam your head into the arena. Yeah, you do the Willow terrorize combo on yourself. I mean... Yeah. I love that skill just for the flavor. I think it's so neat that they made Troll just like, yeah, you take your hands off the keyboard, he's just berserk now. But there are avenues to go, and here is the ultimate, right? Like if you're not also BKB'd, enjoy your precious ultimate duration in hell. Or, I don't know, the Outworld, wherever he sends you.
Yeah, I mean, I have a problem with OD as a hero. I think he is
understandable.
Overvalued. A lot of players try to pick it up, and it thinks it's going to lane dominate, thinks it's going to dominate the mid game, and it does taper off quite quickly. Mm-hmm. But this is a good game for it. Like double Ags Astral Imprisonment on Troll, like you said, breaks that hero. On Pangolier, if he's trying to roll around and combo someone, you can completely negate that. Or worse, you can send Pangolier to the Shadow Realm and kill him after that.
Yeah, it does seem like, I mean, we haven't seen a lot of teams. It seems like the heroes that have like hard saves just aren't really in the meta right now. But last game, like the most convincing moments were when they got big stun trains going. So OD's like a pretty low investment way to at least have that potential. And as you said, you have some pretty significant counterplay to their cores right now. So if there's a game to maybe flip you on OD or make it seem like the picks are more justified, this could be it. Hopefully it goes better than it did in for M11 in our first game of the day.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, it's
tiny
almost feeling
band.
reminiscent of that, right? Like they picked the OD thinking they're going to dominate, and it just didn't work out for them. But let's hope for more. Let's hope that Gargoyle can keep this momentum, because I kind of like an underdog story.
I think it's a lot better when they have the Mars, right? I think they lacked kind of initiation between their cores in that first OD game. Like the OD really had trouble just like getting anywhere relevant, like getting into fights and getting onto people. I don't know if they'll have the same issue here.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, not even just the Mars, the Grim and the Hoodwink, and they've still got one spare hero to go, so they could pick a carry that hits that mole. I mean,
what do you like to see here? Something fast-paced to go under the troll, or do you pick some late game insurance of your own?
I'm thinking go both. Something like a Wraith King. I know it's like out of the meta, but like Wraith King could work. Or if they want to go incredibly rogue, Lone Druid in the meta is starting to get picked up and starting to get some games under its belt. And
I forgot that hero
really
existed.
well against Troll Warlord.
It's been so long. Yeah, okay. I mean, the Wraith King makes a lot of sense to me, right? Like, against everything that Pangolier wants to do, everything Troll wants to do, even what Death Prophet wants to do to melee heroes, having the second life is kind of like, yeah, is that all you got? You know, they're all kind of cooldown dependent heroes, except for Troll, obviously you handle by other means, but Rubik, last pick. Okay, UDV putting their, if not their tournament life, because there is the third place decider match tomorrow, even for the teams who lose here, but certainly their hopes of taking home this season of LPL Pro Dota 2. They're putting their faith in Rubik, last pick.
Yeah, and that flexes their entire rotation, right? Like now Death Prophet's mid. Now they've got the off-lane Pangolier, the Pulse 5 Ogre, the carry Troll. Or they could switch it all up and switch DP, switch Pangolier around. It doesn't matter. They've got
in before core Rubik. Inexplicable core Rubik pickup. I don't hate. It's more viable than it was in a long time, I think. I don't know that that's the case. That is mostly a joke, but only mostly. Hedging my bets.
I will say this. It is a complete counter to OD. Because they can grab the Astral, and the Astral lasts so long and has two charges with the Ags, and you have a second spell on top of that.
Yeah, I've had that done to me. There's really not a lot to do about it other than hope your Grimstroke or Mars can just go kill Rubik. But I mean, if it's core Rubik, they're usually pretty hard to pin down. Granted, Conker got all the way to the end of the draft, last pickup for Gargoyle. So, you know, we saw Ken play a perfectly fine Conker last game. Wasn't enough to get them over the line. Don't know if it was really his fault. Maybe the tempo his team was able to play just didn't suit him. Maybe everything is just that blasted Treant's fault. There's no Treant in this game, but Conker will be playing for the other team. And this is quite the lineup in terms of isolating and killing heroes for Gargoyle.
That is true. I mean, they don't struggle in fights either. Like, we talk about isolation and getting pickoffs. This is one of the rare times where I genuinely think their team fight doesn't suffer for it. And that's quite rare to say, because more often than not, they're like, oh, you can either solo pickoff or you can team fight. They've actually got the best of both worlds.
I mean, we kind of saw it in game one today, right? There is a method, there is a way of team fighting, mostly by, you know, clever area denial and being able to control your enemy's positioning. Like, you can use that to isolate and kill a target at the start of the fight. And it's kind of like the theory behind every AA lineup, right? If you start a fight by just blowing a hero up for basically, like, what, you spend an ultimate or two, but no one really takes any damage, you just kill them, right? That's almost always a one fight, or certainly, like, the best start you can really expect to have. So, I don't mind this philosophy. Who knows if it'll work out quite as well for them? But you're right, their team fight, definitely no issues for them there. Their biggest issue for them, I guess, might be pushing. They don't have an obvious tower hitter. But if you're that good at, like, team fighting, especially at just, like, casually throwing out an X at a hero that's trying to defend a tower without heavily committing to them, you can kind of just siege towers down with your creep wave.
That's true. I mean, they'll have Meteor Hammer. Like, they'll have something. It's not the late game solution that you want, but it is a little bit of push. And Kunkka, a lot of the times this carry goes that AC BKB, so he can frontline. He can actually auto attack down these Raxes and these towers. Again, not great, but it's enough to like not be too worried about it. They still have the potential.
You don't need the world, right? Like we saw Risbon manage to on that Ember Spirit, eventually just bought enough physical damage to chop up the towers with a leveler, right? It wasn't pretty, but it got the job done in the end, behind overwhelming kill powers. So that's probably the game plan here. Just be unstoppable and unfightable first, worry about the buildings later. They're not gonna, you know, do anything unexpected.
Yeah. And, I mean, I'm curious to see how these lanes matchups actually go, because Ruby...
might start by First Blood. Yeah.
Not too bad.
NWP overstepping his bounds there.
Again, this happened last game as well, right? Like someone just oversteps their bounds to a ridiculous degree, and then all of a sudden the side lane just gets some free money.
There was a purpose, at least, I guess. Like, he blocked that safe camp. He got there. He did die on the way out. So, you know, who's to say what's right or wrong? But what is right, I think this Ogre pickup, compared to that DP even from last game, might be set to bully. Although the Troll kind of leaves him a little bit there. And, I mean, look, it's Ogre. He'll regen. But, yeah, so there's definitely... There's probably kill potential going both ways, especially if Troll gets a couple of levels and he's able to chip in the damage on a stun target. But this Ogre presence in the lane is certainly going to be a big part of getting the laning phase that UDV want.
Ogre's just a notorious scum to verse in the game. Like, look at this.
He really is miserable, just 2v1ing. It's the hoodwink, right? They've just targeted this hero both games. It's like, this hero's nothing in the lane. Let's run at it with like a super dangerous support that just shrugs off damage and make Mars's life horrible by proxy.
Yeah,
Although,
I mean, the difference is obviously, like, Ogre has the buff, right? And are they going to find someone?
Someone's gonna die somewhere. There's so much aggression, so much pressure. In the mid lane, at least, it's OD kind of, you know, bullying Pangolier, making him a 13 mana boy. But up in top lane and in bottom lane, there is much aggression being put towards these dire heroes. Lots and lots of nukes coming out. That Rubik Fade Bolt obviously does some pretty hefty damage for a level 1 spell and facilitates further trading. I think they caught some tower shots though, because there's a lot of health off this DP as well.
I mean, this is just the benefit of Kunkka, right? Like, you can just keep hitting them with the Tidebringer, slowly bring them down.
And he's a very beefy boy himself. He's just weathering their own harass as he, you know, return. You would think that the melee hero against Spirit Siphon would, like, be the DP favored exchange, but Kunkka is just a special kind of magic. Strength hero magic.
It's one of those things, you look at Kunkka and you're like, yeah, man, I'm glad they nerfed you, but also, can they go again? Can they go round 2 of the nerfs?
I could just watch Kunkka get nerfed, like, really for the rest of my life. You know? I'm never going to complain. It's like Darkseer Vacuum. No one's really that sad. There are no Darkseer players. Lizify, they do finally get a kill. It's not on the Kunkka, but they decided the Grimstrike's an easier target, and this proves to be correct. So, 2-0 now.
And we'll have to see how quickly they start to rack up these kills, because these lanes, they should go favoured for UDV in all 3 cases. Like, mid lane, honestly, is the only one that I would question, because it's an OD, but definitely the side lanes are their favour.
Yeah, they've already established that pretty clearly as we watch Kunkka. I mean, he's surviving, but he's getting bullied, has to throw out the torrent, misses the torrent actually, and actually dies for it. Wasn't able, I don't know if it was even possible, wasn't able to place that torrent so that it was, you know, forcing the DP to break the siphon, and that just does for him on the spot.
Yeah, and I mean, another little pick-off, another little thing, bits and pieces here, and it starts to add up, right? Like, we looked at some of these games, and it was like 7-0, 10-2 early game, and they could push that momentum so quickly through, and this time, at least, there's no defense happening on these towers right now. Like, there's no rotation until the level 6 comes out. So if you get these punishments down, start to push and punish their towers.
Yeah. I mean, look, the towers are obviously the goal here in the early game, but even if you don't get the towers, as you mentioned, it starts to add up, particularly in the levels. We've seen, you know, multiple lanes where the same team is establishing, like, multi-level gaps, and when you're getting your ultimate several level faster across the board, that really does give you a meaningful window. As we see, NWP goes down again to the Ogre, pretty predictable based on matchup, but it is all gold, it is all XP. swinging the way of UDV. So great start for them, just what they wanted. And I'm looking at the potential level 6 timing for them. It does seem more dangerous this game. They are going to prioritize having this exorcism earlier on DP and really getting some value out of the towers.
Yeah, speaking of Death Prophet, by the way, they're going on him.
Yeah.
This is the benefit of Death Prophet.
Yeah, they were gesturing to go at him, but you know they absorb some Spirit Siphon charges, and that's kind of all that achieves. He's just a very, very hard hero to threaten with a hero like Kunko, who's not only like a melee core, but like as good as his Tidebringer is and value over the course of a lane, doesn't really threaten a kill without significant support, and that's not what he has right now. Just chased back under his tower. DP is so comfy here.
Yeah, and this is 3 levels of Spirit Siphon as well, so like they're coming up quite quickly. As far as the restore time goes, it does get down to 30 seconds there. T, is that the Meteor Hammer? It was not the part, but at least he has to go to get it.
Ouch, okay. I thought he was just looking for wards or looking to scout up any stacks in the triangle, but yeah, manages to camp the courier going to the secret shop around this time. Might even get another courier. Mars not wised up after the tragedy of the OD, but they're going to go and make sure they get the hero, not his flying donkey, which could be a bit more of an issue. That seems to be the right prioritization, as long as they can walk him down here. Some even stylish body blocking coming out. In the end, not actually close to getting the kill. Maybe you should have tried to kill the donkey.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they tried to do like I don't know how much you've played Trollwaller, but like you can throw a ranged auto attack, switch to melee, and you can get the bash.
Oh, yeah, like have the passive turned on for the 10% proc or whatever it is, yeah.
If they had got one of those procs, maybe they get a kill, but gambling on such a ridiculously small macro play, obviously Ken doesn't really care enough to do so. He's more focused on just winning the lane comfortably.
Yeah, I think when I look at him right now, he's surely just thinking, yeah, and for a couple of minutes too. Oh, I've got my phase boots. This Mars is just, you know, existing in the lane as I allow him to, basically. And sure enough, Ken is destroying right now on the farm. Ahead even of the enemy mid lane, and despite the constant presence of Mars and his team are reaping rewards across the map. But maybe this is the change of traffic right now. They get the Meteor Hammer. Courier delay or no, it will appear, and the Ogre will have revenge exacted upon him by 3 different heroes. Destroy that support. And Troll has just left the lane like instantly. Just has negative interest in farming there anymore now that 3 heroes are shown. Doesn't want to waste time sitting under his tower. He's just off into the mid lane and thence to the triangle. Fair enough.
Yeah, and I like what they're doing here. Like it's still like only a 1k net worth lead, but they're giving Ken the farm priority into this triangle. He's building a Battle Fury as well. So like he's gonna need a lot of space.
Yeah, okay, they're gonna make that space by diving top. They're really making sure, again, like everyone else is gonna have a map presence, even if he doesn't, and Grimstrike stays alive long enough to stun the DP, but it's not, yeah, there's just not help close enough to hand, and yeah, this is just gonna be a free tier 1.
That's probably the bigger pick-off. Garn finding...
True. Oh, yeah, wow, I missed that completely. Yeah, honestly, in my brain, I just thought the Troll was safely ensconced in his own neutrals, but no, just get caught out and killed by the OD. That's great opportunism. Garn, what a player, showing up again. So, Mars just pressuring this bottom tower, does have his arena, but waiting for the right time, also waiting for the right target, doesn't really want to try and solo the Ogre. DP
does
just...
have the benefit of Yamate coming across, but Yamate's on level 3.
Yeah. Yeah, he hasn't quite kept up as well as he did in Game 1. Game 1, he was able to find his XP. I think it was because they were able to scout those stacks. But yes, now he's got to find his levels elsewhere. Got to earn them the hard way by bringing over his OD to destroy a tower and standing near things that die. That's hard.
Yeah, and look at this. Look at how they're looking for Yamate in the background.
The vision. Okay, they are just gonna, now that they have the support, they will again just commit that arena. It's just that isolation. They're more like, well, it's just an ogre, but as long as we kill just that ogre before anyone else shows up, you're not likely to fight us. And will Rubido prove him wrong? He rolls out, Rolling Thunder into the Meteor Hammer. Wait. Okay, the Meteor Hammer just hit at the same time. Never mind. Yeah, Rubik had the lift. Yeah. I was so confused briefly. I think Rubik Meteor? No. But
I'd love to see Rubik Meteor Hammer, but I don't know if it's
The last time I saw someone try and play Rubik mid, that's what they bought. I don't know that it's good.
You get the cast range, so like you can throw it from a mile away.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that makes it viable.
You can like throw people in. You can like lift someone, set the throw point, cast the meteor. Don't know how reliable that is. Anyway,
what level would you have to do to make it 100% guaranteed? 2.1
needless
speculation.
my brain is not with bothering with that. If he buys the meteor hammer, we will stop and figure it out. How's that? Okay, Garn gets that tower for free. Garn's really kind of rolling, actually. It's worth pointing out, him and Mars with these... I mean, the teams each took a tower, but I guess the fights have just turned out favorable enough. I think Mars blew through the... No, because Kunker's doing the triangle right now, so I'm not sure where Mars just got such an injection of net worth, but he is flying now.
He never left the lane. He's always just been able to sit down bot. I believe he got the last hit on the Teehee kill as well as... And also the tower went to gun, but still...
The troll having to, like, ditch the lane to go to the triangles and then dying before he could get back into more lane creeps has really cost him. Is he still going Battle Fury? He is. Okay, committed to that. Roll in. Speaking of commitment, nope, doesn't fire that off. Wants to, though. Haster and Bottled. Scary concept. Ogres in the trees. This looks like it might be just our first full-blown fight of the game. Troll and Rubik aren't coming, though, so maybe you just want to bail out. They found the Grimstroke, but they're going to realize there's a lot of heroes around. I don't know if they can kill him fast enough. Rolling Thunder's used. They're going to probably get a kill out of that now. Maybe they just TP away safely. He's rolling it out. All right. 1 for 1.
That's still positive for the side of Gargoyle. It's like they used the roll, they used the haste rune, and they used the exorcism.
There were two heroes farming in opposite sides of the map while that exchange happened for UVD while that happened. So
that is true, but I mean, I'm seeing the lanes, and like they're not actually killing the lanes, so they are just stacking them up, giving the potential for maybe Candy Loon to run down there and just go bang, 2-shot the wave.
Yeah, true. A Troll at least has sort of recovered that momentary dip in net worth he experienced. He's still struggling towards that Battle Fury. Still a fair way off it as well. I mean, obviously it's just 12 minutes right now, but like, yeah, every minute counts with an item like that. So if he dies again, or even if they just sort of interrupt his farming patterns and force him to move around the map a bit more inefficiently, it could start to add up.
Speaking of, by the way, they are looking to start peppering and pressuring up this Mars, and I don't know if there's anything that can be done here. The roll, it's available in 5.
Yeah, I'm sure that they would have to expect he's got friends in town. Like, there's a lot of dire heroes not showing right now. I guess they can see the OD, and they don't presumably know where Yamate is, even though he's not actually near the Mars, so they don't really, take it too seriously, that fight. They're probing, I think, more than they are really spoiling for an engagement. They might get one anyway, though.
They might be now.
Yeah.
Like the Mars Arena with Blink. So they're gonna look for something.
Mars. Smoke breaks. Instant Blink. Finds the Pango. That's not what he wanted. He is not going to allow you to roll. Slips through the arena, of course, right before the Grimstroke Embrace can catch up with him, and that is going to put pay to the chances of getting that kill. Very close.
Yeah, it's a big shame they're not able to connect with the silence in time. Not able to combo the Inkswell either as a stun lock. But even then, like, we're looking at Gargoyle. They're slight edged out here. 2k net worth lead, and it is slowly growing, weirdly enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising that they're just out farming the Troll, but I mean, he doesn't have his B Fury yet, right? That's what you come back to. It's like, oh yeah, this is just not really very efficient. He is slowly killing a mix of crit waves and jungle camps. And meanwhile, his team are not rapidly, but with enough of a pace, dying in the river here. Roll out from the Pango to try and turn things around in this exchange. DP has Exorcism. Everything's being cast right now. The boat flies out as a stopgap. Going to pin down that DP, waste the Exorcism, or at least waste the roll. And with just the Ghost flying around, I don't know that you really want to wander back into the side of Gargoyles. Yeah, I mean, for a team playing with 2 stand-ins, with no shot caller, I hate to harp on it, but it really is impressive the level of discipline and just chill that they are playing with.
Yeah, and look at that, they've found a Death Prophet, they've been rewarded, and they've got the hammer on top, and bang. Do they have a kill here?
I guess not, because I was about to say their carries have immediately split up to go and farm. This does leave them slightly short on firepower to kill that DP, but, putting the Fury of God into them at the very least.
They would have killed if they committed their ultis, actually. they committed sanities and the sharpshooter, they would have killed.
Maybe that's like one of those things where they thought about that just as it was probably slightly too late to go ahead with. I mean, NWP has an arcade ring, certainly afford to fire off the sharpshooter. Oh well.
They're gonna smoke up anyway and look for Ken. Ken just showed in the top lane with the Battle Fury.
With the Battle Fury, yeah, they know. Red, like air raid sirens going off, Battle Fury alert. All posts report. Okay, they're going to catch the ogre is going to tank the gank. Lots of good support positioning. Lots of value support deaths tonight. I'm very pleased by the standard of play. Good job, Teehee, absorbing that attention. Fatally.
A stolen boat?
Yeah, okay, they might get the kill here out of that, especially in still the arena, but Rubik's under a lot of pressure right now, has bigger things to worry about. Just can't figure out what to do right now. Stuck in the middle of the enemy team, never a great feeling as Rubik, no matter how farmed you are or what your job is in the current game. OD, speaking of not feeling too good, okay, eventually turns and manages to knock over the troll. Brimstone Ultimate doing the work that you described. They're finding the situations that are really making their heroes look advantage in these matchups. Boy, did that Death Prophet vaporize. Just swallowed up by a rain of nukes, and wow, that teamfight went unexpectedly well. Not that I didn't believe they could take one, but it just kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, did you see the Troll Warlord ulti in the middle of that team fight?
I think I did. It just wasn't very impressive.
Yeah, he got Astral instantly and spent the entire duration of his ulti inside of an Astral, and then he came out and died.
Yeah.
That's how I feel like Troll Warlord is as a hero right now without items, and I love what Gargoyle are doing. They're punishing that. This Troll hero is garbage.
They sniffed this B Fury from a mile off and they went, oh, you have to die. We have to let you know exactly how bad we think this hero and item build are. Yep, okay, well, he is gonna die, but he's gonna at least let him know he was there by means of crossbow bolt. DD rune on the Pangolier. Okay,
Not
then.
the end of the world. Like, as far as throne kills go, he is the least farmed hero on Gargoyle right now, so... They're gonna try... Are they gonna defend this tower? Surely not.
I mean, it's been the winning recipe to defend every tower, right? Especially if it's not your dead lane, you know, tier 1. This has been the winning recipe, but without a tree and only so much as possible. The mid tower, tier 1, eventually falls at, you know, 16, mostly 17 minutes.
Yeah, still a good innings. Obviously, on the side of UDV, they've kept theirs alive quite comfortably. It's still like 95% health.
Yeah, there's not quite as much pushing power to compare there. I don't think the OD feels safe just kind of rolling up on the tier 1 to channel meteors at it for several minutes. So, you know, just farming their space and trusting that at some point they'll have another one of those catastrophic team fight victories that really changes the complexion of this game. Meanwhile, speaking of big moves, bottom lane smoke. What's a pump faking? I think they think the Dire are closer than they are, but they're going to find out real soon.
They just lose the ogre. They don't even look.
He blinks past the ogre. That's so hungry. But yeah, looking for bigger prey. Knows that the ogre is just dead to rights on account of the OD. Basically, no matter what, we'll find the Rubik. Beautiful arena placement. Gonna get an extra kill for his hard-won out. His hard-fought efforts there. Tremendous stuff.
Do they find Pango here? Surely
I'm
not.
so lost as to where Pango even is. Okay, he got out.
Looking for Pango up in like the tier 3 type area.
Yeah,
had no vision, and then astraled himself under the lane. Like I have no words to explain what just happened.
Maybe he double tapped it. I don't know. That can happen.
You only double tap it if you had vision, right? You didn't have vision.
I have no idea. I didn't even see what happened. It sounds very silly, but not the silliest thing we've seen tonight, right? He didn't let Mars Medusa through the banning pool. So, alright, tier 2 neutrals coming out. Quicksilver Amulet going to be probably pretty fondly regarded, you know, by your team's Kunko or OD. Don't mind having a little bit of extra carry potential. The heroes don't, you know, they're not as your heroes naturally scaling in that area. But, I mean, look, we've sort of discussed the carry potential. Do you think one side is on the clock here? Neither one really has that. I guess Troll is the closest thing to a real super hard late game carry like the Medusa. So is there pressure on Gargoyle to capitalize right now?
Yeah, I mean, especially the fact that they just gave away the Aegis. They need to get kills around where Ken is not available to teamfight, because Ken is going to accelerate. We know that. He's going to get to the point where Battle Trance might actually do something. It's probably the BKB timing.
What a glorious day that will be.
Do they find a kill outside of that though? Like, where are these illusions coming from? MYN, like, they're everywhere. It's a late illusion rune, that's all I'll say.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, we've hit a real lull here right now. It looks like Gargoyle, they just don't feel strong enough to push out and fight. Their heroes are farming okay, but they seemingly aren't quite up to the time they want to be yet. And Rangers can't get to grips with them, although they maybe now will. They catch out the Hoodwink, but there's a great counter play to interrupt that. They punish Rupido instead. Down goes the DP. And, oh, that's a great Grimstroke binding. This is why you ban it in game 1. Look at that Pangolier go. Absolutely nothing. 2 different heroes' ults just getting casually invalidated in these fights is really adding up. Although, okay, Garn turns, burns the Sanity's Eclipse, has to stand his ground. His team are grappling with the Troll. Meanwhile, banished this himself again. I don't know if that was meant to be the Troll or something, but it's going to work out, at least in terms of him not being killed. They're going to get the Aegis. Pangolier looks like he wants to intervene, but he really only has a Swashbuckle to achieve this, and he even blinks away, it looks like.
If left there, can Troll...
I mean, what can they do for him? It's over. Troll's not a good hero at getting out of these situations.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to harp on the hero, but I feel like Troll Ward's not a good hero. You can end the sentence there.
Yeah.
Every time we watch this hero, he does the same issues. Like, teams try to fight with him too early, and he just gets punked in these team fights. We saw he just got kited around. He needs the BKB. He needs to go farm until it's ready.
Yeah, Battle Trance is just not Stone Gaze. I think if I was going to add anything to your comment, like, that's what I would add, right? Even if you think that Troll is offering you similar late game potential and kind of like pressure on the enemy that a Medusa would as like a ticking time bomb, it's so even much harder to fight around him before he has like 3 items, at least. So, yeah, I mean, as they are finding out.
Is there an item, like, after BKB, is there an item that's even going to stop him, is the question? Like, once he hits that point, I feel like they should be able to win these team fights. Or UDB, but the flip side is true, because Garn's got Ags built up almost. And they've almost got a BKB on Lonely Chucky.
I mean, as we identified before the game, that this is the counter, right? Like, it doesn't matter quite so much what the Troll does against the OD. You know, if Garn plays his cards right, he's going to be able to blunt that impact, certainly.
Found another hero.
Well, okay, finally, our second, like, 10-minutely installment of action. Okay, Teehee takes a death. It is just the Ogre again, like... Both these teams just seemingly trying to race towards a particular timing they really want to be at. Holding off on fights till then. Just a bit of a tense exchange of resources. Currently.
And I am so impressed right now by Gargoyle. Like, 7k net worth lead. They're holding their poise. They're playing this so well. This is exceptional work from them.
I feel so tired at this point, and I almost feel like it's a disservice to them to say, oh, 2 stand-ins. But, you know, just constantly in my mind as I watch this, I'm praising, like, wow, they're doing so well. Like, this isn't even their full roster.
Yeah. Like, this isn't even them at full power, quote-unquote. you loved your anime reference. Like, here's another one for you.
Yeah, this is not even their final form. So... Okay, they're trying... Okay, they don't quite commit to diving that DP. I don't even know if that would be good or bad at this point. But what they're here for is the tower, right? Like, as we have identified repeatedly, these are things that are important. Okay, the arena misses. But luckily it's still a short cooldown, so you can just go again in a short while and you zone them off to tier 1. Meanwhile, side lanes are being farmed. Tier 2s in the side lanes are being, you know, pressured an amount.
Yeah, and, I mean, this attempted aggression from Gargoyle and not being able to find kills, this is what UDV need to do. They need to avoid these team fights completely and just look towards the possibility of getting your spells up after the fact. Like, delay the fights, dodge these spells, and then turn it around. Because Arena's down for 50.
Mm-hmm.
They have a fight opportunity here, but the BKB, it's still 200, 300 gold away right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're tracking the cooldowns, a lot of important ones seemingly, you know, at least compared to what you'd expect, are unavailable. But yeah, there's teams are just settled into a really passive stance all of a sudden. I'm kind of waiting for whatever's going to be clearly some timing that's going to break the peace. Whether it's, yeah, Roshan, or whether it's just, you know, being ready with your item and then going and making a team fight happen, forcing a tower. Looks like the tower might be the answer. Kunkka oversteps his mark slightly in mid. Can't decide if they want to commit again.
BKB doesn't get it off in time though.
Okay, he's going to be trapped in the Rolling Thunder. Okay, the Grimstroke ultimate slightly unhelpful there. Just leaves him on the thing. So Troll, okay, his ultimate mobs up the Kunkka eventually. And they've now... Yeah? They just waited him out. Again, not even with the OD that time. Just speared to a wall. That's enough, it turns out. And this DP, I mean, she's doing some damage, but she can't stand up to the pressure of an OD. You know, is just a cannon of a hero for a reason. And, I mean, I don't know, that fight looked like it should have gone better. They got the Kunkka at least.
Yeah, I mean, they only got the Kunkka from a series of pretty large areas, I will say, for Gargoyle.
Yeah,
like,
well, those count, you know, but you're right.
It didn't BKB. They wanted to bait in the fight, but I feel like UDV are in such a bad position that it's not even baiting. Like, they just need to take these fights, and they might get a kill here.
I mean, we've now seen this in a few different games. Unfortunately, we've got to have a real sampler of human misery here in Dota 2 this evening, as well as human joy, of course. You know, two sides to every coin. Only one person, only one team from each match can make grand finals. But yeah, we've watched what teams look like in desperation, and this is it. This is the best phase of it. You know, take whatever they let you.
Yeah, that is true, and we've been talking about it. We've been harping on. Finally, UDV have the one tool they need for these fights, right? They've got BKB on both Rapido and also Ken right now, and like this could be a big window for them to actually take these fights.
Genuinely could be. It's only slightly maybe. I mean, if it's not right, like it seems like Gargoyle are fairly happy to farm right now. What are they waiting on?
I guess Refresher on Mars? Like, is that it?
Oh, Matt, you know what? I suppose so. I hadn't even checked them. I was checking the Kunkka, I was checking the OD, but you're right. I mean, OD's going Blink. That's cool. He could buy it right now if he wants. Maybe he's saving for buyback. Maybe he's going to go for BKB first. But you're right. That's got to be the next big item.
I mean,
it's a big item.
Like, the big item was the BKB on Kunkka. He built an entire Silver Edge on top of that because he refused to press the button in the last team fight. Now he's going to take a fight.
Do you feel like it's gone from being voluntary to... Okay, they can't find a team fight. Well, someone's going to find a team fight. The OD banishment, this is what we expected from him, but they have continued... Okay, the Grimstroke comes in. Fight's fully joined out. Every ultimate being chucked down. The Kunkka Bow, perhaps less effectively. The Grimstroke Soulbind actually does an incredible job of arresting that fight before it can really start. Despite the enemy BKBs, that hero, again, proving its massive worth. Now what is your plan? Because your enemy are teleporting out to refresh.
I mean, if you can find the supports here, like the supports are usually the ones.
Gonna maybe.
It's time to panic.
Yep. I'm panicking. Okay, I was wondering if they were going to chase down into the triangle by mistake. Oh my god, they just miss him with the Arito. Okay, they fight. No! No! Okay! Wow! You're lucky that Bushwhack ground targets. Gun, almost pumped in the worst possible way, denying himself vision there. Now, granted, the fun is not yet over because inexplicably Pangolier is here still. He, on the other hand, has a Blink Dagger and a Teleport Scroll, so he'll be fine. Golly gosh.
Another, like, slight error here, like, being able to get out there. And, Roshan could be up in 10 seconds right now, and I feel like it's almost inevitable that this is going to be the next target, right? Because they're not taking these great team fights outside of the base, so it feels like they need to be forced on a rotation. Oh, mid lane. They really just let the Pango go? Oh,
I guess so. Oh, they're not going to let the DP go. They kill. Okay, so Ken kills end of the pit. There's action everywhere right now. DP is surely going. Yeah, okay. I almost said Ken again, but it is a different Kunkka this time. So revenge is extracted in the form of DP's ghostly blood. Yeah, this is such a weird game right now. I'm not saying for no reason. It's like, I don't understand these players. They're playing very silly Dota. But it's remarkably tense, and at the same time, not a lot is really being exchanged. But kind of, it feels like we're still at a relatively similar point of balance between the teams as we were 10 minutes ago. Kunkka looking to break that balance, though. He seems ready to fight now if he wasn't before.
They will get a freebie here, but it means Ken gets to go away. gets the TP away and
Yeah.
it's survivable.
That's true.
This whole time, they didn't even look for Roche, though. That's the surprising thing to me. Like, this
They
is the
walked in
second
it
Roche
once, and it was like 5 seconds before it spawned, and they left. So now they're gonna go back there and know that it's up. But yeah, you wonder what might have been. Okay, that's the refresher orb. That's fine, probably. Code. Wipe away the tears.
He was about 400 gold away from it. Like, it wasn't the
Sure.
last item purchase. It still hurts. It's still painful.
I mean, it says he doesn't have buyback available. I don't know if he bought out for that or not, but yeah, rough potentially. He does have big AB though still, and he's not really under a lot of pressure right now. His team mop up the Aegis. The DP is trapped in the arena, or has him trapped in there with her, whatever you believe. Either way though, the Mars slips away. The Conqueror's Aegis is expended, so that's something, but is there a punishment? Lots of spells being used already for the side of UDV. Can they hang in here? Is it worth it for them? They have to kind of present a united front, I guess, otherwise they'll be picked apart by OD, but now they're going to try and pick on the OD directly. Lots of disables, gets a force off out, but it's not far enough, and somehow this is working? I am not sure what's going on.
No bash there at all. I mean, this is scraps of this fight here. I mean, it feels like they're going to lose a couple of supports, but still, they drop the Aegis instantly, and they drop the OD. Like, they get everything they could have asked for UDV.
Yeah.
It was a bit late. They didn't manage to snake the Roche. But still, that's a big win for them, and that's going to mean the Tier 2 tower is exposed. Probably a free one.
When you think of all of the outcomes from a Roche fight, right? Like, apart from the sort of magical Christmas land ideal scenario where you go in and steal everything, like, that's probably the best one. You just immediately take a fight, kill the Aegis, kill whatever advantage or momentum they would have got out of it, and now you're back to parity almost immediately without having to give up map space or go for bit objectives. Speaking of which, Ken, you know, we've dunked on this troll hero a bit. It is becoming the troll hero gradually. DP is becoming dead. Yes. Mars gets to BKB out of trouble, and now Ken may actually also be joining. Let's go to friend in the afterlife. Down he goes.
Unlucky. 2 seconds on BKB, 1 second on the ultimate, the battle trance, and now he's going to watch his entire team go to the grave. Pango gets away though.
Yeah, Pango rolls. I mean, ooh.
Does he get away?
I was worried for like a half second, but yeah, rolls the hell out of there and blinks further away out of the OD's clutches. But yeah, dominance just continuing. Kind of Gargoyles will not give an inch that they don't immediately take back.
You have to wonder, like, for Gargoyles, what's their end game here? Because they're not really pushing at any tempo. Like, it feels
their
like
team's bad at that.
A tower in quite some time.
Yeah.
You mentioned it, like, they're not great, but they're not even trying. Like, this is 30 seconds with Ken down, and OD's farming top lane.
Well, like, if the tower is just an undefended punching bag like this, yes, they can bring it down, especially if all the heroes there punching it. But, like, to opportunistically get damage on the tower is very hard for them.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I would have assumed that Garm would have come to help, but they didn't need him in the end. Lonely Chucky was enough, and Lonely Chucky, by the way, has an entire AC being built up. So
Damn.
He's going to be quite chunky, and Satanic's going to be after the fact, and a Titan Sliver. Everything's coming up Millhouse right now for Gargoyles.
Yeah. Okay.
It's huge. Refresh is available as well.
Oh, there's a smoke out. This, I mean, maybe it's going to be nothing, but could also be huge. Ags up on Pangolier if he had that last fight I didn't see, but definitely a big pickup in terms of his, you know, output of disables and otherwise. Oka hasn't really gotten anything fancy just yet, unfortunately, with his multicast. This is just going to be kind of hope to find one person and stun him and roll the thunder on him, but there's going to be no one on this entire half of the map, regrettably.
Yeah, and now I think it's the counter smoke that's going to be the big issue here. Gargoyle, they sense blood in the water. They're going to hunt, and they've circled them perfectly. They've actually put all of the players inside that brown circle. So Lonely Chucky, they know where they're going to farm, and they know what they're looking for here.
Yep, okay. Was that a smoke break on the Ogre? I think it was, yeah. Okay, goes in anyway, but this is always scouted. They're going to maybe just settle for the Ogre, which seems like a smarter play. Absolute chaos, actually. Spells pointed in all different directions. The Mars has a BKB to stay alive, but fights to join multiple locations. There's the Sanity's Eclipse. You can always tell that one going off, and it leaves a mark on the Radiant as well. In fact, the Troll broken. Forced to BKB. Forced to ultimate. Can they just kite him down? He does manage to get to grips with Mars and Runion, but he's a very tanky Mars. He has his shield up even, absorbing a lot of that damage. DP is chasing the rest of them out of there with the exorcism, so ultimately it won't matter how long the Mars can stay up, because he will go down in the end for anyone to get back to help him. OD is self-banished, but that's not going to last either, and so after so long waiting for a substantial fight, it goes disastrously for Gargoyle.
Yeah, and like they can't take split fights like this. Their entire team fight is based around being together with Mars, being together with the OD.
100% winnable, right? If they just all collapse on the Ogre, as long as they do the same thing.
Instead, they do drop and they'll lose a Rax for this, maybe even 2, I believe.
Yikes. Yeah, the damage is going to add up really fast from this Troll. As well as they've got, like, Ken's going to get another full item out of this, really kind of 6-slot himself. That's scary as well. Because the Conquer, we already saw that the cores, these strength cores, can't really keep up in 1v1 against the Troll. Now there's just nothing to hope for.
Yeah, that was also a mana issue on that Mars. He was about 10 mana away from Spear that would have kept him alive, and instead, they even killed the Grimstroke here.
Okay, yeah, this is just looking like we might be going to a second game 3 of the day. I mean, props to UDV. They've kind of taken control again after a difficult game 1, reasserted themselves just as M11 did. They'll be hoping certainly to repeat that, but let me not get ahead of myself. This game's technically not over yet. They're just breaking down the second lane of Rax.
I mean, it is look at the win probability as well. It's
I almost don't want to. Oh, look at it. It's gonna keep spiking too. Like that shows you how crazy that fight was, though.
Yeah, it went from 80% Gargoyle win percentage to now it's going to be 80% winning percentage
That's
on the side of UDV.
So unreal. Yeah.
In less than a minute too. Like it's just that one team fight. They collapsed and they weren't able to be. They threw Conquer Boat one way, they blinked Mars ult in a different direction. No one was like next to anyone else when using their spells. They did not get any like additional value out of those disables, and yeah, it really cost them, which I mean, I guess like, you know, you don't want to be biased, but you kind of hate to see it. Like the team's played pretty well so far for one mistake to cost you so dearly, but I guess they've got their time to think about it now. Not out of the game yet. I guess, you know, if you can give away an 80% lead, you can potentially take one back. Yeah, that is true. I mean, keep in mind, like, if they just take a team fight on their terms, like, actually together, they're still winning. I say that.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to test that right now. OD gets initiated on his room before he can so much as banish himself. He gets the BKB off. He has to flee. The Ghost is going to go down to them most likely. He slips away on 50 health, but he will not be a factor in this fight. And the rest of his team are going to suffer as a result. They're trying to lay the damage now. Bit of split fire this time for UDV, but it won't come back to hold them in the same way, you have to imagine. Conker is lurking invisibly in the fight. He gets the cleave, destroys the Ogre instantly, but his Grimstroke's life is also forfeit to the enemy carrier, the Troll. Garn actually gets caught up on the shoulder of his base. I don't know if he was still trying to run away or if he was trying to sort of cheekily get involved in that fight, but Rupido sniffs him out. The Ghosts get him. That's really bad. No more buybacks. You'd have to imagine that's the game.
Yeah, I mean, 3 dead, no buyback. They do have a tier 2 top lane, so it's going to take a bit of time to get through that. But right now, it's so heavily favoured into the side of UDV. And Ken doesn't even have an Abyssal yet. These fights get even easier when he has that Abyssal ready.
True, true. Yeah, this is... I mean, look, we question the Troll, but just like the Medusa, eventually it's just going to become big, and it does have that late game edge. It's proven, at least with the way this game's turned out. I haven't really seen much threatening its dominance in the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, and so far, like, props to Ken for doing this, but he's been able to avoid, like, we were talking about it, he needed to avoid fights, get BKB. He started doing that, and we said he needs to avoid fights, get another basher, get another satanic, get another item. And as soon as he does that, comes back in with the new items, he's now winning these team fights. The UDV issue was they were just trying to push the tempo a bit too fast, and Gargoyle, on the flip side, didn't really respect the farming capability of Ken.
Yeah, they I mean, this is, I guess, they're patting themselves on the back for drafting that flexibility, for having a more late game scaling carry. They didn't need to just force things with the cooldown of Exorcism. And Ken, you know, you mentioned his consistency. He's a carry player you can trust. He has borne that out once again in this game. Now, only one lane of Rax stands between UDV and, you know, a deciding game in this match when things looked bad for them a little while ago. But, yeah, they're living in happier days now. We can look back on those things without pain.
Yeah, and they're going to be even getting a Roshan here that has the Refresher Shard. I think they wanted the Ags once again, but the Refresher Shard on Death Prophet is going to be insane.
Yeah, I mean, you can really put on anyone you like, but the double Exorcism, of course, a famous part of the build, so having that one as a freebie definitely doesn't hurt. And there it is.
And Ken grabbed the wrong item, proceeds to throw it back on the floor. And
Good
walk
stuff.
off.
Don't hand it to your
Spits on
teammate.
them.
That'll be walking over to them. Carries don't do that. You can pick it up in your own time. Or my support will pick it up and hand it to you, one or the other. It is DP's shard in the end, though.
Right now, how do you even stop Ken here? Like, the Abyssal is ready.
I'm out of ideas, man. I don't know. He's backpacked his Battle Fury. I guess he's not killing the creeps as fast. But yeah, no, I don't know how you kill this troll twice. Like, they're able to kite him. Maybe they can just keep banishing him or something and pick off some of his teammates. But that's what they've been trying to do basically the whole game. And it stopped working a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, it stopped working, but there's still a chance of just getting the good initiation on the BKB in the backline. That's huge.
Not if you're not getting the initiation at all. DP is all the way in right now, burning that Refresher Shard. Throws out the second Exorcism very casually. They have the tower. They're just kind of trying to brute force it, but not really.
Oh, they're on top of the
Okay,
Conqueror.
eventually though, numbers are adding up. They bring down Grimstroke, buys back immediately. That's one. Oh, okay, he does go down. I really thought he was going to get away with that. They're walking out of the base as fast as they can click the button to respawn, and they are starting to get some kills back their way. Down goes the Troll, most importantly, splitting his kill streak amongst them. The Ogre dies. The DP is going to die. They didn't even get a Rax. What happened?
Oh my lord, they
Got
dove.
sucked
They
into the
did.
tier 4s.
They did what everyone does when they're winning. For the first time, they just dive the base, go too far, and like, yes, they did kill the Conqueror. I think that was a buyback on the Conqueror as well as the.
Yes, it was. 2 buybacks,
Away to
though.
Grimstroke?
Yeah,
The other one?
Grimstroke and Conquer. That was it, though.
Yeah, that's huge. That's a massive win.
That's a
and,
ridiculous defense.
Does it bring them back into the game, though? Not overly. Like, they're still going to be behind. They're still down 2 Raxes, no tier 3s. They need to get some kind of presence on the map. Because
Divine Rapier Siren is once again going off.
Is it? Yes,
Yeah.
sir. Is it only going to be 1 Rapier is the question.
I think if a second is required, but he's building Satanic right now. He wants to keep this Rapier. Which, like, to be fair, the Troll obviously has infinite damage if he gets on top of you and starts bashing, but, like, their burst, like, to stop a Kunko who's suddenly outputting way more damage, not great. They don't have, like, a ton of focused damage to bring down a really tanky core. So, look at him hit the base. Man, he wishes he had a leveler right now. They are really taking advantage of
as well.
this Troll respawn time. If they force out the roll, there's going to be no roll when the Troll and the DP are up. There won't immediately be an Exorcism either, but NWP is the one who dies, not anyone else from the side of UBDs. They might have to sort of force some reasonableness back into them, force a sensible retreat. They just bashed the Mars. Is he gonna be alright? He puts down the safety arena. I don't hate it. Fine.
Kunka just one-shot the Ogre, by the way.
Oh,
If you're
I
wondering how
completely
TD
missed
died.
it. I caught it the last couple of times, but yeah, he seems to take a sick pleasure in specifically lining up cleaves on poor Teehee. I mean, 13 deaths, that's more than twice as much as the next most killed hero on his team. You just know what your job is at some point. Sometimes it's to die to Tidebringer. It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to look at, but, like, again, this is still, like, an even game. 43 minutes in, and I couldn't even tell you who's going to win this right now. Like, obviously, the slight edge has to go to the double racks, but and he's slotted right now. He's going to go Refresher next item. I'd love to see him start to build the Ags Shard, etc.
I guess so. Kunkka is... Oh, okay, he's pivoted away from Satanic to Strength Blink.
Okay, I don't mind that. Overwhelming Blink something.
I think maybe just for slot concerns. Like, he doesn't want to put anything down, he needs that Blink.
He needs the one-shot, right? Like, his
Yeah, he
job
needs
now
to...
is to X-Blink one-shot?
Yeah, he needs to find that snooker player angle to just, like, cleave the DP, if not the troll, in half. So I support this decision.
Are they going to start this fight?
Looks like they are! Spear on the Ogre, but it's a target. Okay, gets saved. Is that a stolen banish? Looks like it.
Yeah.
Anyway, okay, Garn is bailing. He's kind of realized he's trapped on the side of the fight, but he's getting a fair way away. Ken is just in pursuit. They can 5 hero claps on the troll. His BKB is already forced. Odie's going to live. He's going to be able to... Oh no, he's silenced. He can't banish himself. Now he can. Gets that off. Drifting back towards the base, absolute chaos. Odie might end up going down. Rupido goes down to the Ghost at the very least, but yeah, this fight's completely broken up. Troll chasing Grimstrike on the periphery. Meanwhile, NWP is dying. It just seems like there's too much damage coming out of all of the heroes from UBD right now to really stand up in the face-off, and with so many buybacks having been expended already, their hopes dwindle. Kunkka has stayed alive, but he just couldn't bring the Divine Rapier to bear. That chaotic splitting up that cost Gargoyle so much when they had the chance to, you know, close out the game on a strong team fight. It is still proved to be the correct strategy, even with the lead being flipped by this point. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon. Okay, that wasn't really the big cleave I was expecting. Really thought we were going to see some fireworks there for a minute, but... Okay, they're going to go back and now maybe just finish Megas. Glyph stops them. What's happening? Oh, blink in! Okay. Kunkka's just desperately trying to make a dent in some hero, but they're all pretty tanky. They're ready, they're wise to the cleave shenanigans. He goes in, X's out. Rubik's back in again. Rubik's running out of mana if that counts as an in for a team fight. Kunkka gets X stolen, I think? Boat stolen.
Well, that's a big steal. I mean,
That's
these fights are so
solid.
slow.
They finally get... Well, that's because they're not really fighting anymore on the side of UBD. They're flyed up. They take the last racks. Kunkka finally gets a solid cleave, but the Mars diebacks. Caught by, finally, a timely root of the troll. And, I mean, yeah. Do we have the second Divine yet? I'm thinking it's second Divine time. We do not.
I mean, the problem is, where does he put the second Divine?
Over
No
his
blink?
BKB. I don't know. He's out of options. Over the assault, maybe. Like, I don't know. The first Divine's just not doing the work, you know?
Get another one. I mean, he could get a Daedalus on top and try to look for a crit that way as well.
True, get a bigger crit.
Maybe make it safer in that sense.
How much time do you have left for safety? They're really running low on collateral.
That is true. I mean, what I love about this for EDV is like, they're still not sure if they can win the fights. They're still like unsure if they can actually push the tempo here.
No, that's very clear. I mean, they know that Exorcism can fight the buildings. They're going to trust in that. Refresher, BKB, Shiva's Yules, all available to keep this damage flowing. And there's all of the ults in the world to screen for it too. They're just isolating the OD. Actually, they decide to fish for it. That might be dangerous, the splitting of focus, but they do have their hooks into Garn. And there's enough actually, Garn manages to fade away, just as I say that. But the DP is working on the throne now. They're bringing her down with the Kunkka. She Yules. The ghosts aren't focusing on the throne fully. Ken is at the fountain. The Conqueror is trapped in the middle of his base. Ken is literally banished in the fountain. This could go wrong easily, but he immediately bashes the OD. They've just run completely out of life. And so having given their all in this game too, Gargoyle come away with nothing, and they will have to come down to a deciding game for the second series in a row. We get the maximum amount of finals Dota.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have asked some more. Some of these games are getting so close. They're just on a knife's edge. One or two mistakes, one or two outplays is all it takes. And even look at the kill score. It's a 48-minute game, and it was still only 2 kills difference between them. Huge play from UDV to keep up. And I got to say, props to Ken, because he had a bit of a rough early game, but he managed to secure the mid to late, and he was the big talking factor in that late game, managing to get on top of the OD, getting a couple kills on Garn there.
Yeah. It was, as you said, right, they had the Ogre, they had the Troll, they trusted in the late game, and it looked like a tough assignment, but that pushing weakness, I mean, obviously it's more than just that one liner, but it added up. They definitively could not push a lot of towers, even while their cores were all very strong around the 20 to 30 minute mark. They just couldn't capitalize. And so back to the drawing board for game 3.
Back to the drawing board, indeed. They'll have a couple minutes as we will throw to a break, but we'll be back with game number 3. Who will make the grand finals and who will be playing in that bronze medallion? Find out right after this.
Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win. Lag can be the difference between life and death. Switch to Orcon's Fiber Pro and Power on an 18-month plan and get this Razer gaming setup worth over $1,000 for free. Orcon for the win.
The ulti's gonna pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Gonna be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
All season long, we've been excited for the best of 3, the potential to go down to the wire. And I know this might be a struggle for some people, but we've got the second Game 3 right now. We've got UDV, and obviously we've got Gargoyle. And I have to ask, Bard, is this even, or do you think someone has a slight edge coming into Game 3?
I have to give UDV the edge, right? We've already seen one reverse sweep today, and I don't think that's any accident, especially with how these games and these drafts have gone. That game 2 just felt like we saw what we were looking for in game 1, but didn't see, which is some of the shakiness for this, you know, kind of cobbled together Gargoyle lineup. It felt like they lacked a bit of initiative. They maybe lacked some shot calling, right? They didn't close the deal, and I think that kind of weakness can come back and easily lose you a second game in a row.
Yeah, that is true. It did feel like Gargoyle took too many fights separated, but props to UDV for capitalizing on that, coming back from behind. The big thing I want to say right now, we can hype it up all we want. We can talk about the drama, but why don't we just talk about the draft that is underway right now?
You make a compelling argument, mate. I mean, the main reason is that no bans have happened yet, but based on what we've seen so far, it seems like, yep, we're going to see Spirit Breaker, Beastmaster, Ember Spirit, and I'm forgetting the other one. But the same 4 bans we have every time. Medusa. Fair enough.
I like this.
First
So
phase.
EDV, they recognize the big mistake that they did in game number 1, and they're worried that Gargoyle might have, you know, looked for something sneaky. They do pinch the death profit off them, though.
Yeah, I mean, the DP's certainly been a strong performer and a very valid first pick in the draft as well. It's looked like safe hands. Even in that losing effort in game 1, you identified the DP wasn't the part of the draft that really gave them problems. So, and in game 2, once they enabled it a bit more, prioritized it, and banned out that tree that was giving it such trouble, man, it looked great. It really did set them up. Okay, Weaver back the other way.
Ooh,
Great
yeah.
response.
Teehee Weaver as well. He's an exceptional support Weaver player. Lucifer and Teehee can flex it, but I got to imagine Teehee will get the honors of playing that Bugman running around, being a nuisance, and they usually combo it up with a Mars. I will say that. Like it's quite a common occurrence there.
I feel like it seems to be like at one point it was the Tidehunter Weaver combo like a couple of seasons ago, but yeah, Mars Weaver seems to be where it's at, and these teams love their Mars. So if it's left in the I mean, they have the pick now. They maybe are weighing it up, and that's what they're eating into their extra time for, just considering if they can be punished. TA,
Yeah, okay, I don't mind this. So like their Roshan potential will be insane. Like level 8, level 9, they'll be walking into Roshan. Like we'll believe they can do it.
Well, you kind of saw it, like, yeah, we've seen teams do this, right, already in this series, like stacking that objective taking potential and making sure that you can ice that at like a moment's notice. You see the enemy have drifted too far from it. If you get a couple of kills, there's no question about whether or not you're ready to take that Aegis. As you've already made the point multiple times, just really driving home how much of a factor that is on the current patch. Gargoyle, having secured that Death Prophet pinch pick, they now go back for what has been their favorite opener of the tournament, the Hoodwink. How do you feel about this hero's performance so far? Like, NWP's been doing, good scouting, good vision on it. Could you have seen them picking something else here? Has it held its own?
I mean, the problem I have with it is, like, A, I don't think it was going to get banned. And B, I don't see UDV playing Hoodwink Weaver together. So, like, if you wanted to, you could have picked something else. And it removes their flexibility, right? Like, no one else but NWP is going to play this Hoodwink.
Yeah.
And it has me questioning because he's drafting. Maybe he's having a bit too much fun. He's like, I'm playing this hero. I don't care about anything else.
Yeah.
I'm playing Hoodwink.
Either that, or it's like he doesn't want to have to think about it. Yeah, he doesn't want to have to think about his own hero, or he thinks that he doesn't care. Like, there's no matchup where he's like, I don't want to play Hoodwink anymore. Like, he just knows that he's a lock for this, and he's like filling in picks so that he can delay picking maybe a hero he is more scared will get countered. But as you pointed out, counter picking is not just about, oh, you revealed your mid laner too early, now we're shutting you down, right? If you give away your laning phase too much or your game plan too much with the supports that you pick or, whatever, then you can fall into the same hole. So hopefully this pays off for them, or at least doesn't come back to bite them in this very important game 3.
Yeah, I mean, this is do or die. We said this about the last series as well, and it's the same matter here. You do not want to spend all of these hours, these weeks, playing to get here, to get to the playoffs, and then fall short by one game. And that's all it is right now. It is a best of one. This is everyone bring your best, bring everything, and then we'll hope for a massive playstyle here.
Yeah, and look, they could pat themselves on the back and say, hey, we got this far. We're playing with stand-ins. We don't have Ohio with us as our in-game leader. It's all right to fall to a team as strong as UDV have been, but no Dota player thinks like that. We know this. No one at this level, certainly. They are here to win. Even with the stand-ins, they're here to win. Even if they aren't going to rend their clothes off and weep if they lose, they're still going to try and win with everything they got. But okay, you were asking for this pick. Finally, the Sand King, halfway through the last draft of the day, makes its debut. Bug time.
Yeah, the double bug lane is going to be quite a nuisance there. And honestly, it works. Like, a lot of people think Sand King is all about maxing that Sandstorm and standing still. In my opinion, getting 2 levels in the Burrow Strike and actually fighting, it's a viable strat, and it can dominate lanes if they're not prepared for it. And that's something Gargoyle now have to be careful. What carry is that going to be? What carry do they have to play against that?
I don't know, maybe a range carry, right? Because the one thing is, like, Sand King, as you've identified, right, you can do a lot of work with Caustic and Burrow, but in a dual lane, you need a very strong partner because that takes time to maneuver your way, and it takes time to establish control of the lane that way. And against a dual lane, they'll really usually sniff out what you're doing and make you pay too dearly for it. But with the Weaver in lane, we've already identified how strong that bug is, especially if it's against like a softer support. You can really give the Sand King the space he needs to just take over the lane quickly.
That is true. I mean, taking out a lane quickly is important, but like more important as well is like being able to rotate as well. Like we see.
Oh, sure. Fight in that sense.
Is also a thing. Like you can leave him in the lane, you can go to the mid lane, you can force ganks this way and that way. And I want them to focus, obviously, on making sure Sand King has a great game. But I have a feeling they need to make TA's game just a bit better. Stack for him. If he's mid on JG, make sure you gank for him and pursue a dominant TA matchup.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, right? You typically, if you're going to enable one person on a team, it's your hard carry. And this is their hard carry, right? This TA, most likely?
Well, I mean, even if it doesn't play carry and it plays the mid lane, it's still the hard carry. Like, you see whenever TA gets picked, like, you usually pick something mobile, like a Monkey King to support.
Oh!
Whoa, right. whoa. Gargoyle Esports.
Yeah?
I love this. I don't know if it's the game for it, but I love the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I briefly got a mention out of us before because it got banned to protect like the 4 Protect 1 Medusa draft because you don't want your Medusa to be riding a Cyclone for most of a team fight, but it's not the worst hero to bring into this pack either. Like, you're not probably getting stun lockdown having seen these 3 heroes, so you're going to be able to get your ultimate off. TA's Refraction probably gets burned up pretty hard by your Panda. I mean, I can see the argument for it. It's not that it like specifically super hard counters hero, but it is quite strong right now. Some players just really love it. I don't know.
Brew's in a weird place right now. Like with the changes to the E, the passive, the Drunken Brawler, I genuinely can't figure out if it's better or worse. And I've played this hero probably about 14, 15 times since he's my most played hero in this patch. Like by a mile.
Okay.
I can't figure out if he's better or worse.
Right. But you're not upset at this pick. So better or worse than he was, he's good enough to at least be in the picture for this draft. Ogre now as well. Is there any chance that this is some sort of like core brew, some super fast? They've got a very...
It's an offlane brew. That's definite.
Okay. Still seems like a very early game lineup.
So it goes twofold because Brewmaster with Ags is just simply broken. Like you have
Fair enough.
40 seconds of brew split, and like you look at this, TA's the only one that can actually deal with the brew
Yeah.
splits. And then once you get Exorcism on top of that, those team fights are scary to be around.
Yeah, I can see it, but that's why I'm sort of imagining a fast draft in my head. Like, obviously, you've got an Ogre. We proved last game Ogre plus nearly any carry is going to scale, but they have the potential early, once those ultimates are online, to just like bully teams off the towers and take them. The classic stuff. So, do you lean into that and do you draft like a CK or a Wraith King, something that's going to be hard to kill and online early and walk down those towers and accept the Bloodlust buff to make up for being strength? Or do they hedge their bets with something like a Troll, as we saw UDV do?
I don't think they'll go Troll, just because I don't think Lonely Chucky will play it.
No.
I like the CK pick, but it doesn't fare that well into Sand King.
Fair enough, yeah.
Tiny Wraith King bands, so like they're on the same thought process
Okay.
as you here. Is it insane to say I want a Bloodseeker?
I have been wanting to see, not because I think it's necessarily always the best pick, I've just been wanting to see someone do carry Bloodseeker for like a patch. So I hope so in one of these games. I'd love to cast it. The other thing I can think of is, could you just pick PA?
Ooh. Could you pick PA? You wouldn't be able to fight till BKB.
No, absolutely. It would be to pick her in part because she goes early BKB, and in other part because she can. The reason I like CK here is there's heroes you really want to get onto and just destroy immediately as a carry. Like if you have that capacity, you're doing great. And I'd love to see her just blowing through like a Skywrath or a Weave, or at least forcing him out of the fight with like one blink crit. And you've certainly got the cover for it, right? There's other sources damage in the fight. She can wait to go in. Brewmaster can get people off of her who are a danger, like if you're scared of the TA. I'm not saying it'll happen for sure. There's no doubt a bunch of carries that could work. That's just where my mind went. It's still in the pool.
Yeah, I mean, something like a Naga or a Ricky could work as that late game secure.
Ricky? I had not even comprehended.
Honestly, like with the change to his Blink Strike, low-key very strong. He jumps in, he has a free 1 second slow before the diffusal hit, before the smoke screen, and he just naturally would fit this draft as like big team fight. You look for the backline on the carry. I'm looking for rogue picks here.
Do you rate his lane against Sand King? Like, Gyrocopter. Okay, well, that's a safer one.
Yeah, we'll never see the Ricky, but he has good stats. He has good regens. Like, he's not terrible in lane.
Fair enough.
Gyro, on the other hand, obviously, a lot of lane domination potential there.
Yep.
And, honestly, with the Bloodlust increase, he will be able to farm and probably keep up with the TA here.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Gyro IO. We've seen enough Gyro Ogre over the years. It's just kind of like, it's a very resilient lane. Gyro is a carry who is never caught napping like at any stage of the game. His spells are just good enough, right? If you have to fight, you can fight. If you want to fight, you can fight. But if you want to farm between Flat Cannon and Ogre Magi, that's both like the farming speed you need, but also like the force multiplier in the team fights to actually get the job done without having to be massively ahead, or, you know, like you really kind of want to build that very early BKB on Gyrocopter in a lot of games, particularly this one, I'd imagine, against Skywrath and Sand King, even with the TA in the game.
The issue is he almost needs to go like Crystallis, Ags, then BKB, right? So that's still a 20, 21 minute timing.
That seems okay for the rest of the team.
Yeah. Oh, that's spicy.
That's pretty nasty.
A good pick for
okay.
JJ.
I was like, when we saw the first three heroes and the Candy Loon Brewmaster got picked. Wait, Candy Loon Brewmaster?
Yeah, it'll be an offlane Brewmaster.
Yeah, okay, sorry, yeah, I forgot that both Gan and Candy Loon are playing, because in my brain, Gan is an offlane player, but of course he was mid last game, he'll be mid this game. Candy Loon Brewmaster. Anyway, the Brewmaster, like, I thought he was going to have no problem getting his ults off, and then they picked the Skywrath, and I'm like, he's still probably getting his ults off, and now they have the Bat Rider, and of course, plenty of great targets for Elasu, as always, but they can fully actually expect to make Brewmaster's life difficult.
Yeah, I mean, the downside of that is, like, you can jump on and put the Ancient Seal on, but if you don't kill him, all of a sudden you have the ultimate come out, you've wasted all your spells, and then you've just completely butchered the fight. But as we jump back to us, I need Game 3 predictions I'll jump in early. I think UDV didn't draft enough damage. I think Gargoyle could take this one, honestly.
I mean, I would almost, regardless of the draft, give both these teams a chance. It's looked really close, and in a way that's like unpredictable as well, right? Like, you have to rate Gargoyle after their game 1 performance and the lead they took in game 2, but they've definitely showed some weaknesses. I think this draft's really solid. It's going to come down a lot to the lanes, I think, for UDV. If they don't win these lanes, I'm a little worried for them. Yeah, let's say Gargoyle. I like these players too much, but I do think it's like 60-40 at most.
Yeah, I thought you were going to go with UDV, so who knows there, but we are unpausing here. A few tech delays to start us off. Obviously, players having those lag issues is not uncommon. It is Southeast Asia.
Better to get the lag out of the way right now. You wouldn't want it in the middle of the match-deciding grand final ticket handing out team fight.
I mean, this is it. I love this as well. None of this weak early game nonsense. The smoke up straight in. I want a first blood here. I don't know if we're going to get it.
Not
they are just
smoking together, though. Okay, ward down mid. Will they regroup?
Oh, I love what they're doing. They're sitting the meld target on the rune to see if someone gets pranked and tries to take the rune. And Ken's just going to double meld strike them and try to kill them that way.
That's a pretty cool thing to do with your level 1 skill point, I suppose. So, yeah. Who will take the bait? Garn kind of sizing it up. I suppose if it's Yamate, that's not so big a loss. But yeah, you would rather not begin the game this way, surely. The Brewmaster.
Oh no, Ken.
That's the whole squad. Okay.
They're gonna walk in and see the Bat Rider.
Oh no! And Ken's just committed to this meld. He's like, can you drag him back over? And the Bat Rider's like, are you serious right now? Ken's still melded. He's just gonna try and take the rune, I guess. Okay, he unmelds on the brew. They're okay, they wait until they had a target isolated. They get the Brewmaster out of it. Credit to them, but that's not how they drew it up.
Ken dies.
Actually, oh my god, they lose Ken as well. I didn't realize he took so much damage so quickly. That's terrible.
It's hilarious though. Like, we're talking about, like, we want violence, we want momentum. I don't want any of this AFK farm stuff, and we just watched like the most chaotic first blood for no reason in a while.
My only regret is that Skywrath Mage wasn't also killed, because I hate this hero. I can't play it. I don't understand how it works. It's pure dark magic. I don't understand how you just point a bunch of spells at a guy in a lane and somehow the hero's worth picking. But I will be watching closely to try and, for the millionth time, understand the logic here. I understand what the hero theoretically does.
That's all it is. Like, he's just like, I am paper, but honestly, you're rock, so I'm ready to blow you up. Like, that's the gameplay I'm expecting.
Yeah, I'm just salty because I play support, and every time I pick this hero, I just can't do anything in the game ever. But obviously, manifestly, the hero on paper is good. These players can no doubt play it very well. I am just, biased for fun. But the Ogre is not having fun right now. He is in menace mode, bullying that Sand King. We were talking about Sand King's, laning presence. Well, he's level 1 with level 1 Burrow Strike, and in the end, Ogre is still Ogre. He's going to walk at you no matter who you are, but Weaver at least is doing similar things to Brew on the top lane.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, you're mentioning you're having a rough time. Brew is probably having the worst time. 3 last hits so far. Up against the 3 denies already on Ken.
I mean,
they get 4 coming through for the Weaver as well. Like, this is a really rough lane to start.
Yeah. The game is never that simple, right? But it has been 3 games in a row now. If they lose this series, how much of it is down to the exploitation of this Yamate hoodwinks laning phase? Because they're just sacking this off lane with it basically every time.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know if they're getting enough recovery back, is the big question.
It hasn't shone, and I've played, this hero, we've all seen it pop off. I know what it can do. Obviously, it's down to how the rest of the team performs as well, but it's not been this game-blowing open support pick, or like, they have to go back to that. Absolutely essential.
Yeah, I will also say this, I don't love it with Brew. So the way Brew works is with Cinder Brew, you need to do spell damage. But Acorn's shot counts as a physical auto attack, so it doesn't actually pop Cinder Brew. So you can't even pop it from range. You need to hit the stun, and you then need to hit the hitting the Bushwhack to make Cinderbrew work feels really awkward.
Yeah, Bushwhack doesn't even do damage unless you tie them to a tree, so like you can't even necessarily do that. It's the Brewmaster will have to set it off himself, I suppose, with Thunderclap. You're the Brew expert, I don't know how much of a detriment that is to his laning.
It's awkward. It's
a
all
lot
I'm
of
gonna say
mana.
is like more often than not you want to Cinderbrew, get your support to pop the Cinderbrew so you can walk up and then slap them. Because it's very hard to hit your 2 spells on a ranged hero.
I mean,
when you're melee.
the most recent times I've seen this hero lane has been as a support for a Gyrocopter. And certainly in that case, it was the Gyrocopter working hard to pop the Cinderbrew a lot of cases, and it was a lot of damage. Yeah, that was Patriots. Don't blame me for their choices.
Yeah, honestly, I'd run that stuff.
They won the games that they did it. If I recall correctly, it was ugly stuff in the laning phase. Cinderbrew is a wicked skill, but as you pointed out, maybe not so much in this particular configuration. Seemingly, they picked a hero for the team fight, and they picked this Hoodwink because Yamate loves New Zealand accents. I guess.
I guess so, right? Like, there's no other alternative because this is
I'm not
3
certain.
games in a row with like no rhyme or reason, right? Like,
He just wants to hear a hero say "piece of piss" like in the game, and who doesn't? Oh, the Bushwhack, that's unfortunate, but yeah, I mean, it is a Weaver, Shikuchi.
I think he dies anyway.
Yeah, you forced a Shikuchi. And Garn runs out of spirits. Okay, just gets the second one. Man, I almost shocked that that wasn't broken at any point with the hesitation to auto-attack, but, Garn knows the hero way better than me, of course. And effortlessly walks down Weaver for a kill, barely missed creeps.
Yeah, I mean, he had the benefit, of course, that, actually, I say benefit, Garn's gonna get dove, potentially? No? Guess not. JG thinks otherwise.
Yeah, maybe just not confident enough with where the Flame Break ended him up. It is a slightly different story to the Monkey King matchup we saw earlier in the day. You'd imagine the Death Prophet a little bit more capable of turning. Especially if you suspect she has charges of Siphon. I don't know if she actually did at the time, after using them.
He just had the one. Only the one
Right,
charge.
yeah, that's
Lane,
probably
by the way.
enough, though. Yeah, but I'm watching the bottom lane, and Sand King, I mean, it's been an ugly one for him. I mean, this Gyrocopter pick, it's not the Sand King's fault. The Gyro Ogre is a pretty brutal lane in all respects, but yeah, with the Skarath as well, I mean, there's a Skarath mage. What's this hero contributing right now? Spending a lot of mana, it's doing some damage, but not as much as the Ogre is doing.
Yeah, I mean, this is always going to be a lane that you were destined to lose, and
Yeah.
the fact that they're coming out with it, not even, but at least with some level of farm, I'm pretty impressed with.
Yeah, true.
I think
Sand King 23 CS.
He is dead now, I believe.
Sandstorm, do they actually have vision of him down? Oh, they had the sentry. Okay, it was behind the catapult. Yeah, right. They had full
Oh,
vision.
NWP in the mid lane, though.
Yeah,
He's,
yeah. That's finally... I mean, it's at least it's not your mid laner in your mid lane, who is currently top, about to push with an Nexus. I mean, I like this move. The Hoodwink dying is sad because clearly NWP is just... He maybe realized how low level he got last game, right? Like, he really fell off without... I don't know, he benefited from early kills or sharing the enemy stack in game 1. That was kind of maybe a bigger leg up than we knew. So he's trying to get some XP to contribute in that lane, but the Bat Rider's like, oh, I can dive, and just gobbles her up. Now heading to the top lane with a DD rune, no less, and the Lasso. Dangerous times. They don't even have the Brew Split ready yet. They're going to try for this Weaver there. Okay, they're going to get him just, but it's going to cost both of these heroes, no doubt. That's bad news.
That's odd. He had the wand on Death Prophet, and he had the spirits coming back in. He would have got his entire health pull back, and then they don't have stuns. They would have forced the lasso out.
It's not really a thing where you save 6-1 charges when you have like any chance of living anyway. So yeah, it seems surprising, but oh well.
Oh, look at Bully.
Yeah, I'm watching. They can't get him. He actually walks out. They ran out of juice. Ogre's trying. I don't even think... Okay, it's Fire Blast into the auto, but it's not enough. Ogre's auto attacks just aren't that strong anymore. We've already passed his face. That's another 2 kills the other way. It's falling apart in a real hurry here.
Yeah, I mean, that's a Vanguard proc, by the way. Ogre hits for less than 64, so whenever
That's so
whenever
brutal.
Vanguard pops, he did 0 damage.
Negative. Okay, I was like, that's not any damage at all. But yeah, the Vanguard explains a lot. I just didn't process that it had been completed just then. But of course, the Sand King easily shrugs that off then. Maybe they didn't realize how tanky he was going to be because they dove fully for that, even after they'd cast all their spells. And it was down to, yeah, just maybe we can hit him again. The feed, it's feeling a little desperate right now. They did get the kill on the Batrider while that was going on, right? Oh no, so they... No, sorry, I'm hallucinating. No, they didn't get anything. They didn't get anything. I misread the kill feed. It's all good. Yeah, no, it would be wishful thinking to kill the Batrider at this point. He is head honcho, picks up an arcane rune.
Yeah, and what surprises me, they're actually looking top lane to try and kill Teehee here, but, I mean, how do they catch him right now? He's gonna just dive into the trees.
If they bushwhack him, he's only level 3, but the Brewmaster is like, what are we doing here, bro? And just like fades off of that. Could have been a kill, but I mean, he's already got his urn. Like, what's the point, really? Like, he is a lot happier chilling at low level. Shikuchi's such a powerful tool. The Swarm is such a powerful tool. He has his key item. Meanwhile, this NWP Hoodwink, I mean, it's been involved in 2 kills. I'm not trying to say it hasn't contributed, but it feels like he needs to have a really big impact to justify the knock-on effect of his bad laning phase. Brew at least does have this ult now. Could TP bot and contribute to this dive, but it looks like, I mean, there's not really much to contribute there. Ultimately, the Ogre just gets melted by Epicenter. Skywrath contributes. And yeah, they're kind of just bleeding all over the map right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're not throwing too many kills away. It is 7-4. It's not too bad. They might make that 8-4 on the Brew. He has ulti. Doesn't want to use it.
Yeah. I mean... Okay, now he commits. He has absorbed the lasso for it, I suppose. Will he get a kill out of this? Who knows? Probably not. They trade ultimates, I guess. Earth Panda walks away.
That's not too bad. He gets to farm and push the lane out. And also, like you said, forcing out the lasso. And that's the Boots of Travel reveal as well. Like, not that it's a big item, but it is that movement speed buff. And
it could easily have killed your Gyrocopter, for instance.
For sure, yeah.
So, bullet dodged for your team, information gained. Yes, you spend the Brew ult, but it doesn't look like they're really posturing to fight in the next 100 seconds. So, I'm sure that they'll at least accept that trade offered to them. They're going to try and accept a Sand King. Surrounded by heroes. When will he burrow? It's going to determine a lot. He's just going to get stunned and silenced. So if he thought he was going to use it later, he will not have an opportunity that matters. Down goes Rupido. He's been having... I mean, he had a decent game last game, but he's been having a tough series, at least. I'm not going to comment on his play necessarily, but yeah, he's been in the trenches.
Yeah, a lot of the time, this is actually the UDV special. Like, they give him these really rough matchups so they can have Teehee and Lucify rotate around and maybe make JG's life a bit easier, maybe make Ken's life a bit easier. It is actually by design that they give Rapido these just, like, incredibly garbage lanes and say, go have fun.
I mean, look, if you are an offlaner who can still have a worthwhile impact on the game after that, you are an asset to your team, right? Every team has to figure out its own playstyle, and it is kind of determining, hey, we got a guy in the offlane who can get what he needs to done. He can still play his role even if we sack his lane, right? He's not going to carry the game, like, in that sense, but he is still going to be impactful despite it all, and we will profit overall. Those are the ways that a team like builds its chemistry through a season, right? Building that trust, understanding how far it can, you know, push these things. So credit to them, they are making it work.
Yeah, that is true. And speaking of making it work, top lane, they were looking for the kill on Teehee, but he gets to laugh in their face as he just keeps splitting the waves, and just being a nuisance overall.
He doesn't even have time lapse yet, and he's already so slippery. They just... Okay, the bushwhack hits. Okay, Yamate is going to exterminate that bug. Just blind bushwhack. I mean, there's a creep standing nearest to him, but yeah, just chucks it in the trees, charges the ult, kills the Weaver. That must be satisfying, if not, you know, completely healing of the damage done by his constant nuisance presence up in the top lane. While they're all hanging up there, by the way, Ken just chops down the tower. Doesn't have the Deso, but the Blightstone will do just fine for that. And now he's going to gobble up all of the space down here, just like he did on the Conquer back in Game 1.
Yeah, that is true. And I kind of like what they're doing here. It's insane watching Ken's farm skyrocket out of control.
He's pretty good at this.
He's almost 2,000 gold ahead of everyone right now. It's actually insane to look at.
They give him heroes that, like, farm well, right? Like, heroes, I guess they're not giving him heroes that don't have a farming mechanic. But also, you know, this is not fait accompli when you pick TA carry, right? We've seen people have a much rougher go of it, and he is definitely flexing with his GPM in all of these games on different heroes.
Yeah, it's the benefit of their playstyle, right? Like we talk about Rapido just getting a rough time. They send him to the dumpster so Ken can have a fun time. Like you saw Rapido in the mid lane, he almost died there for the Zen King. While Ken just got to whack creeps in this peaceful little environment in the bot lane, just having a stroll through the jungle.
I know the Vanguard is fairly standard, but it's making a lot of like this is a guy who's going to make use of his Vanguard, right? He is just there to do that, right? He just absorb their attention, absorb their spells, and you know be the soldier standing over the child's bed in that meme. Just like he'll take the slings and arrows if he has to. Still has levels in Burrow Strike. That's all he really needs, and the Blink Dagger, which is the other half of it, pretty much here, despite the punishment.
Yeah, I mean, this is the good thing about it. He's going to go to Boots Travel as well. I believe the Blink should be first, so he can have some engagement.
He's got the Blink queued up. Everything points to Blink.
Like, T, what are you doing? Like,
what is everyone else doing? Okay, they hit him with the Bushwhack. If he doesn't die here, then it's what are you doing not killing my level 5 Weaver? Still, level 5 Weaver. That must be 2 XP or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's 300 gold. It's actually not too bad, because he's surprisingly got farm. He's the most farmed of the 4 supports.
He's just had some time. I mean, no one else is in that lane that has 3 Radiant heroes in there. So whatever creeps he gets, they're his, and he's baiting kills. Skywrath fires off a salvo, punishes the shockingly fragile Hoodwink. That is one hero that Skywrath can truly, you know, look good against. Just bully the hell out of this tiny squirrel, but the rest of the team does immediately prevent any combo from continuing. Haste on the Sand King. They're going to capitalize on this. Maybe Blink Dagger also ready to reveal. They are smoked on just 2 heroes. Weaver's around. Now they're bringing more. Okay, Blink Epi. No. Nope. Okay. At least they didn't use it. I think they're realizing there's probably a lot of heroes on the high ground, and this is maybe not where they want to reveal the Blink Dagger, but the smoke doesn't have forever on it.
Well, they did reveal it on the haste rune, so they know it's up and ready. Like, he blinked to grab the haste rune.
I didn't see him blink to grab it, I just saw him activate. Ah, okay, well that explains why they all just suddenly faded right out of the lane. Smart stuff.
Yeah. They're going to still look for a fight anyway, Yamate and Gun.
Travels on the bat, he has blink money as well. Not buying it yet, though. Tossing up between Blink and BKB, maybe?
Yeah, I mean, it could be a case like that. You don't need to panic too much here. I actually think the BKB might be better.
Sand King finally decides, goes in, finds the brew. That's the target they want, but do they have the burst? Yamate's just standing there casually charging. The silence is going to expire. They just... Teehee continues to be the hero of this game. Runs through the Brewmaster right as the Ancient Seal was expiring. I don't know if the ult would have turned it, but it would have been a moral blow to not stop him getting that off.
Yeah, that is true. And on the other side, they are pushing Candyland and Lonely Chucky out of the jungle here to force farm them together. And this is the awkward point here. We're looking at the side of Gargoyle. All 5 of their heroes are very close together. 3 in the mid lane, and obviously that 1 farming the triangle here.
Yeah, and we've seen teams do a really good job of holding tight to what matters, defending objectives and turning games around. But you do have to imagine that's a factor in why Ket is so heavily out farming them. One of several factors. And the out farming is a big concern for me with Gyrocopter, because even in the draft, I was like, well, he's good against most of these heroes, but I don't know how well he does against the kind of brute force, physical burst, single ttart carry that TA is, right? That kind of exploits Gyrocopter's lack of, you know, man fighting, like just 2 carries standing there right-clicking each other. His spells don't facilitate that the way other carries do, and his build doesn't usually either. So to have a TA this far ahead of you really makes you feel like you will not get to play how you want in fights if she decides to just hunt you specifically.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that's going to be the job right now. Like, the job is just
definitely seems like it.
Down and... Speaking of hunting down, Teehee, you menace.
What's he done now? Okay.
Just put an obs on the high ground and panic ran.
Yeah. He's going to catch a homing whistle for his troubles, but they know that they are not even bothering to chase the Weaver at this point. They have recognized, just assume, you know, do not respond to Weaver, do not react to Weaver incursions, do not attempt Weaver kills, just leave him be, like some sort of trickster god. Because they've been having some struggle killing him, even though he's got 4 deaths. He's been in so many deadly situations and lived.
Speaking of, look at the mid lane. They're gonna
Yeah,
grab
oh,
the
I'm watching. Oh, yeah, okay, that was a pretty clutch bushwhack to not die, but Batrider is just going to pop his BKB on and go on a juicier target. Gan, his fate absolutely sealed by that lasso. Maybe he would have died anyway, who knows, but he's deader than dead with that. At least he didn't pop Exorcism.
Yeah, I'm surprised they even committed the BKB there. And speaking of committing, look at top lane. They want the gyro here.
Yeah. He has full vision on the team again. That presence of the Weaver there. This guy is just dead. Loser fight, turning it up there. Finally, was that I don't know if that was the first mission of Flare. First one that was a kill. And they made the combo work. Sand King Skyrath, the initiation range and magic damage combo is tried and true. Gyrocopter punished for his presence there, overestimating how long it would take to rotate.
Yeah, I think that was the second use. The first one was on the bot lane, right? They went to use it on the lasso, true. And he pulled him away from it.
Look, coordination is hard sometimes in Dota. You know, you have different instincts. One instinct that they share is we can absolutely take this Roshan for free, and they do. Ken is balling out of control. There's an attempt to contest. Gun's looking strong, but can he keep up with his target tanking? Yeah, looks like he's out of juice here. No mana, no cooldowns. Meanwhile, on the back lines of the fight, Chaos reigns as well as Ken. But he doesn't want to get too cocky, even with his Aegis. He's like, 4 heroes is a lot of heroes. They're going to get grips with him, though. Goodbye, Aegis. He only has Teehee for support. Teehee is digging up bounty runes. Flame Break. I don't know, these are not the saves you need. That's the Aegis cooked immediately on a slide over commitment. Ouch.
Yeah, that's the Ags reveal as well for the Brewmaster, so they took that big fight. That was the second usage of the Brew Split, and
yeah.
Now we get to see BKB. Is that really the item you want on Brew? That's surprising.
I guess he's been killed twice now without getting his ult off. I guess he's just, yeah, he's respecting this control. Look at that. They melt him again. I mean, obviously he used the ult that time, but yeah, I think he just doesn't want a countenance getting stopped. And is there a different item you'd buy for the silence?
Lotus and Aeon are the common ones. Like,
fair enough.
BKB is, you actually have to press it. Like, you can get stun locked. Aeon
yeah. I guess it's like he's counting the stuns are Burrow Strike and Lasso. So he's like, well, it's just not that much stun. Maybe he's rating the protection from just like collateral damage of AoEs. There's Epicenter, Burrow Strikes, you know, Bat Rider Fire. There's just a lot of stuff happening in these fights. Maybe he doesn't want to get, you know, burned down by Weaver, like with the Spirit Vessel. I don't know. There's a... I'm a little surprised as well, and you're the brew expert, so you'd know. But it seems like there might be some justification.
Yeah, I mean, the justification is quite simply like you just BKB early and like force a couple of BKB pieces.
So yeah, okay, you don't have to time it. You just sort of barrel in. I can't be disabled.
It's a similar playstyle. Like Blink used to be the build here. Like Brewmaster used to go Blink 3 Ags.
Right.
And the purpose was you just blink in, throw your spells, and
you ult before they can react, basically. You just gotta guarantee you hit that button right in the middle of their team.
Not even that. Like, if they target you, you have like 2,500 health and you don't care.
Okay, well, in this game, he has to care, because they can do this to it. Goodbye. He needs something for that. Maybe it should have been an Aeon disc.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, that play, what they just did, does not get changed with BKB.
No, exactly. He's hoping to take a... obviously, the play there is you don't be in that situation, but without all 5 heroes being free to completely focus him down, right? In the other fights, he has been lingering for like the whole Ancient Seal duration, just kind of standing there. But yeah, I mean, Aeon Disc would fix these problems. Both of them.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he changes his mind, maybe he goes towards it. Like, the build-up is a bit easier as well.
He has not committed yet.
Items. Other than that, like, we shouldn't be focusing on just the one hero when we can focus on all of the heroes at once here. And Gyrocopter,
that's true.
He actually has the BKB completed. He went BKB before the Aghanim Scepter here.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's unexpected that he has it already, but you did also just anticipate that he'd commit to the Ags, but I guess they just feel like that's too greedy with how the game's going, right? You can feel their map is shrinking. We've had teams, you know, again, fight for their territory and do a surprisingly good job, but this time the forces arrayed against them seem too strong. Maybe you just like, oh, I'm going to lose access to my triangle before I finish 2 items, so may as well build the BKB so I at least have it for fight for my triangle or fight for my high ground if things go wrong. And maybe I'll get the eggs later.
Brewmaster.
Oh no, I was watching top lane. Yeah, okay. They see Ken and maybe he feels like it's safe to go back in the water, but it isn't. And now Sand King, having not even used the epicenter on the Brew, is free to just tee up another kill in mid. On the Ogre, they kind of just walk away from it. I mean, okay, fair enough. Flame breaks a lot of damage. Look dicey there for a minute, but it just keeps ticking.
Yeah, and they're actually going to look for a kill top lane, and they're going to get the original stun.
Okay, I'm surprised Ken's stuck around here, but he does have health. The Batrider just botses in, and look how much damage the Gyro takes immediately, just kind of driven back off the play. Batrider's actually the one now in trouble, but they have just killed the Gyrocopter. One more chunky hit from the TA, really showing that weakness that I was worried about. I mean, obviously, you'd rather have your team around you as the Gyro. Things aren't ideal, but they started this fight by ganking Ken, and it's all gone wrong.
Yeah, they've even used the Brew split. They're probably not even getting anyone.
Oh, he just time lapses back out of it. Are you kidding me? T has like done so much damage without actually doing anything that you can quantify this game. It's crazy.
Yeah,
The psychological impact alone. Okay, nice bushwhack. Oh god, the combo on the Brew, he gets a 4-star out. That's life-saving. NWP has to do it all himself. Guns down the TA. That's almost just a defensive... Yeah, just splits to run from... I guess a burrow, something, just bails on out of there. Yeah, this is definitely an anxious game 3, for sure. There are stakes, it makes sense, but man. Okay, Teehee, that's one guy who just doesn't care. Punished for it, though, finally. And this Batrider...
It's still a winning fight, though, for the side of UDV, because they got so many pickoffs early. Like, yes, they lose Ken, their highest net worth hero, but they still are able to farm everywhere else on the map. And the one thing I will say, I mean, they're going to pick up another one.
They're going to kill... Oh, they missed the burrow, but it won't matter. They have the lasso.
The burrow hit.
Probably didn't even need that.
Perfectly.
What?
The burrow did actually hit.
Oh, okay, my bad. I missed the stun animation as she fell out of the Yules. It looked like it went under her right before. Either way, I mean, they just had her dead to rights.
Another issue of the indie game, if you actually come down to Yules and get stunned straight away, it doesn't show the
Right, it doesn't do the little knock-up.
Just because, like, your body is already moving, so it doesn't...
Yeah, it's like when you get Yules dispelled. You don't get the come-down animation. It's on the ground now.
Yeah. Top lane, though, they've already forced the BKB here. And now they need to be careful on Lonely Chucky, because they're actually going to hunt him into the back line, and they're going to know where he is.
Yeah, this is some interesting positioning. Both teams kind of encircling the other. Who'll get caught first? Very carefully positioned by Lucify until his team can arrive, and then he's safe to go in and lob what's probably a lethal Q onto the Gyrocopter. Doing great work right now, just plunking away. Now picks off the Brew. The Ogre gets run down. It's suddenly a complete rout. It looked good half a second ago, but they just didn't quite get all of their ducks in a row in time, and unfortunately, they don't have the vision between the traps and the wards. Even though this is the Radiant side of the map, it's UDV who are running things here, who are picking their targets with precision, and they have the range advantage as well, right? Lots of blinks, lots of long-range spells, lots of instant cast like instant disables that don't have travel time. They're able to just take the initiative and never cede it in these fights.
And not just that, they're able to burst.
Yes.
Yeah, you can get the first jump on, but getting that pump through, and they're losing a hero before they get their spells off on the side of Gargoyle, and that's the big turning point here, because they've got 3 ways of doing it. It's the Skywrath ulti, it's obviously the jump in from Ken, and it is the lasso as well. So they've got 3 different ways to pick off those heroes, and if I'm not mistaken, they used all 3 on 3 different heroes that fight specifically, just to chunk them down.
Yeah, it's like when you're getting this strong, you can kind of just do that. Just go into a fight, everyone take one dude, and... you know, they're at the very least completely disrupting their enemy's approach to the team fight, because so many heroes are just disabled or in trouble, having to run immediately because the TA blinked on them. They're just not able to return fire because they're under such immediate pressure. It's a common thing in pubs, but yeah, it's impressive to see the coordination and firepower to pull this off. You know, in what was previously, before this game, a close series, this seems like the most lopsided game we've had so far. Oh, yeah, wait, another commitment, Burrow, dead Gyrocopter. That's your carry! He can't be dying like this.
Yeah, and the true MVP, the true carry, the Bloodlust, is also going to go down. They might even find more here.
Oh, they'll find more. Lasso on the Brew, no hope in hell for him. He's gone. Okay, hey, look, he pivoted the quick buy from the BKB that he can't afford to an Aeon disc he can't afford. So at least he realizes he's now died, you know, 4 more times and accepted that I'm not going to get to press my BKB, huh? He's not even going to get to buy another item at this rate. Garn fends them off, but only because he's able to dive deeper into his own base with the Yules, and a bunch of the heroes stop to hit a building, and eventually they just wait and kill him anyway. They were just kind of lingering at blink range. It's looking bad.
Yeah, I mean, if this was game 1 rather than game 3, I probably would have seen the GG to come out, but obviously,
yeah,
life is on the line. It's an 18k net worth lead. It's a 99-1 win rate.
That's really not surprising, right? Because you feel it, but I feel like I've seen games that have like a 1,000 net worth lead per minute of the game elapsed, and they're not this one-sided on the chart. But just the way these drafts interact, and the way that every hero is just being completely stifled suddenly, it's hard to find a way back in.
Yeah, and plus like the late game situation here, like look at Gyro's net worth, 12,000 up against the 20,000 on TA. Yeah. And they've built the Skadi again. We saw this the other day on a different tournament. Like, they went Skadi, Templar Assassin to break the Satanic chances. And, like, you could see here the next item was going to be maybe the Skadi, maybe the Satanic on the Gyro.
It makes too much sense, right?
It's too easy.
And you're this far ahead, right? It's not even like, oh, will I have the damage anymore? It's like, I can buy this Ice Skadi, makes me super tanky, shuts down a whole Satanic's worth of net worth if you try and go for it, and you're more than a Satanic ahead. It doesn't matter. This is free.
All Brew's dead again.
Good night, Brewmaster. Yeah, maybe he could have BKB'd that one, technically, but, you know, you have to be able to afford a BKB, and unfortunately, this went from, you know, a game where you're just kind of progressing your items, having a normal time, to can't get anything, just a train of deaths, and now buybacks as well, just fully in the pit of no economy is Gargoyle right now. You can kind of feel this team falling apart, sadly, after 2 really tough games.
Yeah, I mean, 2 hard-fought games, but UDV, honestly, they've stepped on the gas. Like, game 2 was close even. Game 3, it felt like they wanted to put them away, and honestly, it almost feels to me that the Gargoyle team was baited to pick this Death Prophet. It doesn't feel like it has the same impact on their team as it does for UDV.
No, and you can tell why it is kind of a strategy and team-specific hero. You got to play around it a certain way, and either as a support or, you know, then as a core, they made it work better than what we've seen here. It's also a matter of the heroes you're against, though, right? Like, what does DP not fare well against? Burst damage. What does Gyro not fare well against if he can't BKB through it? Burst damage. I mean, Brewmaster, in theory, if he survives, is okay, because you soak a burst and then you ult, but he can't soak anything right now. So, unfortunately, their whole team just... Like, Gyro can't build an item that I can think of that makes him okay against TA from this far behind. She'll always just blink on you and mess you up.
I mean, it's a Rapier, honestly. Like, the only way you win this fight is, like, Rapier Satanic, and you need both of those items.
Yeah, and there's a Skadi already.
11,000 gold?
Sure.
You win 11,000 gold.
Exactly. He has, to date, just about 14,000. And not much of that was made in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward. Like, TA is, like, those 2 full items ahead. Like, that's the level of
She's
network.
backpacking her Desolator, said that she held Aegis in a bottle with a DD in it. Oh my god. Ken, please just put him out of the misery. Like, your farming skills are very impressive. I love to watch them. However, it's time o'clock for sure now.
Yeah, it's time to hit them with the dome. Just
That's
the
it.
one-shot bonk city.
Please, yeah, just do a what, make the crowd happy, one shot of support or something. They drag the guy out of the base, 1, 2, and a bit. Wasn't a one shot, but that's still very impressive. Gyro is dead, there is no buyback. TA will obliterate this tower as soon as they stop bushwhacking her. She is unfazed by your theoretic pressure. Okay, they're gonna commit. I mean, of course they are, right? This is the finals, there's no time for goofing around. Garn goes in, he's BKB'd, he's doing a lot of damage to the TA. Of course, she just has an Aegis, so she's going to stand there, do a lot of damage and die, and then come back up. We've got another... No, we don't have another Brew Charge. This is it. They're trying to lay into the team, but now she subs all her items back in. Considerably harder proposition the second time now that you've expended resources, and yeah, just hounds the Brew back into the base. There's a commitment of a stun. They're going to chase down the through eventually. Epicenter going off as well. It's just absolute madcap chaos, but the important element is that despite the chaos, no one from UDV dies. 4 heroes in the dirt for Gargoyle. And, I mean, we've been talking about it as a sure thing, more or less, for a few different minutes. Obviously, you don't expect an early GG in a game like this, but they won't have to wait much longer. Mercy is coming in the form of Ken's TA.
Yeah, and they've hit that point, you mentioned it, 1,000 GPM lead is pretty much insurmountable. Like, every time like this comes up,
it's the stomp marker for me. Like, that's when you know. Maybe it wasn't a stomp before, but now you are just getting stat padded on when you reach this mark. Usually it's because a big factor in reaching that much of a lead is destroying the base gold, but, like, you know, it's not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things, like, just GG out.
That's just straight back. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe they're enjoying this. Maybe they're all laughing in voice chat probably as they get Lasso dragged and killed for, like, the millionth time. There's a way you're just so powerless, it's pretty funny. You're just getting rolled over. You can't kill a single hero. You can't even stay alive under your own tier 4s. But yeah, there's not much more to say for us, for sure, other than if we wanted to preemptively congratulate UDV on, you know, they're going to make the grand finals tomorrow up against M11. That's probably the matchup I think you picked.
Sweet team. I thought it was going to be 2-0s both ends.
Okay.
But I am incredibly, like, I mean, I'm more keen to see the lower bracket, like the 3rd place, 4th place, because both of these teams have just, like, played their little hearts out.
Yeah.
Come in as the underdogs, snuck a game in, and I'm kind of curious to see which team, in that sense, just, like, tries to sneak games. And then, obviously, the grand finals, it's a best of 5. We get to see some spice.
Oh, yeah.
We get to see more DOTA, back-to-back games, and let's hope they're closer than what this Game 3 became, but again, Gargoyle, they showed 2 fantastic performances. This 3rd one, they've just been outclassed.
I'm interested to see whether, I don't know, like, what sort of health issue exactly Ohio is supposedly dealing with, but, like, you know, maybe they have their actual full roster back tomorrow, and, like, it's a shame they couldn't have it here today. They put up a hell of a fight regardless. That would certainly make the bronze medal decider even more interesting, and yeah, then for the grand final match, like as you said, you don't really need to spice it up much more. But after both of these teams have been tested and like had to sort of pull through in, like you said, a tough reverse sweep situation, where I mean, even Game 3 in the first match was quite close. So they've had to work, and you know, will that make them better for tomorrow? Will it make them more tired? Are they going to learn anything from these the draft struggles, we'll say, that we've witnessed?
I mean, I think it's a definite learning curve for this series, but like you said, Ohio won't be playing.
Oh, okay.
This is the team we're going to get stuck with.
Fair enough. Oh my god, yeah. I mean, we aren't really commenting anymore. The damage is coming out pretty thick and fast from the Dire side. There is a retaliatory kill. They just wanted to get Teehee. I think that's it, really. Now that you've killed him, you can safely GG out. They're going to do the other thing where you all buy back and run in.
Yeah, I kind of like this, though. Like, they're just, like, caution to the wind. Like, I know TA can one-shot me, I just don't care.
Have some fun with your Dota. No, you know, no one makes you play this game, and obviously for these players it is a little bit more serious than for most of us. There are stakes at hand. But if you're not enjoying it, you know, you'd feel it'd be a lot harder to deal with this kind of loss. But, you know, NWP, you got to play 3 games of Hoodwink. I'm sure he's going home a happy man. Even if right now his Hoodwink is...
Yeah. All I'm going to say is I hope NWP has gotten the hoodwinks out of his system, because I don't want to see another 3-game back-to-back-to-back.
Yeah, three more games of Hoodwink tomorrow, man. Lower bracket decider, like 3rd place. That's going to be the pick. I mean, in seriousness, if they still have the standings, okay. Godlike streak ended. I mean,
3,000 gold.
That's a lot of money. How much gold does Gyrocopter need for his Satanic? Okay. A lot, still. Never mind.
He's still 1,400 away.
Send the courier for the rapier or nothing. You know, rapier or bust. They're gonna. Oh my god, they almost killed the Bat Rider. Now they're gonna almost kill the Sand King. I mean, you can play Dota pretty bravely.
This has fast become a clown fiesta.
It really, yeah. This is a pub now. Like this is the dying throes of a pub game.
I don't know. I don't know how many Southeast Asian pubs you played, but at the high MMR, like if it's this far gone, at least one player on your team, sometimes two, have thrown their items on the floor.
Yes, yes. Well, you don't have like game 3, last game of the tournament factor. You can understand those players are incentivized to let the game end so they can win the MMR back faster. I feel them.
Yeah, it's such a weird thing, but it doesn't matter now. They've found another one.
I mean, they're not throwing their items on the ground, but boy, are they dying. 45 kills, 40... Okay, come on.
46.
Cooperate, buddy. 46? 46? 47, gun, trying to contribute. 47, and maybe 48 coming up in quick succession.
Well, maybe 19 though. They might turn it around.
Sangheng's pretty tough. The damage is just so anemic by comparison out of this Radiant draft. I mean, it makes sense, right? These heroes that fell off, they had a plan in mind, and it just was never even realized. Unfortunately, I don't think they got destroyed in the lanes or anything, but this is sort of what I was afraid would happen if they didn't kind of upset their way through the early game. It's just the TA you talked about, his farm's so consistent, even back in the head-to-heads for this matchup, and he came through just like Rosma did in game 3 of the first series, right? The carry player just knuckled down, did the job, played their favorable matchup that they were drafted, dominated the game. You know, sometimes that's what you need to see from a grand final caliber
That's
team.
exactly what I was going to say. Sometimes you just need a carry that will do exactly that.
Yep.
Just sit down, be the boring, like the cleanup.
In the middle of the Clown Fiesta, I am here. I was about to say hitting the buildings, but actually swift blinking past the tier 4s to get kill number 48. And 49. And there's the GG. Now they GG. Alright. I guess they're dead for like a minute. That's boring. We can't respawn and die anymore.
They were thinking about the first to 50 kills. They thought they had a chance until they lost those last couple ones. They're like, you know what, 49 to 18. I don't think we're getting 30.
Their final trick, they could have brought back on the Brewmaster, but they wanted to tempt them with 50 kills, and then they snatch it away. Unfortunately, UDV run away with everything else, including a ticket to the grand final tomorrow to face M11. Cannot wait for that. And, of course, another chance to watch Gargoyle, who were hugely entertaining today throughout, even though they end up going down. I mean, any further comments that we didn't have time to discuss at the end there?
I think the big one for me is, like, for Gargoyle, game 1 and 2 was definitely the talking point for them. Like, they won game 1. Game 2, I felt like they should have. And game 3, they were maybe a bit broken from that defeat in the second game. And that just shows to me that, like, without communication, without that clear voice, that leader, they can collapse just a bit. And obviously, coming into tomorrow, we'll see them up against Atomic, who very similarly had a great game 1, rough game 2, and then an obliterated game 3. So I don't know which way that's going to go, but it's going to be a lot of fun both ends.
It's going to be fireworks for sure. I mean, you mentioned their draft back in game 1. You sort of, I mean, they ended up winning that, but you had some knocks on that draft because of how, I guess, default it felt, how obvious it felt. You just picked a bunch of heroes that are good with each other, you know, and it felt like that's kind of what they were on again here. Their lineup looks good if you just look at their draft in a vacuum, but then when you look at the UDV draft, you can understand how they're able to create the opportunity, just bust this game wide open, right? And whether you put that down to just overall, like, relative draft strengths of each team, or as I do, probably more the fact that, you know, they've got stand-ins and a missing in-game leader. I don't know how much Ohio contributes to the drafting, but yeah, it did seem like Gargoyle maybe just weren't quite on their feet strategically in this BO3.
Yeah, I mean, the game 1, my big knock on it was obviously it was I don't want to say, but boring draft. Like, there's a reason these heroes
you can
work
say
together.
It.
But
it's
like,
what you'd expect.
When you just need to take someone to the cleaners, pick Mars Producer. It's quite simple like that.
Note for our
game
teams
3,
tomorrow.
obviously, like, in a vacuum, they might work together, but they didn't really have that synergy, like you said. But that's the end of the games today. We'll throw up the playoff bracket so you can see how we fared out. And we had 2 best-of-3s that actually went to the third game. Team M11 managing to snag the first series, and UDV kind of putting their stamp on the grand finals here in that third game, dominating Gargoyle Esports to take the win there. You can see on that bronze side, though, Atomic, Gargoyle, they're not quite done yet. They'll be playing for third tomorrow, while Team M11 and UDV, they get to play for the grand prize and that imaginary trophy that obviously they want to be bestowed upon themselves.
I mean, the bragging rights are real and the money's real. So no trophy, 2 out of 3 ain't bad, and these teams will be fully motivated, I'm sure. If not, then why'd you have to slog through such a tough BO3 today, man? We went the distance. We get 8 games like this tomorrow. I might, like, die and go to Dota heaven.
That is true, but that is all we have for today. We got 6 games out of 6. It's a big question if we get 8 games out of 8 tomorrow. A big thanks to our sponsors, LG, the OLED, and the LG Ultra Gear. It's such a benefit having them with us today. But that is all. We'll be back for the grand finals tomorrow, and we'll be back for that bronze medallion placement. Do not go anywhere. Like, we'll be there. 8 games, but I hope you're excited because we're going all the way. We will see you all tomorrow.
But the ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was de-warding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back. Sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.